Da-na-na-na-na. Where's my cognac? Where is my ledger? It's so amazing how time just seems to Where is my handheld mic? Apparently, it's not where it's supposed to be. No, it's not where it's supposed to be. I'll have to address that another time. Oh, it's on my fucking desk behind my dice. Alright. This This is the consequence of having a desk but a black top surface. And unironically wearing shades. Prescription shades, but shades. Now, my pretty, we shall see how you look inside. Because you got all that cream. Why did you get grip in the top of the box? Of course it came in pieces. Why would it not come in pieces, Carl? Think they would deliver a fully constructed fucking chair to your home? You silly Billy. Chinese instructions. Loading capacity limited to 330 pounds. Well, see, that's just fat phobic. I actually need to read that again. Do I have a part list? I do! Contact you if you're missing these parts. That chance us having a Chinese company. Let us count our parts. We have a base 2. Armrest. Why are they in different blue packagings? Just like all my potential futures, yes. It's got a buckle. The lumbar one. With elastic. Here. part 5-star foot box. Be careful. Do not pull the handle before installation is completed. Danger. If you pull the handle before installation may lead to potential risk. This is not a toy. Please do not let the child touch it. Thank you, Super Happy. This 4 little hole on the middle don't need to screw the screws into the seat and back seat. Their purpose is to protect the plastic. So there is only 2 holes on every side of the seat and backrest. So we have backrest, seat, angle adjuster and connector in this box, control unit, base 2, left and right handle, I don't see casters. I'm assuming the gasket's in there as well. I don't see the screws. Not quite sure I see a plastic cover. I see a bug, but it's crushed now. It must be inside the boxes. This is the kind that doesn't flip up. Thank you again, Sue. Ordering the parts from the new computer probably tomorrow. I'm stupid excited. Let's do settle-on work. Ah, here they are. Is this it? It doesn't say what the plastic cover looks like. Carl, stop throwing things around. This must be the plastic cover. I wonder what this ribbon does. Ah, the screws. There's that wonderful blue tinge of paint they put on every screw so that you recognize them. With another Allen wrench from my collection. Alright. Plastic can cover side, plastic can cover side. Gas lift. Rollers. Control unit. these wheels feel good. Bass. We got the bass. You are. This one is 2. Control limit, gas lift, G and H, caster, plastic, cover, J and K, left armrest, right armrest, idle, C, the plastic, cover. Remember, children, whenever you're doing any form of construction, always confirm that you have every piece of your equipment. You can't blame the Chinese for constructing something if you can't even read the fucking instructions. Step 1. Insert C1 into the slot of C2. Press down on the center of C2 to complete the installation. Perhaps the plastic cover will come up like when I start running out of parts. It'll just present itself. You know what would be scary for me? Having people compliment me for drawing black people well instead of just saying I draw people well. True. Miguel O'Hara theme song always kicks in when that happens, doesn't it? There's no way you don't feel like they're taking the piss out of you. It's very much a thing that I would be concerned with. Why did you disconnect the base from the original position? Very curious. Attach wheels. Oh, wait. This is the plastic cover. Okay. I don't want superiority. I just want to be a chill guy who people like. You should be a chill guy who like people. Being a chill guy who people like is a great way to have people walk over you. In life, it's always better to be a person who's like, I can tolerate being in a crowd of people, than be a guy who's like, dude, I'm cool. Because eventually there is a point where your chill will run the fuck out. It's like the Greg Sipes policy, right? You've got Con Farrell. These are the voices of the Teen Titans voice actors. The Greg Sipes is Beast Boy. Con Farrell, I think that's his last name, is Cyborg. Greg Sipes is the personification of a white man from 90s California, while I am the personification of a black man from 90s California. We have a very simple philosophy in life. I just want to be a dude. Skate fast, eat ass, and have a whole bunch of pizza. Carl, stop when you're staring at children. But like, there's a limitation to my infinite mercy and constant sorrow. Here we have ourselves the Butt Pinda 9000. Sit on this motherfucker wrong and it will shoot a pistol into your butt at 300 miles per hour. Then you have no choice but to respect trans rights, because you will be one. And a band on Twitch. What's good? New chair? Absolutely struggler. As is customary on this channel, when we fulfill the purchase of an object, it will be dealt on stream. Fix the armrests to the base of the chairs. L2 and L1 going on B1 and G are free. See, the problem with this package compared to the other package is that there is no lettering on here for you to signify which of these screws are G3. So you'd have to be looking at your list to know that your G3 are your M8 16th 25s that have been marked with the blue. Where is it? I was just looking at it. Whereas in most comparative kits, even in the plastics have numbers. The Chinese are getting sloppy! Ah shit, they're rolling melting. Oh no! We're cooled! She could be telling you what I want to put it in the mud. I do. She wanna fuck with you. And homie wants to know the beat. But she just wants to sit on the feet. She wanna get big. She wants to sit on your face. This is the ass of the chair. Okay. Space for me to sit down. I don't want superiority. Funny thing about superiority there should be people in life usually filter themselves out in positions of superiority and inferiority. But if not because someone told them that they were. People who have an inferiority complex will usually present themselves. Those who have superiority complex are harder to realize and find. You have to actually know what you're looking for to know who those people are. I'm about to get fucking annoyed with this plastic for 5 seconds. Because the people with a superiority complex are those who have absolutely no problem or chagrin in insulting other people to their face. Now, here's the problem. It doesn't say which one is left or right. You have a small indentation that says L. Actually, it does. There's a small, tiny little arrow on the inside here that's pointing in that direction. So if I orientate this, this is the right handle. And where does the right handle go? That's right, the left side! There is no such thing as right. There is only left. And more left. And those who aren't more left and left are fucking Nazis. Is this. And where does the left handle go? That's right, to the gulag for wrongthink. Popsicle! Like me, I don't have a problem with people. Aha! Trick question. Everybody has the potential to be superior and have a superiority complex. But having a superiority complex to mock people is not the same thing as wanting to make everybody a target. Those who make everybody a target are people who have absolutely no qualms whatsoever and simply want to bully somebody else because at one point in time they were bullied. But everybody has the capacity to be cruel, especially if it's upon things that they take serious. It's those that will do it on anything and do it specifically because they felt slighted that you have to worry about. Alright, but where am I putting these screws? Not here. Not here. 1, 2, 3, 4. What music is this? Vaporwave! The most prominent kind I listen to. Because if I literally play any other kind, I will be fucking sanctioned by YouTube. We know, I've tested it. And here we shall make a small incision. As large as your mom's coochie, but not as large as her butthole.
Now I shall insert my finger into the hole. I'd have found somebody outside Home Depot to put that together. I am somebody outside of Home Depot! And the best part is, you ain't gotta pay me in sex or money. You can pay me in chicken. Not the inside holes. Hey Carl, have you listened to Hot Street? I did last night, while I was in the middle of one of my league grinds. Tight. At least based on political not creed, nor creed. I like the song There's Nobody Here. It ain't echoed. Knees, it's time for you to become a stool again, but not for the hot woman to sit on your lap. In the Boston building. Is this security threads? These are security threads. I don't think my tool is big enough. I'll have to use their tool. Things to say to yourself when you're getting cut at the orgy. Yeah, you are fighting phantoms this week, but technically you did bring it on yourself. That doesn't mean that it's acceptable. Just, they are very angry, and they are very dumb. But when aren't Twitter people stupid? Oh, lovely. Phillips screw head on one side and an Allen wrench hexagonal security bolt on the other. Chinese, you keep on innovating! Is it magnetic? No. That doesn't look right. There we go. As the Chinese, I am half sorry and half grateful that our products piss you off. Wait till you see our watermelons. Are those clear watermelons? Or is that the Japanese? We call it tribal flavor. We season them with bugs. Bro, I'm African. We eat bugs as snacks. Actually, worse, I'm French. We eat bugs and call it fucking French cuisine dining. Who seasons snails in salt and sucks them like they're fucking licorice? I'll tell you who. The French. And we call it an aphrodisiac. So we can hook them all. Wouldn't that be a very interesting onomatopoeia? Every single time you hear a French person snickering, it's just... This didn't go in right. I can feel it as I turn the screws that it didn't go in right. Because the washer is stuck hexagonally. I like how they constructed the washer, at least. It's threadbare, so it can't go past the screw thread. And it has a translucent piece of metal that is slightly separated, so that as you screw this in, it will slide into position and create a tight seal on the screw. Giving me a little bit of resistance, this one is. That looks flush. Success! You should. It's really good. True. The CSM adaptation. I swear to God, I need a new application. The CSM adaptation stupidity makes me upset because the show is near perfect. Chainsaw Man? Okay. Yeah, that's a side effect of people being annoyed with adaptation. They're going to go all in on the I hate this without realizing that if it's subs or dubs, the problem has always been just how it was adapted with the dialogue. If everything else is fine, there's no reason to complain. People have become so... what's the word I should use? Not ideologically captured, because it's not a problem with ideology. Culture captured? That they'll tie it into that when it has nothing to do with that argument. Is it Funimation that's doing the dub? Or somebody on Crunchyroll? Is that the reason they're throwing a fit? That means we were inspired by you. Yes. The unit to the base of the seat. Animation was gorgeous, there's nothing more I could ask for. Then insert the gas lift into the control unit by pressing down. Okay. Near David Pro Perfect, and they want to toss it because it feels slow and film-like. That's stupid. Soapy Kathy, I saw your animation and it made me obsessed with SingleClarl. Where did I put this in my box?
It's in the box.
Is this? Roger, yes, thank you. Okay. I shall insert my finger yet again into the hole. Oh, that's a problem. See, this is the problem with this innovative design. Yes, you put a fucking Phillips screw head on this end, but now you've made it so that this thing does not fucking rotate all the way fucking around. See if this is big enough. Not even close. Oh, do I have a normal Allen wrench? Big enough? That one's not nearly big enough. We have seemed to hit what I like to call playfully, the big girl impasse. This tool is big enough to fit in this hole. My other tools are not big enough to fit in this hole. So I'm forced to use this. Why is it called the big girl rule? Respectfully. Sometimes the tool needs to be big enough to actually do the job. A little bit like being tall enough to ride the ride. Tall enough to ride the ride. Again, being able to ride the horse here, but I wish Berserk got that level of attention and love. Me too, struggler. Me too. Carl, how much to get in that box and use it as a sled? $200. I bet you have the biggest tool, Carl. Oh my god, he's horny! I'm average. I just know how to use it. Because I'm a whore who likes whores. I'm Jesus, if Jesus was a little bit more of a sex worker. That thud scared me. It triggers me every single time. I have to pull this motherfucker out and readjust it so I can go a near quarter full rotation. I shouldn't have to do that. Because the way that Allen Wrench was designed is also supposed to have it designed so I can do this number in this situation. But I can't do this number in this situation because you put a fucking filled screw head on this end! I mean, Jesus liked to hang with them. Oh, you see, I like to. And unfortunately, in this Lord's heavenly kingdom, Yodhe Hetvahe does not like it when you do that. And he really hates it when you spill your seed on the ground. Just ask Onan. I just speed run a Carl drawing. I'm posting it to the Discord and then I'm tipping. Aww. You can't stay with us. Is it because I smell? Because I smell, isn't it? Go a full rotation? I can go a full rotation. Finally. Sorry, Coral, but it's late. I keep forgetting you're in a different time zone. I have streamer brain. I assume everybody's in my time zone. Oh! Sure, I love Musk, but I have to go to where my mommy will get angry if I don't get my R&R. Is that a euphemism for your girlfriend, or are you actually talking about your mama? I'm not judging if it is. In fact, why don't you send a... Call it incorrigible! I think I might be the only content creator who can actually terrify his audience into behaving well by saying, and if you don't, I'ma fuck your mama. And if you behave real bad, I'm getting the entire family
Not even your grandma's safe. Not even your grandma's safe. Carl! My real mama, Carl. The only one I care about. Most other women I know are meh or lame. This man's got the right idea. Congrats on that awful chair, Carl. See you next time, I'm sorry. Speaking of which, I gotta take a shower and get ready for this job. Be back later. Stay cool, my guy. I can try to stay cool, but I'll always still be kind of fat. I know one who talks weird, almost seems like her eyes bulge out when she's talking. She's weird, she asked for that. That's an interesting detail. That'll give me nightmares probably. Carl, you should still call your mom, hide in the box, and when she comes in, jump up and scare her. See, that would work if she had freedom of movement. But right now she's watching the cancer known as The View. Even if she did, she wouldn't be scared. She'd be annoyed. She'd probably throw something at me. Carl, women don't scare easy. We have very short tempers. It runs in the family. I know it doesn't look right because the cable just hasn't been installed. If one wanted to be lazy, you could actually just use this as a chair. My ass already feels better! Carl, why do you think talk shows have survived to this point? They are actually a piece of American history. American talk shows are literally as old as the early broadcasts, if not the entire broadcasting network system of American television. They have been around since the 20s, 30s, the 40s, big boom in the 60s and 50s, 70s, and then really the 80s when you started to see the innovation of this shit with things like UHF. You can't have Americana and apple pie without Mr. Ed, Leave It to Beaver, Dennis the Menace, Gunsmoke, MASH, JAG, all the shows that you would have seen on TV Land before they invented Hot in Cleveland, and all the other content that would go into it, without having
television shows. It was a lot more refined than now. They just exist as shells of their former selves, constantly rotating out hosts because they always need to have somebody who's there to be the focal point of being a late night talk show host. Talk shows in the morning time have always been geared towards female-centered things. We've seen this since Oprah Winfrey. At least, even with the political opinions that would be had there by Oprah, you would at least have the ability to know, well, she did actually care about the topics, and she did try to do some formulation of good. Things like The View don't exist to do good. The View, The Talk, The Real, those shows exist to be used by harpies of my generation, your generation, our generation, the generation after my mother, to basically henpeck and browbeat culture to be what they want it to be. Doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. They'll do it just cause. But your spine's not going to feel great. No, my spine does not feel great. I can always feel myself leaning forward slightly. However, it's good enough. But we need to continue building. We must build. Now, are they dying out? You'll always have somebody who's able to justify making a talk show about anything. But as you can see with the talk show of the Red Table Talk by Jada Pinkett Smith, you need to actually have a personality in order to have a talk show. Because the entire point of a talk show, which you could even say that the complex formulation of which is a stream, is a talk show where you have to have a single person or a group of people carrying it that either play off their own personality, if they have enough personalities to do so, or if they have enough of a big personality to be the center point and enough people en masse to interact with to sustain it. Jada Pinkett says, for example, can't have a talk show. She doesn't have the ability to connect to her mother, she doesn't have the ability to connect to her daughter, and the only time that her show goes viral is when she's exposing information that has to do with her relationship to Will Smith. Or making Will Smith look like even more of a cuck than he already has demonstrated to be. That's not something people want to watch. I know I wouldn't. But the fuck would I? That's horrible. The same kind of henpecking exists on things like The View as well. Take the worst political opinions and put them in the mouths of 5 to 4 mid-aged women of varying social degrees and walks of life to give the air appearance as though it's people with a diversified opinion, when really it's all the same kind of liberal fucking people spouting the same views and feeding it back to an army of harpies that they have taught to peck on command. Something like that being at the central focus of talking points and attention is not good. It can do nothing but breed hostility amongst the masses. That's the proper formulation of syndication, after all. Everybody's seen that clip of this kind of view is bad for our democracy. That is done by design. Because talk shows are supposed to be the opportunity to have viewpoints that usually go unheard be heard. You know, Kelly Clarkson has a talk show. Yes, Kelly Clarkson, the musician. She got fat in the white woman way, but the good white woman way. And her show reflects what I could say is like her views and values. It'd be the same thing. I think Drew Barrymore has a talk show, unless I'm insane. Maybe she did at one point. I don't know. But if Drew Barrymore had a talk show, right? If she had a talk show, and you had, I don't know, fucking Lizzo have a talk show. Gave Lizzo a talk show, give Doja Cat a talk show, give Sam Hyde an even bigger platform to broadcast $1 Million Extreme online. And you can just see the difference in the personality. How's the new chair? It's not completed yet, but my ass feels terrific! If you were to give them a talk show, you would have to see their raw train of thought and consciousness. They wouldn't just be talking and people talking. They'd be individuals showing and clearly behaving and acting, formulating, scheming, beaming. I lost my train of thought. But even that there, example of personality, right? It takes a lot to be a content creator that does broadcasting. Even if broadcasting is like an additional formulation of how you choose to content produce, it takes a certain kind of personality who's capable of being sharp. Like, yeah, sharp. It takes a certain kind of personality to be sharp and witty, to entertain people as a group. Is this the angle adjuster? It takes a certain kind of personality to be sharp and witty. Here's the angle adjuster. Fix the angle adjuster to the seat. And on the left side, you fix the connector. So the angle adjuster goes on the right side. Is it these two screws? Or these two screws? These two. But, it takes a certain kind of personality to be innovative, seen and heard, understood, exciting, innovative, engaging, in the formulation of the context of being in a group of other people. How does the left side attach? Short bit. It takes a certain amount of groups of people and certain kinds of people to hold that attention of people. Because if you were to see people in a mundane situation, one would assume and think that that person was a case example of somebody who can show that they are worthy of it. Although, showing you're worthy is probably not the word to use there. However, it's the best word that I can think of in this particular version of this sentence. It takes a certain kind of person to prove themselves worthy of that attention by showing how they are at neutral. Now, everybody can see how I am at neutral, because all of you have seen my content. And not just you've seen my content, but you've seen me by myself with no stimuli to react off of. I can react off myself. I have enough personality to react off myself. So, Carl would definitely beat the coping allegations when it comes to somebody saying, he's not a character, he's not interesting. Because if you wanted to talk about growth and opportunity, especially when it comes to talk shows, those are usually given to people that the quote networks have deemed themselves worthy to get, you know. Like the example of Eliza Schlesinger, the Superwoman. Was it this? Superwoman? She's an unfunny comedian. She's not a funny comic. But she was popular. And in the eyes of syndication, they believe popularity is the same thing as interesting. It doesn't matter if she's funny, it doesn't matter if she's cool, it doesn't matter if she has the fucking comedic timing to make something like a skit or a monologue funny. Just put her on the camera! Everybody knows who she is! It'll be fine! It'll be fine! It'll be fine! And then you see the bitch and she's fucking bombing on stage in her own fucking production. You can't be able to have good canned laughter in an audience full of people who are not going to clap for you because you're a world-famed comedian who's been on something like The Man Show, surrounded by other comics who are fucking celebrities that have graduated from Second City. Comedics and comics that have tried to figure out what the fuck is happening at a place like the Laugh Factory. Gotta die your ass in situations like that. But syndication, and where's social media, has made it possible for absolutely unfucking funny people to be brought together and given the opportunity to use that attention to act as though they are funnier than they actually fucking are. Meanwhile, people like myself exist in the denizens of the internet, humbly awaiting the opportunity when people can finally see us for who we see ourselves as. I'ma say that again in case you didn't fucking hear me. Not for you to see me as I see you, for you to see me the way I see myself as already. I'm already a unique character. Now we just need 100 million people to see that too. To a corporation head? Doesn't matter.
You're just a face. They can be replaced.
Why, the first thing I went to school for was syndication before I became a CPSC major. Because you need to understand how the system works. It's yada 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 something 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 master's tools. To truly be able to dismantle the system, like that of the corporate syndication, you need to understand how the system functions. Their system functions in a very simple way. They're lazy as shit, and they want you to do the work for them. They're lazy as fuck and they want you to be addicted to girls on the internet because they want you to fap to them. Yeah, yeah. I missed the hole entirely. Things to say to your lover right on your first bed. I gotta get it in the formulated construction vice grip. Gotta bring it in close and put my legs on it. I can feel the hole. It's not lying flush. Unless it's not supposed to lie flush. Or I'm using the wrong hole. Am I using the wrong hole? I'm using the wrong hole. Now, that last potential bit of what I just said is probably the most important thing to understand as a broadcaster, if not just as an internet personality, if not just as a person who is a public figure. If there is any piece of advice that I've ever given about being yourself when it comes to content, that is probably the most important one. And I know I've given the advice before, but I never elaborated on why it's important. I have to hold this up, and I can't see the chat right now. Being a quirky, funny, weird, zany person is not the same thing as having a personality.
Because all that weird quirkiness and zaniness is just for the fucking camera. As I've demonstrated many times. I'm akin to a jester performer out of his makeup. That is on purpose, because the zaniness is intentional. To trick people into lowering their sense of protection and security. To make them feel like it'd be easy to take me in a fight. Mentally or verbally. Because then I get to trick them. Tricking as in, I get to shock them with my intelligence. Which is what smart people do. Don't want to give them an opportunity to see everything I got. So I gotta trick them. I gotta trick them! Although trick is not the accurate word. It's more like deceive. I have to deceive them. If you see a fool, and you take that person to be a full fool, and you claim that that person is, they're not smart, they're nobody. They don't have what you have, and you have the entire might of an engine and army behind you. But somehow, you just can't win. Hand on the Bible, word to God, I swear this man is cheating, dog! Sometimes it's just that they've been blessed. Sometimes it's because you played into a hand that you shouldn't have fucked with. And now you're learning that he is a person that you fuck but doesn't fuck with. That's what most humorful people, humorful isn't a word, humorous people have demonstrated and learned to do in life. It's also the reason why the most jovial people are also the most depressed. Because most of our time is spent making other people happy and making ourselves happy. Because we have to be a version of ourselves that we can live with, that is able to survive the scenarios that we find ourselves in. Which is why there is a very clear difference between Jester Carl and real Carl. Even if it's a choice and change of my speaking cadence, because I don't use my deep voice for a reason. My deep voice scares people, so I learned to stop using it unless I have to use it. But some people think that because they hear me speak a particular way, or use particular words, that means that I am not what the fuck I am. They take me for a chipmunk or a squirrel that is wearing the suit of a lion, but I am an eldritch abomination wearing the suit of an angry Frenchman. Actively playing down my hand because it's so easy if I would just do things the cruel and fast forward and right way. We all know somebody who's like this, whether you realize it or not. Carl, how did we start talking about personality types when we were talking about syndication? Shut up! I'm getting there. Not you. Awkward. But the personalities of talk shows were people who had something in them that wanted to share things to the public. Real people pleasers. I highly doubt that because there are some people that like me that would not admit that they like me. But I digress. Most people who have been in talk shows are people pleasers who want to do what is best for people, and they forget to do what's best for themselves. Broadcasting to a live stream is very much a similar way. People saying that they want to do something like have a space where everybody can feel safe, secure, and free to talk freely, but the place that is super safe and secure is a place where the most harm can be done.
Because more often than not, the people who are going to take advantage of it are the same kind of people who will show up that you can't ban from your lobby because they work for the company that you're broadcasting is happening on the website of. Completed. Fix the plastic covers onto the side of the backrest. That's the connector. This is for this one. Then attach the backrest to the back seat. Use the Allen key to make sure the screws align in the hole, and then screw them in tightly. Okay. What was I saying? Yes. Most broadcasters, in the general sense of the terms, and this applies to popular people and celebrities as well, they're people who are put there to serve their masters because people want a familiar face that they know. That's why you see people like Jimmy Kimmel. That's why you see people like Superwoman. That's why you see people like Jimmy Fallon. There are some people who you look at and you think, how did you ever get to a position of power? Nepotism, backroom deals. Being in the right place at the right time. I'm gonna go get my magnetic screwdriver. I'll be goddamned if I don't have my fucking magnetic screwdriver. He said as he then dropped the screw by turning it up too fast. Certain kind of personalities drift into syndication, whether it be creative types or illustrative types, because they have a particular view of themselves, if not also others. So you'll always find a Pokimane or a Ludwig, but for every Pokimane and Ludwig, there is a SinglePlayerCarl in Trainwrecks. And that's not to say that I don't have my negatives. I definitely have my downsides. I have my personality quirks. I have the things that make me seem and look and feel and behave and believe in a certain way that would make me look like I'm somebody who probably wouldn't deserve it on my worst days. Okay, the screw does go there. tell if it's going in the hole or not. New chair! Hi, Gray. Congrats on the chair, bro. Thank you, Alex. Keep forgetting my sentence because the screws are pissing me off. The hole wasn't aligned properly. Things to say to those sex robot as you're building it. But anyways. I need the light. For every bad behaving person, there's always going to be a potential bad behaving person, because there is no such thing as a good person. There are people who behave well. If they choose to behave well, it'll help you. Because, you know, who wants to be horrible? Who wants to be mean and rude? I'm going to get the headband. I can't be bothered to use my hands. I'm getting the headband. All the way down, ooh, she makes my butt pucker now. And now I look like a miner. What are we mining for, Carl? Gold diggers! The fucking screw? Now you are. As I was saying, epilepsy warning. As I was saying, because the personality types that exist in broadcasting, whether it be daytime talk shows or live streamers, you have a cavalcade of potential people who will be positive or negative, depending on whether or not they are benefiting from what they're doing or not. That's why, if, for example, a female booby streamer or a female ooh soft girl streamer is put on the spot with something like, say, the supposed harassment, small pushback, of being accosted in her chat room. Somebody says, like, somebody's politely and banefully ribbed her for playing on easy mode. You see non-stop articles being written on their behalf by all of the yellow page game journalists. Because the game journalists, they don't want to be game journalists. They want to be serious, hard-hitting writers with Pulitzer prizes for their work and their articles. But they're not people who are serious. Not serious people, and not seriously taken in the space where they want to be seen as serious individuals. Also, sorry to hear that, Suki. Because everybody can suffer from imposter syndrome, right? But it's another thing entirely to try to do the thing that it is you want to do, fail at it consistently, and see other people make their way through life with less than you, and still have the ability to look themselves in the mirror in the morning and say to themselves, "Sales, we are some hot bitches." It takes a certain innovative spark in your soul that many people lack. Not because they're NPCs, but because they don't have that inner spark. They don't have the ability to get mocked to their face constantly. I need the light again. They don't have the ability to get mocked to their face constantly and ask themselves if they really want to do the thing it is that they want to do. Yeah. Chalk it up to autism. Chalk it up to people just feeling and being a certain way. You can get to some people. You definitely can. The people who end up becoming those negative figures, those are people who snapped and broke. Ready to go. I found it. They didn't become that way because they were always like that. They became that because constant failure as their companion taught them the price of failure. Shame. Because it is worse to be a person that is regarded as the butt of a joke constantly for mere existence than it is to be just an also-ran among a sea of wallflowers. Because at least the wallflowers can be noticed in a group as beautiful and pretty. But if one were to regard themselves as a special rose that was never regarded for its color, for its aroma, for its arrangement, all of those thorns will become a bramble bush. Yes, that is a family saying. Because personalities being as they are, a person who is negative all the time is usually a person who has never been really given a break in their life. That's why most people who end up being bullies, whenever you ask them why did they become a bully, it's usually because hurt people hurt people. Because, like, people being aggressive and angry when they're upset is not the same thing as lashing out because you're depressed. And instead of focusing that energy inwards on self-healing and construction, you blow it outwards as an explosion because you believe that the outside world should match the inside world subconsciously. That's why the ooh soft girls are always fucking horrible people. It's an aesthetic that they surround themselves with. And anything upsets the harmony of that perfect world that they create, which is why almost all of them are always playing things like Stardew Valley. When anything upsets that aesthetic and acts out of place from how they believe the world should be perceived, they get fucking irate. Especially if they're liberal women. If that's a liberal woman, toxicity unbound. Attach the backrest to the seat. Ow. How did I cut myself with a snapping piece of tape? At least it's not bleeding. Here as I'm attaching screws. Ow. Broke my food. Use the Allen wrench to make sure the screws align in the holes correctly, then screw them in tightly. I am once again sticking my finger into the hole. That's not really a hole anymore. It's more like a giant fucking gash that I torn through the cardboard. Drop one. Drop another. I also got a serious sweet tooth problem, no surprise, around 300 pounds. Really? I wouldn't have imagined that, John. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I had black pill recently. Severe illness in the family. Tried typing to them to console them and almost typed "see you later." That's when I broke down. I got over it now because I know there's a huge chance it'll be reversed. That is very sorry to hear. I will pray for you. But yeah, personality types being as they are, one of the many things you will learn as you become a broadcaster or a creator of any type, especially an artist, God, if you become an artist, is that the personality types of the people that you meet and you see in life are going to be very, 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 very specific based on the kind of circumstances that person came from and that they're engaging you in. Somebody who's willing to pay you for money for something, more often than not, parts of their real personality will come through, depending on how they choose to engage with you. So, for example, if you have a person come to you about a commission, but the way that they speak to you about your commission to them is like you're their slave, rather than you assisting them in bringing their idea to life through your art, usually a person that has a personality issue. Whereas somebody who might be business all the time, like how I speak and type, if my typing had a tone. Keep dropping the Allen wrench. Usually an example of a person who's like suppressing a piece of themselves or is specifically sharing one specific piece of themselves. Shit. Or, for example, customer service. Customer service is probably the biggest one. Because the way the person will treat somebody who can't do anything for them is a great denoter of their real personality type. But most of us already knew that. The Allen wrench is stuck in a very interesting position. Ow. It fell into the fucking gasket cover. Got it. This is a really cheap-ass gasket cover. Instead of it fully covering the metal itself, it's more like a rounded fucking plastic piece that is kinda covering it. Covering it. I'm about to hear the few dreaded words I hate hearing every fucking morning. Give her a minute, she has to stir. What a very interesting position to put the zipper close. I don't think they ever intended for you to unzip this backing. Because these zipper tops don't have fucking screws. Or excuse me, they don't have flaps. Bro, it looks so stiff. Why does everything made in China look like it's made in China? Damn shame. It just hasn't been adjusted yet. I'm not supposed to adjust it until it's been fully installed properly. Otherwise, I'd probably be at risk of cutting myself on flying metal when it springs out of position. Like a cartoon erection. Cartoon erection. Anyways, back to the bullshit I was talking about. As long as syndication is a thing, people who are extremely bad at talk shows will be given power, positions, opportunity, chances, and influence. The only countermand is to introduce people who you want to see as content creators. Otherwise, it doesn't work. There's something on the overlay that's been missing the entire time. It's probably because I turned it off. Yes, I did. I was wondering when my screen felt naked. Anyways. Maximum recline! Yes, my cheeks are very satisfied. But we're not done.
the right side, fix the plastic adjuster. Onto the adjuster and the connector. Well, we're almost done. Why do I have extra screws? Because there's still more to screw in. That's the reason why I felt it was unsecured. The other plastic's not on it yet. If you were an e-thought, you'd know exactly what to add on. Yes, the coochie magnifier. That really is maximum recline. Look at that shit. And I haven't even installed the lumbar support yet. I still have an extra screw after I'm done screwing this on. No way to tell that the screw's gone on properly for this. Hope that sucker helps you with your back problems. It should. The real question is, how fast is my fat ass bouncing on this thing going to break it? Place your bets! Because when I usually buy things, I buy them to be permanent installations that I don't have to replace again for a while. And for a while is in the time period of like 5 years. Got it that time. Did I finish expressing my thoughts on the subject matter you asked me about? I don't think I did. But there's not really much more that I can say about it, because I'm pretty sure at that point it's pretty straightforward what my opinion would be. From my viewpoint,
Modern-day broadcast syndication has evolved. Whores of change. Yeah, I get an extra screw. To be that chair. I forgot, Awkward, aren't you a woman? I know it's a woman. I know Grace is a woman. I know Sarah's a woman.
Carl, why'd you say it like that?
You know why I said it like that. You know why I said it like that. Yes, I remember. I couldn't remember. Carl, I am a friend. Yes, a friend that is a girl. All the females up in this bitch, she says, with a woman with a full-ass husband. Is it done? Cohesive branding? I don't know. Let's go. Loading capacity. Sit in the middle of the chair. You can go up and down, and the lock is for rocking. What do you mean for rocking? Rocking. Pull out the handle to start rocking. Insert to stop rocking. A dutiful, faithful wife. I always imagine when women say the word dutiful and faithful that it's said specifically a seductive way, like a pregnant woman that's like cradling her stomach like, yes, a dutiful, faithful wife. I don't know why my brain works like that. Probably something I learned in writing class. Where's the other fucking handle? It's supposed to be right next to this one. It's behind it. Am I so heavy that my ass does not go up on this thing? Yes. Apparently what it means when it says rocking is not what I thought it meant when it said rocking. It also feels like it's not fully on its base. I'm not the only one who can see that, right? I'm curious. No, it's adjusted. It's in there. It's not coming out when I pull it out. That's how you set it in your head. See? I'm not crazy. I know how women act. Because I was reared by women. And I have a single screw left. SinglePlayerCarl is the single screw. Coming to a wife near you. Now what to do with the box? We have achieved... Well, actually, I haven't installed the fucking cushions. We have achieved... maximum comfort and adjustability. What am I gonna do with the screw? What do you do with the others? Goodbye, extra Chinese screw. Goodbye, goofy-looking Allen wrench. Rocking function. Pull out, push in the handle to lock the tilt when seated upright. Turn the knob clockwise and counterclockwise to increase the tile tension. Now for the back rests and the below rests. It actually even has instructions for its use.
It's giving SpongeBob and Patrick playing with Squidward's TV box. My mind and my libido is an enigma, SpongeBob. If you're not careful, I might end up in Pearl. I might even end up with Sandy. Sandy's cheeks. You don't want me to fuck the squirrel, SpongeBob, you better go make me some Krabby Patties. Right now. I'm not kidding. I'll do it. I'll fuck the squirrel. I'll fuck the squirrel.
But Patrick, you can't fuck Sandy. Sandy was gonna go steady with me.
Oh, SpongeBob, you had your chance. Move along. Let a star fit in. After all, you could always just fuck Pearl.
But I don't wanna fuck Pearl.
Too bad. That's too damn bad, Sponge. It's too damn bad.
Is Carl doing a bit, or has he lost his fucking mind? Who knows? You'll never know with a voice actor. Trick question! I lost it years ago!
Cushion!
Deep down in the city of Gotham, the Joker's latest victim has created a new crime wave amongst the capitalists, and he is taking no prisoners.
Nibble me this, Batman! What will you do when I finally take all your bitches?
No, Joker! No! You can't take my bitches!
No, you had a chance with Talia al Ghul. Now it's time for the Joker to put his cream in that sweet meat.
SinglePlayerCarl is the Negroker.
I didn't forget about the pillows.
Carl never forgets about the pillows. Set the back and seat to a perfect angle, then tighten the screws at 100%. It is advised to tighten the screws on a regular basis at least every 6 months. How to attach the lumbar cushion. Put the elastic stick through the aperture, see in the picture. Buckle the clips. The cushion can be moved freely. Weeping right now. What does it sound like when you weep? I would love to know what it sounds like when you weep. Now here's the question, does this go up or go down? See, the way that it looks is it's telling me to wrap this around the bottom of the base and then wrap it around to the top. Which seems retarded to me. But maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm just a dummy. Maybe I'm just a dummy. Maybe I'm just a dummy who wants to be dummy, wants to become me, feeling with the slummy dude. Because it doesn't show the picture of the buckle like this. The design has it look like this. So why don't I just run it through the bottom like this? And then it would attach over here on the back through the aperture, like so. Why the fuck did it make it look like that on the goddamn thing? I don't fucking understand. Because I'm assuming that it doesn't thread through these buckles, but I imagine that it really should. Hey Carl. Hello Jay. The cushion you have, you need to pull the straps through the bottom and through the head cushion area. You gotta do that. See, that was what I was going to do in the first place. The way that this fucking thing has the diagram on here didn't make sense. Because this lumbar picture doesn't show the pillow there until it's been affixed. So it was confusing as shit, because it was acting like I needed to loop it through the bottom of the chair, around the base of the chair, and then attach it to the back. Yes. This is exactly how I would like to have. Well, actually, it's not exactly the most perfect chair. Because a perfect chair, I could be able to spread my legs wide. That way, when I'm eating that hamburger I was talking about earlier, I can be able to just get the blowjob and just
So it's not the perfect chair. But it'll do. It will do. Popcorn and root beer is my poison day. You ain't sharing? You ain't sharing. Do I need to adjust the rocker? Carl! What do you mean? What you mean? That's what fucking lounging chairs were designed for. You didn't know that? Your grandparents were horny people. It even has fucking coasters to keep your leg in the sitting position. That is the height. The man said, hell no. Well, I feel much comfortable. And it will definitely force me to actually have to sit in the proper position. And now, I have a button. Well, not a button, but a lever. I have a lever for maximum gamer position. Carl, I have a assembler chair. I was using it wrong this entire time. What were you doing wrong, child? What were you doing wrong? Brings a new meaning to supporting their mans. Truly. You thought you heard of under the desk support. Now get ready for in the chair support. Coming soon, in the kitchen support. We're whores. We're all whores. But I'm the bigger whore. Oh boy. I am a whore for my wife. That's right, you are married, aren't you? I keep forgetting that. The chair's done. Let's get us 360 for the audience! Let me see if I can do my best Jimmy. And remember, this was made possible because of me. I can't say that word on Twitch. Because of people like you. Mwah. Thank you. That's your ego for today.
Do it slowly, Carl. She wants it slowly.
Mostly me. Mostly me what? Well, oh yes, the donations, yes, mostly you. She was 50% of the donations. I gotta do thing. There we go. I saw a post that needs my immediate, like, fuckboyification on the platform. There we go.
Aye.
Oh my god. Cappy, that's so good. That's nice. Look at this shit. I'll put this on the camera. Look at him. He's so good. It looks so nice! I even take off the fucking filter! It's literally me! Look! It's literally me! He even has the evil grin! He even has the grin! Also, very interesting choice that you choose to draw me with shoes, because we know I'm barefoot right now. Catching me on my Negro-y side. He even got the eyebrows. He even got the eyebrows right. Oh, shit. Oh, shush, safety, Carl. It's so good. Your wife, the native goth. You never sent me a picture of your wife, by the way. I didn't forget. Can't have feet people. We can't have feet pick people coming in. But what if they want to pay me for it? Remember what I was talking about last night. If they want to give me $300 and all they want is nasty fucking pictures of my feet, who am I to say no for $300 a month for 12 months in a year? I can't turn down the people and what they want, except when I should turn down the people for what they want. Why are they taking these so long to fucking process, though? That's the real question. These Miguel O'Hara gender bends are getting real fucking wild. Just posting these things to Twitter. Post to Twitter. Post to Twitter. Now I can upload those to TikTok later, which then gets uploaded to YouTube. Oh, my spine. It feels so much better. It feels so much better. So much better. Can you drop the playlist, Carl? Yes, I can. Let's ease ourselves into broadcasting today, shall we? I think the thing that's making people go crazy for Miguel O'Hara is the fact that Miguel O'Hara is basically wearing a projected cybersuit. Yes, it is. He is literally naked underneath his suit. Which makes you think, where the fuck does his erection go? Is it just hard and throbbing the entire time? And it's being restricted with, like, neurons and nanoparticles? Or is it just boing? And everybody just has to try and look at it? Does he paint it that particular color so that it, like, blends in when you're staring at it from the front? Is that why we never see him from the side? With that perspective, and then it turns like, oh. Oh, male penis erection is funny. Let's play Crush the Industry. The animator update. First floor in 10 minutes. $70 or higher. Trying to find a position to put it in. Rugged didn't feel bad last time. Level-headed seems okay. Peppy seems okay. So the start of battles. Time hits move slower. Perfect time hits deal extra damage. It's not bad. I tried rugged. I should try a different one. Let's do peppy. Gotta go. Have a good stream. Bye, Edget. He did splice his DNA with spider stuff. Spider Tama first. True. Right. Can't have music at the same time as this.
For today's video, I'm going to begin with a story that many of you might find familiar. It's a story about the average Joe who can't get the girl of his dreams. It starts off as a love story, but ends as a tragedy. The story goes like this. A scraggly-looking guy, very average-looking, a little rough around the edges, desires to be with the hottest baddie in town. She's blonde and beautiful, and he greatly admires her. Only problem is, other than not being very good looking, is that he doesn't have a lot of money, and she's a materialistic girl that likes expensive things. But he is a nice guy. I mean, well, sometimes he's not so nice, but...
I hate that phrase. I hate this phraseology. I hate what we've done to this phraseology. I swear to Christ, if there's ever anything that I want more in this life, is that I want people to stop using the terminology of good and nice as though a person cannot say, I am a decent person who does not fuck people over. Because for some reason, whenever that formulation of words is put in that order, I am nice, individuals have demonstrated, as clear was demonstrated with the case of the janitor, that you're back and you're canceled a hotel. Why did you cancel a hotel, my child? In that order, they particularly see that order of words, and all of a sudden, I am a nice guy became, I am your Lord and Savior, suck my dick. And I hate it.
At the end of the day, we look at him as having a heart of gold. So what he does is he buys her a diamond ring, but when he shows it to her, she's very unimpressed. She needs something big, something with a lot more girth. I mean, after all, she likes nice things. So what does he do? He gets a predatory loan and buys this old jalopy. Only car he could afford, in an effort to impress her. But he doesn't impress her. And at the end of the day, she goes with this jerk-off Chad. A rich guy who can buy her the nice things, and this nice guy ends up in a gutter. Sulking and reflecting on his decisions, realizing that at the end of it all, nice guys really do finish last. The story I just told was from a 1956 Tom and Jerry episode, Blue Cat Blues. And this episode presents a tale as old as time. That is the tale of a young man who, despite his tireless efforts, cannot get the girl of his dreams. In modern film and television, we have seen this guy who does nice things for girls only to get nothing in return, depicted as a meek and mild-mannered man. He is often shy, quirky, and a little socially awkward, but at the end of the day we perceive him as being a good guy, and therefore
You cannot use any example of fucking Scott Pilgrim to try and describe this, because Scott Pilgrim's not a nice person. His entire story is about him not being a nice fucking person. Fucking crazy, bro? Larry, he must be. I can't save my fucking... I hate this. Because I can't use Diminish because I need sweep on next turn. Scott Pilgrim is not a nice person. Sure, Jay Perushal gets typecasted as the loser who's getting insulted constantly, but... you cannot use Scott Pilgrim in this example. Because Scott Pilgrim is an asshole.
deserving of getting the girl in the end. But in recent years, there has been a major shift in tone, as many of us have realized that this nice guy is actually not so nice after all.
So that's not even typical of every single guy. That's just you taking the piss out of an example that's being used from social media and then saying, hey, look, evil people. Tell me more about how you hate people.
Beneath the surface, this guy has been shown to be very entitled, selfish, and harmful to...
So, Friends doesn't work. How I Met Your Mother doesn't work because that's literally the story of how he became worthy of a woman. And 100 Days of Summer doesn't work because he doesn't get rewarded for it, and he ends up possibly making the same mistakes again with the new girl. Huh?
Himself and others around him. The nice guy's typical catchphrase of, "Why would a girl want a guy like me?" no longer evokes sympathy, but irritation. With the explosion of social media, there has been a lot of analysis of the nice guy in both real life and in fiction. And now, the nice guy has become a pejorative term, and this individual who we once felt sorry for is now one which we mock. And many of you might already know that I have too taken part in making fun of the nice guy.
Sarah,
That means that you're just as bad as all the people that you're claiming are bad for being, quote, nice guys.
leaving right now, please, Sarah! Sarah!
But even still, with all the movies and television shows out there that have presented this nice guy as the sympathetic main character, a lot of people, and a lot of young men especially, still believe that the nice guy's reactions to rejection are appropriate. And since even some of our superheroes have been depicted as nice guys, it's no wonder that...
So, that doesn't work because Peter Parker was infected with the fucking symbiote that made him into Jerk Maguire. How the fuck you gonna use Bully Maguire and say, hey, listen, Peter Parker is a fucking incel? Because that's what you mean when you mean to say nice guy. Let's not mince words. You're trying to talk about incels and how incels lash out when they don't get what they believe they're rewarded to have. You guys are evil. You guys are fucking evil. I swear to Christ, you guys are fucking evil.
A lot of young men are confused as to how to handle rejection. So today I'm going to go in depth about the nice guy. I'm going to discuss the 3 characteristics that are most prevalent in nice guys, and provide examples where these characteristics are portrayed in movies and television. I'm also going to provide an objective assessment of the counterargument. That is, that the nice guy is actually a sympathetic character. Lastly, I'm going to give some advice to the guys out there that might feel like they are in some way the nice guy. Specifically, I will give my advice as to how to avoid this type of self-destructive behavior, so you can have a happier and more successful dating life. Now before we get into the meat of this video, if you'd like to check out my short fiction piece, please refer to me as the character. It is available for purchase on Amazon for 99 cents.
I will not buy your scam.
This story is narrated by an insufferable incel, and after you read it, you might feel like you need to take a shower. Also, if you like this video, please make sure to like and subscribe. Thank you.
But I do not like your video, so I will not do that.
Although we may not like to admit it, people are kind to one another ultimately to receive a potential benefit.
Cap. You're nice to people because it's easy. We're nice to people because it costs me nothing. It costs me nothing to be a kind person and try to make a world that I would be happy to live in and be satisfied with how I chose to interact with the people in it. I don't do things for rewards, because if I do things for rewards, I become the very person I was talking about when he asked me the question about why do they allow for people who are annoying as fuck to be talk show hosts. You cannot do this. Stop it! Stop it! Stop this crap. Fucking Christ. Why are you guys like this? Ugh. Give me an example of a nice guy. You look no further than the House Stewart and Titan of Megamind. I mean, that's a perfect case example, which is why it's weird that when he puts Titan there, he puts all those others there. Cancel the hotel room because I'm not going to and I don't want to waste the money. We'll book at a later date. Got a fucko story about my wife and her friend. Niceness isn't enough, and almost that shit is very fucked. Nice guys trope is so fucking known and used because nice guys want their dick sucked and all it all for ease. The examples are really bad. The problem with the nice guy trope is that it's used as a stand-in for somebody in the group wanted to mock, but they can't find that person they want to mock, so they'll mock the idea of the person instead.
And that potential benefit is not limited to a romantic partnership. That benefit can be financial or social. Maybe you want to gain a platonic friendship, or perhaps you're just nice because you want to feel like you did a nice thing. So when you're pursuing someone romantically, it is completely normal to feel disappointed when your efforts at courtship don't produce your desired outcome. But nice guys are not just disappointed by rejection. Nice guys become absolutely devastated, and they perceive rejection as an act of betrayal. The reason being is that to them, the chance of a relationship is not just a possibility, but an expected outcome. The nice guy holds the belief that because he acts kindly towards his love interest, he therefore is entitled to a sexual or romantic partnership.
Why are you using Anakin Skywalker when Anakin Skywalker wanted to fucking like Padme Amidala just as bad as Padme wanted to bang him? Huh?
Tom from Tom and Jerry, for instance, believed he was entitled to a relationship because he bought a girl nice things.
No, he wanted to buy nice things for the other cat because he wanted to impress the pussycat. But the pussycat had somebody who was much more of a jerk giving her better things. So she went with the jerk who had more money who was giving her better things.
But it's not only that. Tom also believed that because of his disposition, specifically his willingness to go through crazy efforts to get her attention, that Tom was therefore destined to be with her. Because of how they view themselves, Tom and other nice guys feel they are superior to other men.
Cap.
Especially men who are in their love interest peripheral. And when their love interest becomes romantically involved with someone who is not them, they feel a sense of betrayal. This is despite the fact that their love interest does not owe an ounce of loyalty to them. In Spider-Man 2, starring Tobey Maguire, Peter Parker suffers an emotional breakdown after discovering that his love interest, Mary Jane, is engaged to astronaut John Jameson. Peter can't even begin to fathom that Mary Jane would choose Jameson over him. After all, he is Spider-Man, and not only is he a superhero, but just overall a really nice guy. Peter believes this despite the fact that he isn't even a good friend to Mary Jane, and he doesn't even make an effort to see her. For instance, we find out that he's the only person in her social circle who didn't show up for her performance, a performance which she emphasized was really important to her. Mary Jane even makes the point to Peter that even her sick mother got out of bed to see her perform, and even Peter's aunt was able to make it to the show. But when Peter is confronted with these valid criticisms, he still feels betrayed and stares at her with these creepy Manson lamps. And then later tears up having to take a photo of her with her fiancé. Now there's an argument to be made that the whole point of his relationship to Mary Jane was to emphasize his struggle with balancing his superhero life with his personal one.
You mean the entire point of the fucking trilogy, you jackass?
But even still, Spider-Man had no basis to feel that he was owed a relationship to engage Mary Jane, especially since he couldn't even show up to one of her performances. But what's more irritating is how the movie ends. Mary Jane breaks off her engagement in the most toxic way imaginable and ends up with Peter Parker. Now Mary Jane probably did John Jameson a favor, but it's still a terrible message to convey to young men. That if you feel superior to others, the person you feel you are destined to be with will ultimately be with you.
That is not what that said. You are reading shit into this that never fucking happened.
Spider-Man isn't a standalone film since we see this message conveyed in other films
Notebook doesn't apply.
as well.
That doesn't apply either.
And in these films, that message is often coupled
Stardust doesn't apply.
with the notion that if you're persistent, no matter how creepy and invasive your acts may be, in the end, being with the one whom you desire is your destiny. And this is your destiny, regardless if the person you desire is already in a committed relationship. Only problem is that in real life, this scenario rarely plays out the way the nice guy envisioned. As we will discuss later, even in real life instances where the nice guy does get the girl in the end, it does not cure him of his nice guy qualities. He will continue on a path of self-destruction and ultimately be unhappy.
Due to his insecurity, the nice guy will seek women who are uninterested and or unavailable. So, the only way a person can attempt to get skill at dating is to put yourself out there. And there will be people who are going to be emotionally unavailable or emotionally uninterested in sustaining a friendship or the building blocks of a relationship with you. And it is very likely that there will be some people who are unskilled with this form of rejection. The soft reject, not the hard no, the soft reject. That they will try and try and try until they get a hard no. People being clumsy daters does not make them incels or nice guys. Hashtag TM Trade Snark.
The nice guy phenomenon is quite common, especially with males who are in high school and in their early years of college. The reason that is that the nice guy mentality comes from a
Why did you show a clip of the perks of being a wallflower? The fuck?
place of deep-rooted insecurity. This insecurity may stem from growing up with the absence of one or two parents, but this isn't always the case. Whatever the origin of his insecurity may be, the nice guy unfortunately perceives himself as being less than others around him. The nice guy feels like he's a misfit, that nothing ever works out for him, and that he is missing something from his life that everyone else but him has. Due to his insecurity, the nice guy will seek women that are uninterested and or unavailable. We see many instances depicted in film and television where the nice guy befriends the girl who is unavailable and already in a committed relationship. And in those circumstances,
B-movie doesn't apply because a man literally gets cucked by a fucking bee!
where she is not in a relationship, the writing's on the wall that she has absolutely no interest in him. Now there's a couple reasons why the nice guy seeks out what is unobtainable. One is that the nice guy is a masochist, and because he hates himself deep down, he therefore subconsciously feels deserving of rejection. The other reason is that the nice guy is trying to fill a void, and by filling that void, he will somehow change the course of his life. He mistakenly believes that if he can get what he cannot obtain, then he will thereafter be convinced that things do work out for him, that he is not a misfit, and that he actually has value. That is why for the nice guy, the purpose of the relationship doesn't have much to do with filling the void in his love life, but rather to fill a deeper void that is causing all his insecurities and unhappiness. Now, we've already discussed Peter Parker coveting the unavailable, engaged Mary Jane, but another great example of this nice guy wanting that which is unobtainable is portrayed in the 90s animated sitcom Hey Arnold. In the Season 3 episode titled Arnold and Lila, a series of quirky events leads Lila to believe that Arnold is in love with her. Lila is flattered by the notion that Arnold likes her, and so she pursues him. She starts giving Arnold a lot of affection and seems to follow him around everywhere he goes. But Arnold is initially uninterested in Lila's displays of affection, and conveys to her that he doesn't share those feelings. Arnold says that he does not like Lila. However, once Lila is no longer around to give Arnold affection, Arnold suddenly realizes that he does like her, and wants a relationship. But when Arnold professes his love to Lila, Lila rejects him, and expresses her realization that the only reason she liked Arnold is because she thought Arnold liked her. Arnold is of course saddened by her rejection. But Arnold does not move on from Lila, and for the remainder of the series, Arnold remains head over heels, if not more head over heels, with the girl who is unobtainable. In the Season 5 episode of Arnold Visits Arnie, the show demonstrates the point that Arnold only wants Lila because Lila doesn't want him. In this episode, Arnold dreams of visiting his weird cousin Arnie out in the sticks, and while he's there, Arnold dreams of meeting a girl named Lulu. Lulu is a girl who has a striking resemblance to Lila, and in fact, the only significant difference between Lulu and Lila is that Lulu is smitten with Arnold. Lulu, who is Arnold's dream version of Lila, conveys clearly to him that she likes him, but Arnold is not in the least bit interested in her. Nevertheless, Arnold does have a love interest in his dream, and that girl is named Hilda. In an ironic turn of events, Hilda, a girl who looks identical to the character Helga, expresses that she is clearly not interested in Arnold. I love this show because it brilliantly reveals Arnold's true reasons for desiring Lila. And unlike Spider-Man, Arnold does not end up with Lila in the end, which further demonstrates the show's message that Arnold's reasoning for being infatuated with Lila was flawed. Now, I want to clarify that although Arnold had times where he could be the nice guy, I do think he was a really good person. It also goes without saying that it's hard to place judgment on Arnold, since he was literally a child. But that being said, Arnold's response to rejection was sometimes not always appropriate. For instance, he came off self-pitying after getting rejected by Lila, even though he rejected her first. He was also jealous when he discovered that Lila liked his cousin Arnie, and was further judgmental about their relationship. And as I'm going to get into next, the nice guy's destructive behavior really becomes apparent after rejection.
When the nice guy senses rejection, he will engage in destructive behavior that will negatively affect him and others around him. No, that's not how that sentence would work. When the asshole senses rejection, he will engage in destructive behavior that will negatively affect him and others around him. Nice guys, hashtag TM Tradesnark, incels, would lash out because they believe that they have no other opportunity to do so, and therefore would destroy the bridge that they have no ability to cross. Because reasons. In reality, most of the time when men engage in relationships with women, or opportunities with women, if women are not the ones to put the barrier, the man will be the one to put the barrier. Because this goes all the way back to the idea of men can't be friends with women, which is an obvious fucking lie if you've ever actually had male friends. Now, far be it beyond me to have to be the one to explain this to people, but it is possible for you to have sexual tension with your friends and never act on it. It is also possible for you to have literally had your dick inside of somebody who you talk to on a frequent basis, and you act as though you are brother and fucking sister. There is an entire spectrum of actions, behaviors, and interquels, and it does not require this rigid formulation of what this man is presenting to you as a dating reality, because it is not the dating reality. It's not any dating reality that any person that I know has ever been through. It's not the dating reality that I've been through. It's not the dating reality that most people could ever attest to having been real. It is something that is made up as a narrative to explain how these things just make sense, and they don't. Now, is there people who this applies to? Absolutely. There are plenty of people that it can apply to. However, it is much more likely that if you assume any person who's interacting, I don't need my light on anymore, any of these people who assume must be interacting in this way because, they're upset about that thing because they're a nice guy. It's just shit. It's just bullshit, and most of them know it. So, accountability is a very important factor there. I'm sure is not going to be held accountable. I think the better example here is to go with what John Doe said. If you need an example of a nice guy, Bunty King is that example of a nice guy. Hell, Hunter Avalon is an example of a nice guy. Because there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Remind me of The Perks of Being Wallflower. The Perks of Being Wallflower is a movie. The Perks of Being a Wallflower is a movie. The depressed guy goes on a fucking outside excursion with Emma Watson, and Emma Watson is basically using the guy as a way to live vicariously through him. Anyways, let's see where he goes.
So as I previously discussed, all nice guys are entitled and insecure. However,
all nice guys are entitled and insecure. It'd be more likely that all, quote, hashtag TM Tradesnark nice guys have an inferiority complex. Not that they're insecure. But Carl, isn't that the same thing? No. Anybody can be unsure and insecure about anything, about situations. Having an inferiority complex puts you in the position of being a Jerry.
having these characteristics alone does not necessarily make one a nice guy. After all, we are all human, and we all have shitty thoughts and feelings every now and then. Therefore, what truly defines a nice guy is not just the way he thinks, but rather the way he responds to rejection. When the nice guy senses rejection, he will engage in destructive behavior that will negatively affect him and others around him. It is at this stage that the nice guy will start to harbor resentment against the woman he is pursuing and begin to express self-degradation. You might hear him say things like, "Who would want a guy like me? I wish I was in better shape. I wish I was taller," and so forth. The purpose of this, of course, is to get some sort of reaction, but more importantly, it is an attempt at evoking a sense of guilt. It's a pathetic attempt at manipulation, and it's very irritating to say the least. However, what's far more destructive than his displays of self-pity is when the nice guy begins to convey unwarranted judgment on the woman he is pursuing.
Batman was not pursuing Catwoman because he wanted to fuck her. Especially not in the Batman.
He, for instance, will make remarks about her dating life, even though he has no business or place to be doing so. I want to mention the 1998 comedy The Wedding Singer, because a lot of us overlook at how much of a judgmental nice guy the main character really is. For those of you who haven't seen the movie, it's about a wedding singer named Robbie Hart, played by Adam Sandler, who's smitten with a woman named Julia, played by Drew Barrymore. And Julia is engaged to a guy named Glenn. Basically, the whole movie is just Robbie whimpering to Julia about his prior heartbreak, an obvious attempt at getting her sympathy and attention. Julia, like Robbie, has the emotional maturity of a middle schooler and sort of buys into Robbie's bullshit. Robbie's self-pitying is incessant and really annoying from the beginning of the movie, but his behavior gets even more toxic near the end. When Robbie discovers that Julia's fiancé Glenn is a serial philanderer, Robbie goes into a deep depression. But Robbie's depression has absolutely no relation to any concern he might have for Julia, but rather, Robbie is upset upon the realization that Julia would choose this jerk over such a nice guy like him. And instead of revealing the truth about Glenn to Julia, and giving her the space to deal with what would be a traumatic breakup, Robbie instead lashes out at Julia and accuses her of being shallow and materialistic for wanting to be with Glenn. Recall that Robbie was not engaged to Julia. He was not in a relationship with Julia. Nor did Robbie ever even make a clear and direct move on Julia. Therefore, Robbie's frustrations were clearly rooted in selfishness and completely unwarranted. And this type of scenario unfortunately happens quite often with the nice guy, since feeling resentment is a way.
You're using the example of a film about a CIA plant operative being manipulated by his handler as an example of a nice guy. Okay, we are off to the fucking races, wow!
In which he can stifle his pain and insecurities. Instead of examining his own behavior, he'll begin to convince himself that something is inherently wrong with the girl he's pursuing, and that therefore she needs saving. He will change the narrative, looking at himself as a knight in shining armor. I think most of us will agree that Robbie was very destructive to himself and others around him. But in real life, not everyone is a Robbie or a Peter Parker. Therefore, there is an argument to be made that the nice guy can be a victim under certain circumstances. So that said, let's take a look at the counter-argument and see if there are any instances where the nice guy can be a sympathetic character. So in looking at whether or not the nice guy is actually a victim in these types of situations, I think it's important to look at each scenario separately. And I believe there are 3 typical scenarios where a nice guy interaction can occur. So I want to go over these different scenarios and discuss whether it was the nice guy or the woman that was in the wrong. So in the first scenario, I think everyone can agree that the nice guy is not the victim. This is a situation where the nice guy pursues a woman, the woman knows that he is interested, and she conveys that she is not interested. Obviously, in this situation, the nice guy has been blatantly rejected. He hasn't been led on in any way, and therefore there is no reason for him to be resentful. And I want to clarify that in this scenario, the woman would have the capability of rejecting him outright. And the reason I say that is because, for instance, if the woman was being pursued by the nice guy in the workplace, due to the environment, she may not want the potential repercussions associated with rejection. And as an aside, I think as a general rule that people shouldn't romantically pursue one another in a workplace. And even though I'm sure there are successful love stories that started in the workplace, I can only imagine that the majority of those romances ended in disaster. So the second scenario is a little bit gray, and this scenario is very, very common in high school as well as college, since it often involves immature young people. So in this scenario, the woman he's pursuing knows he's interested in her, but is in denial of his feelings because she wishes to remain friends. In this scenario, the girl may know deep down that he likes her, but is not actively showing that she likes him. So for this scenario, although I don't think that she is a victim to the nice guy's incessant displays of self-pity, I neither think that the nice guy is a victim. And the reason I believe that is because she is not acting maliciously. I think this is more of a situation where there are two people who are really immature and inexperienced with relationships between the opposite sex. The third and last scenario is where a lot of guys feel that they have the right to hold resentment. In this scenario, the woman is well aware that the nice guy is interested. She, however, is not interested in him, but she actively chooses to remain friends with him because she likes the attention. The girl in this situation is intentionally manipulating the situation, and therefore I believe that her behavior can be very harmful. In this situation, I believe that the nice guy can be the victim temporarily. I say temporarily.
So the nice guy can never be the victim. He is always a person who is a willing compatriot of the system. And he is never allowed to say, actually, you could just stop bullshitting me and just be honest. And, be straight up and don't waste my time. No. Never possible. Never possible. He's always the perpetrator. He knows what he was doing. How dare you want people to reciprocate feelings?
Rarely, because in a lot of these situations, the nice guy, being a masochist, will continue feeding into her manipulation despite being aware of what she is doing.
Also, you're using an example from Ex Machina, which is a film about a guy who's basically a living Turing test for convincing if a machine can be able to convince him to let them out of the house.
That said, the minute the nice guy realizes what she is doing, his victimhood has ended, because at that point he can simply walk away. But if he continues with
that is true.
His own toxic behavior, he has no one to blame but himself. So I'm going to end this video by giving some advice to the guys out there that might feel like they're in some way the nice guy. And I hope that this advice is particularly helpful to those guys who are friends with women and become attracted to their friends who are women, but their female friends don't like them back. And you might be wondering, what gives you the authority to speak on this? What gives you the authority to give advice? You're not a psychologist, aren't you just some asshole on the internet? Well, that might be true. That might be very well true, but there was a time in my life, back in high school, that some people would have referred to me as the nice guy.
Poke. Poke, poke.
I don't know, I'm just poking my bestie. What are you doing? So I regrettably admit that there was more than one instance in high school where I would become friends with a girl, I would develop feelings for her and express my feelings, and when I was rejected, I would wallow in my self-pity. I would feel like the whole world was against me. It was very, very nice guy of me. But I think I got over it, because I'm a married man now. I've been with the same wonderful person for 10 years.
I never lost... I learned out of my behavioral tendencies, because you see, I'm no longer the incel. See, I have a whole ass wife. That means I beat my allegations. He did not beat the allegations. He is just as toxic as he was before. Now he just chooses to be the person who's telling other people that they're not the toxic ones.
So I'd like to think that I grew out of that stage and learned to have a healthy relationship. And since I do come from that place, I feel like I do have some standing to give some advice. So Whether or not you want to hear it, here's the advice I'm going to give. Here's my first piece of advice. If you're interested in a woman and you want to be in a relationship with her, you need to first honestly ask yourself this. Do I actually like her? Or do I only like the idea of her? Better yet, am I going into this relationship because I think I'm going to make myself happier and more confident? Now, if you're going into the
You don't date people to make yourself happy and confident, dude. You should just be confident on your own.
relationship for those reasons, you're not ready for the relationship. You need to be alone and work on yourself, work on your confidence. You know, I hear a lot of people saying that women love a guy with confidence. And the reason that is because women do not like guys that need them. They like guys who want them. And if you go into the
That's actually against the idea of it. Women want to be wanted, not needed and required. I'm gonna say that again. Women want to be wanted, not needed and required. The and in that statement is very necessary, because if you said women want to be wanted, not needed, it's bullshit. There are people who have the motherly instinct inside of them already. So whenever they interact with their husbands, their boyfriends, their fuck boyfriends, and or otherwise, they do something from a position of, oh no, I'm not a slave to him. I want to be here. I want to baby him. That's my man. If you said the other end, they want to be wanted, not required, then now that motherly instinct becomes a question of why do you want to be so subservient to him? Are you a slave? If they want to be wanted, but not needed and required, they don't want the relationship to feel like an upkeep of a job for a man-child. Which, that's not just relevant on women. Men also don't want to feel like they're taking care of a fucking man-woman. Because when you have to start dealing with a spoiled princess, suddenly any type of pushback that you could give will be contextualized as actually you're letting them do this to you, and or da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And that doesn't lead anywhere positive. It actually leads to multiple places that are negative. Very, very likely to do so as well. Very hard to hold them accountable in that situation too.
the relationship thinking she's going to make you happier and confident because you're not happy and you're not confident, then you're going into that relationship needing something, and she's going to sense that. And it's going to come off desperate, and she is 99% of the time going to reject you. I believe that's the number one reason why a lot of these guys get rejected, and it's probably the reason why I got rejected, because I needed something. I was unhappy, and I didn't have a lot of confidence, and I thought that getting a girlfriend was the solution to my inner problems, and it's not. Now, assuming that you do honestly like her, in that case, you should pursue the relationship. And this is, of course, assuming that she's not already in a committed relationship. If she is, you really, really need to fuck off and respect that. We're talking about single women in these types of situations.
If a woman can be pulled by a guy who's talking to her, he should pull her, 100%. What's that wonderful saying that women love to say? If you can take my man, you can have him? Yeah, if you can take my girl, you can have her. I'm not fighting for the bitch if she can't fight for me. If I cannot be like a spectral ghost over her shoulder that is in her ear whenever somebody comes around, and it's very clear that she's manipulated, and I'm not able to be like, bitch, what the fuck happened? What were you doing here? You supposed to get this motherfucker all this shit? What the fuck happened? What about that thing I did to your butt last night? You just gonna let this motherfucker pull you? You just gonna let him put his dick in your mouth? You just gonna let it happen? You just gonna let it happen? If that is allowed, take her. I gift her to you. Take her far away from me. I hope you will be happy with what you have. There's never been better lyrics written by Selena. Matter of fact, where is that song? Where is it? This is where I wish I was able to speak better Spanish, because then I could remember it. I don't want Selena Gomez lyrics. God damn it. That's not it. I'm gonna have to find it later. I remember the fucking Spanish lyrics, and I know the translation for the lyrics, but I don't remember the stanza. Fuck! This is what happens when you're multilingual. You can remember the language, and you can remember the fucking lyrics in the other language, but you can't fucking convert them back so you can find them in the fucking Genius Finder.
But I see a lot of guys, they are afraid of pursuing the relationship. They're afraid of revealing their feelings to the girl because they're already friends with them, and they're worried that if they reveal their feelings and they get rejected, it's going to ruin the relationship. And here's where my second piece of advice comes in. If you're in that situation, you need to tell her. In fact, if you're in that situation...
So, the problem with this is that when women are presented with romantic potential, if the guy is not the thing that they would immediately jump onto the bones of, they will feel as though they should distance themselves from them because they want the thing that they want, not you. So, women, this is what I was talking about when I said the difference between a hard no and a soft no. What women will do in lieu of a hard no is they will offer an opportunity, which is an opportunity cost for romance, of them being your quote friend. I'm going to put quote here because them being your friend and you being a quote friend is because of the fact that they know that you want to fuck them. They will put you in the position of being their quote friend in lieu of pursuit of a relationship with them. Now, this is the point that if you were to go by this man's logic, should be where you say, I don't want it, and fuck off, right? Because if you approach them and say, I want to go together, and they say to you, but I'm just not in a good place right now, can we still be friends? There is a 50% chance that they are seeing if they can get away with that bullshit. Now, this does not apply to all people, because there are plenty of people who they're just not mentally in a place where they can have a relationship themselves. That is possible for women and men. This can happen if you're a woman approaching a man. This can happen if you're a man approaching a woman. It can happen as a gay man approaching a gay man, and vice versa, and vice versa. However, apples to apples, oranges to oranges, everybody's the same. 50% chance across the board. It can be nothing. They're seeing what you're willing to accept. For people who want to have access to you, they're seeing if you're willing to accept that version of them. So, if you've seen them literally jump onto a new guy every other week, every day, every hour, But when you approach them, they say, "No, I'm not ready. I got to think about some things." There's a possibility they're giving you the runaround. Now, I say 50-50. It's more like a 25-25, 50%. The 50% is that it could be nothing. 25% is that they're fucking with you. The other 25% is that you are such a high value on their personal value chart that they don't want to ruin what possibly could happen with you. So instead, they will give you the lieu of a friendship so that they can mentally work themselves up to that point and see if it'll work out once they got to the point that they feel that they should be in. This is the point where people would say, "Oh, the incel feels like the incel feels like he should tell his plan here because he never knows if he'll get another opportunity like this again." It is much, much more likely that it'll be harder for you, not easier, harder for you to get that to apply across the board. And that's just on nature of the thing being the thing.
Okay? Call her. Or better yet, tell her in person. Don't text her. Okay? Don't do that. Don't be a wussy boy and text her. Tell her in person or call her. Texting never works.
It can work, but it requires them to be honest. In person is good because it forces them to have to be in the moment and choose the words wisely. Over the phone, you can hear the disappointment in their voice or the annoyance, which allows you to know, okay, I should just fuck off then because they don't care enough to actually be honest with me. Over text can only work if they're willing to actually care about your emotional security and about your emotional state enough to be honest with you and not play games of words, because it can be useful to use this over text, but that's only if the person is going to be honest and just simply say what they gotta say. More often than not, they're not going to tell you the full truth unless they don't give a fuck anyways. Then they will be completely blunt with you. And this works for both men and women. Women are not as ruthful as men can be, but they are more emotionally precise with how lethal they wish to be. Men are much more brutal with how they choose to deny and reject people. Women are much more emotionally destructive with how they choose to emotionally reject people.
But you need to tell her, because you may be worried that the relationship will be ruined if she rejects you, and you won't have the friendship. But let me tell you this. Don't worry about that, because the relationship is already ruined. Okay, it's the hard truth. It is ruined, because you have feelings for her. It's changed the dynamic forever. Now, you shouldn't feel bad about that. Don't feel bad about being attracted to your friends. It happens, but the bad thing that you can do is keep it from her, because keeping it from her, it makes the relationship no longer authentic. It's no longer a platonic friendship. It's based on secrets, and it's not truthful. It's not honest. So you need to tell her, okay? And the absolute worst thing that can happen is that she rejects you.
No, that is not the worst thing that happens is she rejects you. The worst thing that can happen is that she tells all of her friends, and all of them try to resent you in a way that you can never truly be able to understand, period. I've had it happen. Every man's had it happen. Every woman's had it happen. And if you haven't had it happen yet, trust me, it's going to happen to you. And no, you should not tell them. No abilities yet. She got that dog in her. I know. I saw the trailer. Good. I also didn't change the screen back. There is a mind state that you have to be in that allows you to approach the ability to talk about it. And that's only if they've shown themselves capable of talking about it. Otherwise, women who you have a romantic interest in, not just I want to fuck. Let me in, I'm trying to fuck. But you have a romantic interest in them. The people who you have a romantic interest in that you don't want things to sour with, you should tell them. If you just want to fucking hit it and quit it, don't talk, don't speak. Say nothing.
But feel good about the fact that you told her, because going along with that friendship, believe me, it does no good for her and it does no good for you. It's just going to lead to a lot of pain. I mentioned earlier that insecure people should not get into relationships. They should instead take a step back and focus on themselves. But what does focusing on yourself really mean? I hear people say it all the time, you need to focus on yourself, but no one ever says what the hell that means. Well, this is what it means to me, and this is my third piece of advice. If you feel that you're becoming the nice guy, what you need to do is find yourself a passion. Find something that you really love to do and devote yourself to it. Become obsessed.
No, you need to find a hobby. And you shouldn't devote yourself to your hobby where you have that as your only personality. You should find something to do with yourself so you can distract yourself from the issue and problem that you would perceive to be an issue with you and other people.
Obsessed with it. And I don't care if that passion is sports, if it's art, music. It just needs to be an activity that is productive, something that takes a lot of time and effort to become good at. And the more you're involved with that activity, the better you're going to be at it. And you're going to gain confidence, and you're going to exude that confidence, and women are going to find that very attractive.
It's less about confidence and more about happiness. Because, and this is true of both men and women, people who perceive themselves to be happy at all times and satisfied with where they are going to have people approach them, which is why you're going to end up finding people approaching people who are in relationships or situationships where they are not available emotionally because they are in a situationship or a relationship, and they exude the idea of what people want, which is what people mean when they say they're in love with the idea of being in love. They're in love with the idea of being with someone because they're in love with the idea of having somebody else on their arm, not because of the fact that they want to pray at the altar of somebody and have them crush the fucking head with their fucking legs.
And another thing that may be even more important is that when you're involved in something and you're trying, you will have wins, but you're going to have a lot of failures. That's just inevitable. It's a part of life. But you're going to learn how to accept failures, how to move on, how to try harder and be better for the next time. And it's going to really help you understand and accept rejection, because that is inevitable as well. And most importantly, you will be happy because you will be doing something that you love. And happiness is arguably an even more attractive quality than confidence. Women love happy men because you get to share your happiness with others. You don't want to be the unhappy, insecure guy who's looking for that solution in a woman. It's not going to happen. So if you have a passion already, do it even more. Do it even more. And if you don't have a passion, go out and find what you love and do it to the fullest. Because I promise you that once you feel happy and fulfilled,
Audio track changed.
a relationship with someone who is actually right for you will inevitably follow.
And that is not true. Because that's what creates the quote incel nice guy. They take this advice, they don't get help, nothing changes for them, they don't feel any change, and it's not because there isn't any change, it's because most of these things are things that you will have an indeterminate amount of time to work forward to, that eventually it will happen quote unquote down the road. They will do all these solutions, all these things will happen, none of it will change, they'll come back to the people they got the advice from and be like, hey yo, what the fuck? You said I was gonna get better! And they'll be like, dude, I'm sorry. You know, it's not a perfect system. And then they're going to bite your fucking head off. And then you're going to be like, see, this kids, this is a result of what happens when you're a nice guy. And that's going to make them even more fucking incensed. That's what creates the nice guy. You give them advice that doesn't actually fucking work. They come back to you to hold you accountable for it. And you say, hey, yo, fam, I'm not responsible for your shit. And then you say, hey, man, I'm just giving advice. It's not my fault that shit didn't work for you. What a fucking shit video. What a shit video. Should I watch another one from this person? Sure, why not? Let's hear about the ever-evolving Karen. Let's find out if he just hates men and wants to give them bad advice, or if he's just not on the mark about gender in general.
I find it fascinating that centuries ago, many of the words that we now use in our everyday language had completely different meanings from our modern understandings. This video was taken on November 5th, 2017 at the Lewis Bonfire in Enbridge, England. And for those of you who are English, probably already know what this is and what they are burning. What they are burning is an effigy of Guy Fawkes, a man who was one of the Catholic conspirators that tried and failed to blow up the House of Lords in 1605. And Guy Fawkes, a man whose features today are often depicted in a popular mask, has his effigy symbolically burned every year in celebration for England's defeat of the Catholic resistance. And back in the day, these effigies, which are made of straw or other flammable materials, were called guys, and that is the original meaning of the word. And for 400 years, the word guy was only significantly used on November 5th, since that was the night of the celebration. However, somewhere along the way, the word guy changed. Along with its original meaning, the word guy was also used as an insult to describe a poorly dressed man. But even more time passed, and the word was no longer derogatory, and guy was rather used to describe any man. Today, the word guy can be used for anyone as a gender-neutral term, especially when used in the plural. Now, no one really knows exactly when people transitioned to using the word according to our modern definition, but most agree it took around 200 years. And 200 years sounds long, but it's not too unusual since there have been many other words in our English language that took centuries to transform to our contemporary understandings. However, times have changed, and in our internet age of fast and widespread communication, definitions of words are changing much more rapidly and in much shorter time frames. And now, we're seeing the meanings of words change right before our very eyes. During the years 2020 and 2021, I, along with millions of other viewers, religiously watch videos like these. These videos, although having been filmed by different people at different locations, all pretty much present the same thing. Or should I say they all present the same person. The person we see in these videos is a type of person who over the past few years has become an archetype of the most popular internet meme to have ever existed. And that person can be described as the MVP of unnecessary public tantrums and tirades. She's known to be entitled, rude, demanding, and aggressive, and will cause an uproar at the most minor inconvenience. There are also times she can be racist and on occasion even violent. Although she is not a representative of all middle-aged white women, social observations have indicated that she is part of a certain segment within that demographic. We all know who she is. She is, of course, the Karen.
I mean, the Karen has existed for as long as there have been people to have a busybody nose in your business, but okay, sure, whatever.
For years now, I, like most everyone, have enjoyed watching these Karen videos. Admittedly,
Why? You like hearing women be shrill?
it's fun to watch people be ridiculed, and can all agree that these wrongdoers are deserving of public disdain. I can enjoy these videos guilt-free because I could deduce from my observations that these Karens were unjustifiable in their actions which resulted in harm to others. Therefore, in a way, the public ridicule that the Karens received from these videos almost felt like retribution. But now in 2022, I'm not getting the same enjoyment watching these videos that I did the previous years.
Oh, boo-hoo. Somebody who's addicted to thinking he's not the problem doesn't like the fact he can't enjoy his media guilt-free.
Since more and more videos seem to be assigning the name Karen to people that seem to have no association to its original meaning.
We'll be the judge of that. We'll be the judge of that. When Karen interrupts your recording at the gym. I got into a fight with a crazy Karen because she thought I stole her daughter's boa off her neck.
Karen to people that seem to have no association to its original meaning. What was once a pejorative term designated to those demonstrating
You get 5 minutes added to your life every time a Karen looks you up and down at the gym.
clear abhorrent behavior no
I'm gonna live forever.
longer seems to be the case.
So, I'm not stupid.
Association.
But this woman was walking around the camera here. I'll put it back on the screen. This woman was walking around the camera and just happened to walk in front of it. And so you say that that is a woman being a Karen.
What was once a
Which I
pejorative
can
term
agree that's egregious.
designated to those
But this one here is just a woman that's being vain. That's what this is. That's just a woman being vain.
demonstrating clear abhorrent behavior.
This one is just a woman looking at you wearing fucking tight pants. And you saying, hey yo, she's staring at me because she's jealous. I'm not sure I believe that.
no longer seems to be the case. Karen is now
$100,000 later just to have my college graduation walk blocked by this Karen.
overused and misused that the word is starting to become hackneyed.
Well, see, that's what happens when a normie starts taking use of words that are not meant for them. So are you upset that people are misusing a phrase? Or are you upset that you're not able to get away with using a phrase yourself? Place your bets. Which one is it?
So for this video, I'm going to discuss how the meaning of the word Karen is changing rapidly and arguably devolving. And in order to do so, I'll first need to start from the beginning. I'll discuss the history of the meme and its origin. Karen began as a satirical social commentary on angry middle-aged white women that were observed acting afoul in public. Therefore, I'll provide my own theories as to why I think these observations were and have been so common, and what that might tell us about our culture. So that said, let's discuss the ever-changing Karen.
Origin of an internet sensation.
In the United States, the use of derogatory slang terms to describe certain people within the white female population is certainly not a new phenomenon. Miss Anne, for instance, a black vernacular English term to describe wealthy and entitled white women, was commonly used amongst the working-class black community in 1920s Harlem. The word Miss Anne may have originated as far back as the mid-19th century, and was a word often designated to white women who accused black people of crimes without reasoning or warrant. But unlike Karen, that is specific to...
Yes, make sure we see the before and after, even though the woman's dead, because we haven't got enough of people using that shit. Please leave Emmett Till the fuck alone. Individuals like you need to leave Emmett Till the fuck alone. Because you misuse him.
Middle-aged white women, or at least was originally...
Many people misuse him, but you... stay away. Stay away.
Later. Miss Anne was a term that encompassed younger white women as well, and sometimes was used even to refer to black women who engaged in similar behavior. Some have theorized that Karen is a modern derivative of Miss Anne, and therefore Karen was initially a part of Black American vernacular English.
Which means we made it. Therefore, you must come to me for your N and Karen pass!
I, however, was unable to find any concrete evidence to confirm this. Nevertheless, we do see in multiple Karen videos examples of women calling the police on black people for minor infractions without warrant. And based on the videos, many of these incidents appear to be racially motivated. That said, whether or not Karen was originally part of Black vernacular English, the usage of Miss Anne possibly influenced our modern-day language, thus paving the way for Karen to appear in our vocabulary today. However, others theorize that the word didn't originate from a community, but rather credit Karen to one person. For instance, some online discussion forums have claimed that stand-up comic Dane Cook invented the word Karen in his 2005 comedy special, Retaliation. In his bit titled The Friend No One Likes, Dane states that there is one person in the friend group that no one likes, and he calls that person Karen. Now in the bit, Dane merely calls this hypothetical Karen a douchebag, and doesn't really get any more substantive than that.
Example, Karen is always a douchebag. Every group has a Karen, and she's always a bag of douche.
That said, although I believe there could be a connection, it appears tenuous at best. Along with the Dane Cook theory, others credit the word to a Redditor called KarmaCop9, who in 2017 extensively ranted about his ex-wife Karen. However, just like the Dane Cook theory, there is no concrete evidence to prove this. Now, the origin story that makes the most sense to me is very simple, but I believe most plausible. And that is that the name Karen was just the one that stuck during the time that all these Karen-esque memes were being created.
No shit,
For those
Sherlock.
of you who frequented the internet in the 2010s, recall that before Karen, there were many other memes floating around the internet mocking middle-aged white women freaking out in public. And in these memes, names such as Barbecue Betty, Corner Store Caroline, and Permit Patty were used to identify these women that were caught in the act of a public freakout.
It's also names like Negative Nancy, but let's just not talk about the phrases that were actually made by comics on SNL and talk about the ones that you just decided to bullshit your way through.
Therefore, it seems that people around this time were searching for the catchiest, stereotypical, white, middle-aged female name, and Karen became the victor. And I think the same can be said about the Karen's likeness, which also likely originated from another meme. I think it's safe to say that when most people think of a Karen, what usually comes to mind is an A-line haircut with bleach blonde highlights. Therefore, there's a general consensus that the Karen meme was an offspring of the earlier "May I Speak to the Manager" meme, dating back to 2015. But that being said, everything that is on the internet originates from something observable in real life, so the same has to be said for the Karen and her likeness. A lot of people have speculated that Kate Gosselin from John K+8 inspired the creation of the "May I Speak to the Manager" meme, and some have even gone as far as to say that she is the original Karen. For one, she had a hairstyle that was popular with middle-aged women, especially in the aughts and early teens, and this hairstyle was often subject to mockery by comedians. Secondly is how she's represented on the program. Kate often exhibited some Karen behaviors such as being short-tempered.
She was a mother of multiple children! It's even better. I have the chair now, so I can now do this. I can do this now! Where is it? That's for height. Here it is. She was a mother to multiple children!
That's going to be a balancing act to get used to.
Doesn't even feel like I can do that with the headset on.
Will I tilt backwards? It doesn't feel like I will. But anyways, multiple children! Multiple children! She was a mother of multiple children!
Have you ever dealt with kids? Are you serious? You must be jesting. You must be jesting. There's no fucking way you said that with a straight fucking face. With a straight fucking face. A straight fucking face. No. No. You're not that dumb. You're not that dumb. You're not that dumb. There's no way you're that dumb. How dare a woman with children who is in a stressful situation like making sure she doesn't get fucked out of her extreme couponing, how dare that person look up those things? More importantly, why would she argue for those things while also dealing with these children at the same time? Man.
Being demanding, and one time even admitted to physically abusing John.
Well, after what we learned about John, most people would assume that it was actually justified, but, you know, marriage is a form of warfare, and if you're not doing it together, you're doing it separately.
Nevertheless, whatever the origins may be, most people agree that Karen started to become mainstream in late 2017 due to a wide dissemination of these kinds of still image memes. And as videos gradually became more popular over still image memes, a massive influx of videos documenting women having public tantrums began to flood the internet. And when the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted the world in 2020 and 2021, the Karen sensation even got bigger. One obvious reason for this was that everyone was on lockdown and using their phones for entertainment. But in addition to that, this is a time where the decision of whether or not to wear a face mask became a heated political topic. So heated, in fact, that many people felt inclined to act outrageously in public. Now in these videos, we saw that the freakouts were not specific to people of a particular political party, as both people on the right and the left were acting out of line. However, there was a noticeable similarity regarding the aggressor in all these videos, and that was that in all these videos, the aggressor was often female, middle-aged, and white. Now I'm certainly not trying to say that there's an inherent issue with middle-aged white women, and I personally find that argument disingenuous as well as just plain lazy. In the grand scheme of things, the people who are filmed only make up a small portion of this large demographic. After all, there are over 7 billion people in this world with cameras on their phones. Therefore, recordings of outrageous incidents is inevitable. Furthermore, as I will dive deeper into later, people have incentives like getting a lot of views. So of course people were biased and chose to film people who had stereotypical Karen features. But that all being said, it's very odd that a large number of people that were recorded having these tantrums, whether it be with customers or kids on the sidewalk, often seem to be within the same demographic. And although this is completely anecdotal, during my days of installing cable in 2014, the small minority of customers that were naggy, rude, and demanding were more likely to be middle-aged, female, and white. It therefore makes me wonder if there is an explanation for this observable phenomenon. You know, I've heard a lot of people say that the reasons why Karens are so resentful is because they all have a sense of entitlement. Now, although I believe that having a sense of entitlement is a part of it, I don't believe that it entirely explains the Karen disposition. I say that because a lot of people in Western society who wouldn't necessarily be labeled as Karens would still be described as entitled. Admittedly, we are all a little bit spoiled living in a time where we can get anything we want delivered to us 7 days a week. Therefore, there must be another reason that is driving these Karens to act so outrageously. Perhaps they are not merely entitled, but perhaps they are also very angry and resentful. Now let me be clear that what I'm about to say next is merely my hypothesis, and this theory, of course, does not apply to all people who are within the white, female, middle-aged demographic. That being said, I believe that if we look at the culture and upbringing of white, middle-aged American women, we may see some reasons as to why a segment of this population appears to be so resentful. Karens of today, being middle-aged, were children of the 60s and 70s, which was a very unique time to be born for American women, particularly white American women. Prior to the 60s, white women, especially married white women, were generally discouraged from working outside the home. We've seen many infamous propaganda films from the 1950s depicting the ideal woman as the perfect housewife. That is one.
It's not propaganda if that's the way of life that was suitable for that time period. But go on.
Who cooks, cleans, and looks her best. But never in a million years would we expect her to pick up a wrench. Now in the films, these women all look like joyful mothers, but as we all know, in reality, this was often not the case. Since all the important financial decisions and responsibilities were designated to the husband, many of these women felt dissatisfied, restrained, and powerless. And this was the norm for many white American families for generations. In the 1960s, everything was turned upside down. With the emergence of the second wave feminist movement, there would be massive changes in both our government and culture. This movement would last all the way to the early 80s, and during this time came about laws such as the Equal Pay Act, Equal Credit Opportunity Act, Pregnancy Discrimination Act, and the list goes on. And along with government mandates, there's a major change to the general public attitude with respect to women in the workplace. Unlike girls that grew up in the 50s and before, girls of the 60s, 70s, and thereafter were encouraged to get educated and find a career. And these women did just that, since female participation in the workforce skyrocketed. And this increase was especially true for white women. In 1950, for instance, only around 28% of white women were in the workforce, but by 1990, that number nearly doubled to almost 60%. This percentage from 1990 is even more significant when we look at data from years prior, showing that the percentages were even lower, with only around 16% of white women in the workforce in 1890, and around 22% were in the workforce in 1920. Therefore, many middle-aged white women of today were the first in their families to find a career. And for these women, these opportunities were enthralling. Unlike their mothers who grew up confined to the household, the women of this generation would be out making their own income. With that, they would also have equal control of the finances and have influence over other important decisions that were previously designated to their male counterparts. However, despite these radical changes, there were still traditional values that remained in place, since women were still encouraged and oftentimes expected to get married and have children. This blend of both new age and traditional values presented new goals and aspirations for all women. That is, in order for a woman to be happy and fulfilled, she must be both a mother and a successful businesswoman. Unfortunately for many women, these wonderful dreams and aspirations of having it all turned out to be total nightmares. After the 60s, women were now officially part of the rat race, and like their husbands, they too were subject to hour-long commutes and traffic to their 8 to 6 jobs. However, unlike their husbands, there was still an underlying expectation that these women were going to be the homemakers, and therefore would keep most of the responsibility when it came to raising children. Coming home from a stressful workday to a pile of dirty dishes in the sink and a baby's diaper that needed changing came to be the norm. And as the years went by, many women realized that this life of a full-time working mother was no longer a revolutionary dream come true, but in reality a monotonous hell. They began to get tired, resentful, and angry that this promise of a happy life was all just a ruse, and that in the end, they too were just like their mothers, and did not have much control over their own lives. There's an old saying that hurt people, and I believe this holds true for the Karens. I believe that these Karens are hurt and resentful that their lives didn't turn out the way they expected. And having grown up with these false promises that they would finally have control over their lives has made them today absolutely obsessed with getting control over anything and everything they can, especially control over anybody who tries to defy them. That is why the Karen gets so belligerent over little inconveniences, like an incorrect food order, or a kid at a lemonade stand without a...
I don't think that's the reason why. Not in all cases. Mostly, it's people wanting to get back at somebody when they believe that they have the ability to fuck with them, and wanting to fuck with them. It's a matter of control, not a matter of getting even.
permit. It all comes down to them trying to regain that control, because if they don't, they will be a doormat just like their mothers.
That's very misogynistic for you to say. Especially when we see that the Karen behavior actually is proliferated not because of the behavior and action of a mother, but because of the behavior and action and always the inevitable blame of men and their fathers. Yes, it's in control, but it's not because of control because of something that their mother did. That is cap.
Now, although I stand by my theory, I want to make clear that I'm certainly not arguing that we should revert back to traditional family structures. And neither am I critical of people who choose to have a traditional household. I think that everyone should live their lives the way that works for them, and makes them feel happy, whether that be traditional, modern, or unconventional. So that said, the point I'm rather making is that I believe that a lot of white American women that grew up during this time were unprepared for the cultural transition that was occurring, where a working mother would become the norm. Recall how I mentioned earlier that only around 16% of white female Americans were in the workforce in 1890. This is already a very small number. When you look at the percentages of married white American females that were working at this time, the numbers are even more abysmal. In 1890, a mere 2.5% of married white women were in the workforce, and in 1920 it only increased to 6.5%. I find this especially interesting since if we compare these statistics to non-white working females, the numbers aren't nearly as drastic. Between 1890 to 1950, the percentage of non-white females who participated in the workforce was not only higher than whites, but consistently around 40% throughout these 60 years. Non-white married females were also way more likely to participate in the workforce than white females, with 22.5% in the workforce in 1890 and 32.5% in 1920. It therefore appears that due to economic, societal, cultural, and other factors, that a significant number of non-white married women were already in the workforce decades prior to the second wave feminist movement. American economist Janet Yellen actually wrote on this subject in a May 2020 essay, and in that essay she stated that in the early 20th century, African American women were about twice as likely to participate in the labor force as were white women at the time, largely because black women remained in the labor force after marriage. Now, it's true that women, both single and married, white and non-white, joined the workforce in much greater numbers during the second wave feminist movement. However, it is also true that non-white married women were working in significant numbers prior to the movement. Perhaps the 60s movement was not as a dramatic change for non-white married women, since non-white families had generations of women before them who had already been in the workforce. Perhaps non-white married mothers were given the guidance and skills passed down through these generations as to how to manage 2 full-time jobs, that is, being a mother and being in the workforce. And just maybe, because they had such knowledge passed down from generations, non-white women had an idea as to what they were going to expect, and therefore didn't turn out so lost and resentful. And of course, I'm not saying that non-white women didn't have problems to deal with after the 1960s, but maybe because they had other family around them that shared these same experiences, they were able to handle these transitions much better, which is partly why we don't see as many non-white Karens being recorded. Now, although I think there is some basis to indicate this connection, I do admit that other than an unreliable poll or questionnaire, there's no clear way to prove this theory. I also admit that there is a problem with the assumption that most of these Karens are working mothers. Although I have observed in these videos Karens that are working mothers, there are a lot of Karens out there that don't work or are childless. Therefore, there has to be an explanation for their behavior as well. Admittedly, there have been times in my life where I've been irritated with service workers, whether it was an incompetent mechanic, a dismissive waiter, or the rude guy at the DMV. When I've had these moments of irritation, I did not react and kept my feelings to myself. Now, I'd like to think that I don't react outwardly in these situations because I'm such a good guy, but if I'm being really honest with myself, I believe a big part of it is because I'm worried about what others will think of me. I don't want someone to think I'm an idiot, or even worse, I don't want someone to punch me in the face. However, the Karens don't seem to think this way. Not only do they think their freakouts will come without consequences, it's almost as if they think that they will receive applause for their behavior. Now, it's hard to imagine how anyone in their right mind could think that this behavior is cute. When you look at how this type of demographic was historically presented in film and television, then it makes sense how many would think that their attitudes are socially acceptable. As more and more women joined the workforce after the 60s, television, film, and radio began to change. And by the 80s, it started to become clear that a large portion of television films were specifically tailored to a female audience. The reason being was that a much larger portion of the population had control of the finances, and thus there was a large new audience to sell products to. However, as is very evident today, many media production companies are disconnected from what audiences really want. And in their attempt to get a hold of a large female audience, they created the film and television tropes that we all despise. One of the most famous ones that come to mind is the attractive but bitchy wife with an unattractive dumb husband. In these shows' cheap attempts at bringing the audience relatable humor, the wife will often despise the husband for his unrelenting stupidity. In this pursuit,
Because this is tied back to the thing you said in your video about nice guys, where a bumbling man is considered to be a fucking fuck-up that they don't want to deal with. And they look at him as though he is a perfect open example of how they are basically raising a male child.
of comedy, she will insult his physique while also belittling him over the most minor things. We see this trope most often in 90s sitcoms, but it's also very prevalent in films of the early O's. And in these films, she's not only impatient with her lobotomized husband, but she is also very combative with literally anyone who tries to step in her way. During this time period, this type of female representation may have been even worse in radio. Nearly every radio station had an identical format, and every radio host was an identical caricature. There was always one or two, and I say this in quotes, edgy funny guys, as well as one woman who was there to destroy all the fun and keep the guys in check. That being said, I don't think that a silly radio show is going to make one a Karen, but
It's really interesting that you chose to use white examples there. This is why I love the fucking shit I have. So, The Breakfast Club is the first one that comes to my mind. Charlamagne the God, Angela Yee, and DJ Envy. What's that? A black male, and a black woman? Aw, man. Aw, man. And the one who's obviously showing his ass all the time is Charlamagne the God? Damn, that breaks the format. That's horrible for you, bro. That's horrible for you. Put that shit on the screen, Carl. I got it right here, Carl. Don't you worry. Use window capture 3. A little bit small. As you can see, Charlemagne the God, Andrew Lee, like DJ Envy. What's another one? What's another one? Oh yeah, Steve Harvey Morning Show. Shirley Strawberry, Nephew Tommy, Steve Harvey. Damn. Black male, black woman. That must suck. There's a bunch of other ones I could think of. The Duran Duran Show. I guess that one is more local to Columbus, Georgia. Yeah, that one's more local here to Georgia. Q1073, on-air Duran Morning Show. Part of PBM Broadcasting. Elvis Duran in the Morning Show. And as you can see here, white, an ethnic woman. And yet, I don't see why this is a problem. You'd think that the Elvis person is the fat guy with the blacker shirt, but no, it's the guy with the fucking Reaper jersey there, standing next to the fucking copycat Reba. It's called a typeset, my guy. It's called personalities. They are radio personalities. Their job is to work off of each other. They are friends and it works. Shit, even with my podcast, I have introduced a female element in the form of Jay. We haven't had a fucking episode with her on yet because we're still waiting on Ben, and yet, black male, white male, black woman. The emphasis here is that you want to have a balance of people. I mean, shit, let's go to Timcast, why don't we? Oh, Timothy! Oh, Timothy! Can we get a picture of Timcast, please? So, accounting for when Lindsay was there, you had Tim, now you have her replacement, you had all the other people. I think this picture probably works the best. You got Tim himself, you got all of his other fucking podcast hosts, you got the guests. The dynamic works for a reason. Like, the dynamic works for a reason. You can't get angry at this kind of shit. Because now you're just lying through your teeth about things anybody can just fucking fact check. Granted. Like, you got Tim there, you got his fucking co-host there on the side. Like, this shit works for a fucking reason. You can't get mad about that. For some reason, we're mad about that. But okay, we're just lying and capping at the same time. No problem, bro. No problem. No fucking problem.
If you're already unhappy and resentful, and everything you watch and listen to is sending the same message,
that's you being able to be convinced to be that way because of the content you watch, not because that is the way that it is. It's what we like to call a caparoonie, boys.
and that message is it's funny and attractive to be unnecessarily domineering, then perhaps you might think that it's socially acceptable to be the asshole that you truly are. However, I think it's important to add that we can't always blame the actress for these types of portrayals because a lot of the development of these characters go behind the scenes. For instance, even a show that I love almost fell into this trap. In the first season of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the character Dee Reynolds is portrayed completely different from the erratic narcissist of the subsequent series. In the first season, she comes off as the stern voice of reason, playing into the character trope of the 90s and O's. Luckily, Caitlin Olsen, as the actress that plays Dee, put her foot down and told the rest of the guys that her character was shit and not funny. Now fortunately, the creator of the show, Rob McElhenney, listened to Caitlin, and they ended up abandoning that cliche tired bit. And because he listened, Dee became another hilarious character on the show. Now going back to the Karen, I think that media not only influenced how middle-aged white women perceive themselves, but how the general public perceived middle-aged white women. Now, I'm not going to go as far as saying that middle-aged white women were targeted, but it is plausible to assume the possibility that since middle-aged white women were the majority that were getting these cringe roles, it furthered the stereotype that these women were bitchy and a destroyer of all joy and fun. There's a possibility that we as a society were unknowingly trained to be on high alert when having interactions with people within this demographic. And since we are complicated and sensitive beings, the Karens could sense our defensive reactions, which further put fuel to the fire.
So they're incels too! This is why you don't make rhetoric that you put in video format and you compare them against each other.
Earlier in this video, I mentioned that the Karen sensation became massive after lockdown, since this was a time where there was a high demand for entertainment and the public was being largely deprived. And during these crazy times where a lot of people's tensions were running high, crazy Karens and the content they provided was in great supply. In many ways, the Karens were and still are a hot commodity. In our post-pandemic world in 2022, there's surprisingly still a high demand for Karen content. Just plug in.
Because it's red meat. Duh. Are you dumb? Because it's red meat. Anybody who wants to see somebody else be the butt of a joke and be the person that they choose to target as the villain of the day, people would love to see that more often because it's not them in that position. You have to be dumb to think otherwise. Or inept.
Plug in the words Karen on the TikTok search engine, and you'll get dozens if not hundreds of videos that were created just within the last month. The Karen sensation is therefore still very much popular post-pandemic. So much so that a Karen-themed restaurant chain called Karen's Diner popped up just last year in 2021. And Karen's Diner has opened 13 locations throughout Australia and New Zealand, and are planning to open 13 new locations in the United States.
But that's not the same thing, my guy. Going to a theme restaurant where they have a gimmick is it's not new. It's like the Heartthrob Diner. Excuse me, the Heart Attack Cafe. I'd be just as likely to open a fucking restaurant called MILFs R Us, and all the people on staff, from the people who are serving the food to the people cooking the food, have to be at least 300 pounds or more to be employed. And yes, I would make sure to do so while wearing a fat suit.
In fact, a lot of the videos on TikTok with the Karen hashtag are not actual Karen videos, but videos of the Karen caricatures that waitress at this restaurant chain. And this brings me to my next point, which is that although there is evidently much demand for Karen content in 2022, it seems that the demand far outweighs the supply of actual Karens in real life. It appears recently there is many if not more alternative forms of Karen videos than actual videos of Karens documented in public. For instance, many of the Karen videos we see now are fictional representations of the Karen, and many middle-aged women on social media that have the Karen look are starting to capitalize on the market for Karen satire. And honestly, kudos to them, I'm all for this. And in fact, if I were to criticize anyone for doing satire, that would be the epitome of the pot calling the kettle black. That said,
your videos aren't funny though.
It does seem like creators and distributors of Karen content are coming up with alternative ways to fulfill the public's craving for women freaking out in public, since it seems like not enough instances are getting captured on camera. Now this isn't an issue when the creators
Well, that's the problem when the demand is outweighing the supply.
fulfill the public's need with Karen satire videos. But what becomes troublesome is when creators start using real-life innocent people as a substitution to real Karens, all in order to capitalize on this hot commodity. When I watch recent videos of Karens documented in public, I notice these videos all share certain patterns. One thing I notice now is a lot of these videos start mid-argument between the Karen and the victim, or is often left ambiguous as to what they are even arguing about, or who instigated the argument first. And in some videos, it's not even hidden that the so-called Karen was the one who was initially provoked, and that the one filming has an obvious motive at getting her to react. This is especially prevalent in prank videos, where we often see young men harassing women who work in customer service. I find these videos particularly ironic, since in the beginning of this online trend, recall that it was the customer service workers that were considered to suffer the most from the Karens. However now, many videos attempt to present the opposite. I've also noticed that the term Karen is no longer just assigned to middle-aged white women, but now is also used to refer to young women, non-white women, and even men. Now when I first noticed this pattern
because anybody can be a Karen. See no further than Mike Levitt.
Time last year, I was actually optimistic, since it seemed like the term was expanding to encompass all people who had quintessential Karen behaviors. And I was hopeful about the future of the term, since the stereotype of the
whoa, it is time to break out the slurs against women. That you?
Woman was starting to become tired and outdated. But my previous optimism is now long gone. That is because the new demographic of Karens depicted in these videos, as well as the original demographic, are often not acting like Karens. Rather, they are literally anyone who shows the slightest bit of emotion or protest during a frustrating situation. And what is arguably worse are the videos that are recording people freaking out who appear to be suffering from a severe mental illness. It's a cheap and harmful substitution, like selling fentanyl for heroin. People don't realize or care to think that actual people are behind these videos with jobs, families, and reputations that can be incredibly damaged from just one post. Now fortunately, a lot of people are not buying into it, and you can see in some of the comments that people are getting sick and tired of this name being thrown around so carelessly. But despite the opponents, the fact of the matter is, a lot of people are still watching and liking these videos in high numbers, just because the trend is popular. For as much as I blame the content creators for this perpetuation of cheap content, we as the audience all continue to consume it. I mentioned earlier that during the production of film and television during the 90s and 00s, a lot of Karens got a little full of themselves. Now in our age of social media, perhaps we are too. Perhaps we are creating our own hacky trope, that of a young, carefree person being shut down by a Karen who keeps destroying all the fun. It almost seems like we enjoy being victimized, since it gives us the justification to fire back and gives us this feeling that a sense of justice has been served. But nowadays, it seems that justice is rarely served, and the only thing that is gained is one's own personal satisfaction. It makes you wonder, who really are the Karens nowadays? Now before I end this video, I want to make
white women on Twitter
that we should devote our attention to crucifying these new age Karens. And neither am I saying that people are never worthy of criticism online. But I do believe that whenever we do happen to run across somebody who we think is deserving of ridicule, we should always ask ourselves something first. That is, what is the ultimate motive?
Humor.
Do we really want justice? Or do we just really yearn to burn someone at the stake?
It's both. It's both, my guy. Most people do it for both. So I'm not impressed. The guy's basically dumb. That's my takeaway. His opinion about women is bad. His opinion about men is bad. His opinion about men and women collectively causes pain and concern for all. And we're not going to watch anything more from him. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not. Also, look, applicable the chair. The chair is done. Isn't it look great? It's so nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Was there anything else on my docket? VTubers want to ruin Kick.
For the first time ever, I'm going to make a prediction, and I'm going to say that I do believe Kick in the future can genuinely become an actual competitor to Twitch. And the reason I'm saying this is by looking at the type of deals they're offering. I mean, $100 million to this VTuber, that's a lot. It's the largest deal in sports history. Like LeBron James had the largest deal in basketball, and he got around 97 billions, right? So just by comparison, you can see. And I do believe it's different than D-Live, which tried to get PewDiePie to stream there. This deal is a lot more expensive, so obviously they care about the platform. From what I understand, and I may be wrong, but it's due to Twitch's gambling that Kick exists. Like, they didn't like the fact that they had rules against gambling, so they allowed some refugees over there, and now that Twitch is becoming more greedy and more intrusive and wanting more from its content creators, there's a lot of people that are moving over to Kick. But there is something that I am concerned. And this is the fact that I seen a lot of VTubers who are moving to Kick, and they want to bring their Twitch politics over there. And they're like, oh my god, I don't feel safe. Oh, do you know what I saw in the chat? Someone called me a homophobic slur. Oh, my entire life is now ruined. Oh, where is the Trust and Safety Council when you need them? I am so afraid. I am so terrified. I am weak. And when the Trust and Safety Council comes, like, power, absolute power, you know, like, literally that. Dude, motherfucker, there is no platform on the internet that keeps you as safe as Twitch does, okay? Like, Jeff Bezos holds your VTuber ass to his bosom and feeds you a diet of milk and safety. Like, that is Twitch. It forces people to moderate their chat. Like, it makes people responsible for their chat. That is some Gestapo level shit where you have like couples that have to be in charge of the other prisoners even though they're prisoners themselves. Like, unironically, on Twitch, if you go there and you see someone in the chat posting mean things, if you do not ban them, you as the streamer can get banned. That is muy loco. That is mental derangement at a level that I have never seen before. Twitch stalks people. It stalks people outside their platform. If you go in a public place, like in a park, and you say something naughty and someone records it, Twitch can ban your ass if you're a famous streamer, right? You want that on other platforms, that like you want the Soviet Union of Jeff Bezos to be transported on other platforms. What is wrong with you? Like, most people do not like that shit. That's why Twitch is a infested, far radical, left-leaning platform that's just a little bit under TikTok, I would say. But like, most people don't want to go there. They're disgusted with that behavior. Like, the level of power you want the corporation to have is unbelievably disgusting. The level of fear and stress that Twitch streamers may probably live under is astonishing. Like, I can't imagine how it's like to like be afraid, like have an army of moderators that you need to pay, or some do it for free, right? But like the idea that, oh, maybe a naughty word escaped. Like, I know my content, because on YouTube, right, at least on YouTube you have to be careful with what you say, but it's your content, right? So you know what you say, you're in control. But on Twitch it's like, okay, well, my content is fine, but like, what if someone got into the chat and said something naughty? And by the way, these VTubers are hilarious. Like, there was this lady which was doing ASMR, you know, like talking like this into the microphone and going like, and someone called her a woman of low moral fiber but used harsher words. Oh my god, how can Kick allow this? How is this allowed to happen? Okay, so I guess, you know, like, the reason she got upset is because, well, truth is obviously a lot more upsetting than not, you know? Like, you are doing certain things that your mother wouldn't be proud of, aren't you? You are doing that, and you know it, but like, you don't like people calling you out. And when people call you out, instead of like just banning and muting them, oh no, like, trust and safety, oh, I don't feel safe whispering in the microphone. Oh, I don't feel safe salivating into the microphone. Oh no. When I'm taking the money from someone else's son, I don't feel safe. Okay, so I think it's interesting because it's kind of like what we see in reality. Like you have people which do not like the place they live in. And it can be a country, you know, like you don't like the way your country is made.
Nice crit.
You don't like the things that are happening there. Or it can be a state in the US, you know, you don't like California. You just hate the way it's run. So these people try to move, right? Because like you're not a prisoner. So you can just migrate somewhere else. But the problem is like the moment they migrate somewhere else, they want to bring the same policies that they had from the place that they left. Does that make any fucking sense? It's like, oh, I left California now. I'm now in Texas, but you know, I need to vote for policies that are like in California. Why does that happen though? Like, well, can anyone explain to me? You know, where you have someone that leaves, I don't know, Qatar and joins France. And it's like, well, I don't like France. Like, I want it to be more like Qatar. Why though? Why? Why do you want this? I will never understand this. It's so bizarre. And it's the same thing that's happening here. It's like, oh, I left Twitch. I'm going to go on this other platform. Oh my god. Why is this other platform not like Twitch? But it's also interesting because you have like VTubers that are shaming others for streaming on Kick because apparently Kick is problematic, right? Like it's a place of homophobia and racism and shit. It's like, no, like your standard is just too ridiculous, okay? Like your standard of internet safety is Twitch, which is one of the most radical websites on the internet, and you expect that other places are like that. But the reality, like, I'll tell you what's going on, right? Like, you got all these people that have, like, all these fringe communities, and some of them actually worked really hard for the 2 views that they have. And they don't like the fact that people are leaving for another platform. Like, they don't like the fact that there's competition. Like, for them, they want people to stay on Twitch. Right? They want their 2 views. And by the way, you know, like, all these people with 2 views, if they would spend less time tweeting and attacking other content creators, maybe they would have 4 views. Did you think about that? Like, notice how Gargura doesn't go after other VTubers. You know, she doesn't talk shit about Vishoujo. She doesn't go on Twitter in order to talk shit about who plays the wizard game and stuff. No, she shuts the fuck up and makes content. And because of that, she's popular. Now, all these VTweeters could do the same. But no, like, their idea of getting popularity is by attacking other people. It's literally crabs in a bucket. Very disgusting community. So I hope that that type of community doesn't infect other platforms. Because this is why I don't want Twitch to actually fail. It's a containment zone for the crazy. It literally is. Like, if Twitch failed tomorrow, all those people would probably come on YouTube and then be like, oh my god, YouTube is so homophobic. Oh, please, YouTube, please, just do something about it. You know, can we force your content creators to monitor their chats? Can you force your content creators to stop dropping truth bombs about me? I'm scared. Oh, I'm so weak. So I don't want that. You know, like on Twitch, apparently, you can't even criticize another Twitch content creator. If someone gets banned on Twitch, you can't even show him on your screen. So, like, there was this chess player, which showed, I believe it was Dr. Disrespect when he got banned. And Dr. Disrespect was playing chess, so, like, he was showing it from the point of view, like, hey, this is how the game was played. Apparently not allowed, banned. It's a horrible platform. Why would you even... I don't know. Let me know what you guys think, though. And as usual, I will see you in the comment section. Take care.
Do I need smooth here? Also 100% true. True and based. True and based. Yeah. Hello, Amlet. I don't think that money's guaranteed. There's no way that Kit could be stupid enough to offer such a high deal without setting metrics for XQC. We talked about this yesterday. There is no way that they're going to simply go along and there not be a problem that leads into what's happening. And it's the fact that they're going to get heat because they signed these people. They're going to get heat. The problems are going to begin. They're going to come. They're going to happen. And whatever happens, happens. But they knew that. They knew that. And yes, they were pretending that internet witch hunts were exclusive to Karens. Certainly with the Homestuck Twitter addicts think that is true. What is his channel name? This is V's entertainment channel, Lack of Entertainment, where he chooses to use his troll VTuber persona. If you go to not V or to V's channel, you can simply find the other one for Lack of Entertainment. And the problem isn't just that Twitch needs to have a competitor. The problem is that Twitch needs to have a culture shift. The platform is being ran as a delivery service for Twitch Prime and Amazon Prime. They don't care what happens to the platform. Can I sit in my chair backwards? Ugh. I can, but it hurts my thighs squeezing my legs in position. You can't quite see me well. The problem is that you need to have not just a competitor, but you also need to have a culture change. We saw this when they put Emmett in response for CEO, and all the people who were responsible for turning Justin TV into Twitch TV into what it was. You took what was the Wild West of the internet and tried to formulate what effectively, because remember how I hate the word community, you tried to create a space where people could have the freedom. Carl, can you hug the chair again? I'm hugging it right now. I'm hugging it right now. This is me undoing the chair's bra straps. Oh, goodness! And I have to fucking fix that again. But thank you, Carl. You're welcome, Jade. I shall draw you soon.
You better.
Make sure you leave in the part where the chair is a woman and that I undid what is effectively its bra strap. It needs to be seen. It needs to be seen. It's gonna take me a while to do this from behind. Words to say when you're in prison. But you need a culture of the website, right? Like, even the action and behavior that I'm engaging in right now with my chat room, this is the culture of what happens when you allow people to have the space in which to create and be creative. You have the ability to foster an environment where people can have fun around each other. You have the ability to foster the environment and opportunity with people, and you have creators that can decide if they want to take the risks for doing such a thing. But it is, in and of itself, a choice. It's a choice that you have to foster an environment for that to happen. You can't foster that environment to happen if you're not actually doing things to allow people to do that. You can't have Twitch be what it is and expect people who have become used to having people to bullshit themselves. Bullshit about what is actually the problem, the website. Twitch's problem is that, as I was discussing before earlier when we were constructing the chair, you allowed people who are social fucking tyrants to have power and decide, and that ties into what I said last night, have the control over who is made possible. Give me a name for your chair. I don't have a name for the chair. It's unnamed. We have to decide the name for the chair, chat. And no, Lucille's not on the table. That was the last chair. Lucille broke under the weight of my fat ass. This chair needs a strong name for holding up my strong backside. Mwah. Can I be able to while in this chair? No. I'll probably fall up backwards. But the website needs to have a cultural change. Because when we had the cultural change, pre-Amazon purchase of 2014, that's where you had the innovation for Twitch Plays Pokemon. That's when you had the innovation and you had the insanity of people like Cobalt Streak streaming Binding of Isaac without a shirt, doing multiple back-to-back Eden runs. You need people to want to have fun, and you need to give them the space to have fun without looming over their neck and breathing down their neck. No, we were not naming the chair Tyrone. It's a woman's name.
But Tyrone could be a woman's name.
Because if we're calling it Tyrone, it will be Tyrone. Tyrone. She is a black and white alien with semi-small breasts. In mismatched places. Tony. We're already off to the fucking wacky races. But anyways, you need a cultural change. Because without having a cultural change for the site, you will continue to foster that hypocritical behavior amongst the Karens of the website. Everybody from Clout Shark to fucking Hassan and beyond. Doesn't matter what community they come from. The behavior is because they know that's how they are able to milk the system. So you need to change how the system behaves. I'll tell you this. How about we give them the first name Tony and the last middle name Karen? Tyrone, Tony, Karen. There you go. There's your name. They're not getting my last name. Tony, Karen, Carl. That wouldn't be their last name. Because Coral isn't even my last name. That'd be Marzette. Tony, Karen, Marzette. Mars Bars is also acceptable. But you need to change the culture of the site in order to make problems better. Because when you change the culture of the site to having it so that when a person comes through, like, oh, I don't know, a member of Twitch staff security that tries to tell you, Heron Heller, that your opinion about things are wrong, you can tell them, go fuck yourself. And then if you have the desire and want to, you can ban them from your chat room. Rather than they can come to your chat room, they can scold you. This is going to be hard to actually get out of. Oh, it pinches my thighs. Tell me why you're biting me. I just wanted to sit on you funny. Oh, fuck my legs. You're tearing up my legs, Tony. Tyrone, Tony, Karen. Spoof, you're giving it too much power. But when you have the cultural shift that will allow you to actually be able to control for the scenarios and situations and what people do on the platform, you'll have the ability to actually prevent the negative toxic behavior from proliferating itself outwards in a way that is uncontrollable. Because people will actually have to start behaving well. Because people will call them out and people will hold them accountable. And they won't just allow it to happen.
I don't need smoosh. I already have
pure damage. Or maybe I do need it. I'm gonna try to go without it. But you need to change the culture of the site. That way you can actually make things better, not worse. When people have the mental to have the ability to say what it is, and as it is, you'll actually be able to control things for the better.
You know, he wouldn't.
Yes, he is more loyal to. He's more loyal to Nick Merckx having his skin than his own wife. I know.
Like who's this fat phony? Hassan? Hassan?
Let's get it, baby.
This fat phony? He's so concerned about everything. He's concerned about the 2-time and what it's like. These people, man. This guy wouldn't. See, he wouldn't. See, that's the thing too. Like, he wouldn't say these type of things if we're standing next to each other. You know, he wouldn't.
He wouldn't be saying these types of things if it wasn't for the Trusted Safety Council on Twitch and on other social medias, because this is the internet we live in. You have a person which can say negative things about someone else's wife, be absolutely insulting and obnoxious, and if you say things back at them, oh, that's harassment, that's bullying. So you get your account suspended, you get your channel shut down. That's the internet we live in, right? Like, some people are protected and others aren't. Like, in the 90s era of the internet, this would never have happened. if you went into public with dumb takes, if you were antagonistic to people, you'd have got dogpiled. And nothing bad would happen to you in real life. No, that wasn't the issue. The issue was that your internet credibility would plummet. But now you have corporations defending the internet credibility of certain people. Like if you're Hassan Piker, you can say that stuff. Especially if it's politically correct thing to say, because this is another aspect, right? Like Hassan Piker is a communist, from my understanding. And he works for one of the richest men in the world, right? Like Jeff Bezos, which owns Amazon, which owns Twitch. Hassan Piker helps this man make money. Now, you will say, well, yeah, but just because you're a communist doesn't mean you can't be a millionaire working in a capitalist society and benefiting from the capitalist labor. And sure, I get that. And I mean, if you're against the monarchy, you too can marry the princess, live in a castle, and still take money from the peasantry while saying that you're going to fight against the monarchy. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me, right? But what I don't understand is, why are you simping for the 4th largest gaming corporation in the world as a communist, right? Like, all of a sudden, the woke ideology is protecting the very definition of what Karl Marx would have said, like evil, greedy, capitalist, bourgeois corporation. Like, you are defending the interests of Activision Blizzard, which goes actively against the peasant, right? So Activision Blizzard, which is doing some of the worst DLC practices, right? Like trying out to release games like 4 days early. If you buy the deluxe edition, you get early access to that. These interesting new and innovative business practices. I'm pretty curious, like, if in the future they're not going to release like different tier systems. It's like you got bronze tier, you get silver tier, and it's gonna be like, oh, the gold tier person wants to log in. He's got to wait in the queue. No, we're going to kick the bronze person out. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Like, they may even try, like, new innovative things, Games aren't going to innovate, but the way they can milk money from you are, right? So these are the corporations that Hassan Piker is now simping for. And he is encouraging the concept that when you work at the corporation, you have to have their political leanings. Because this is what it's all about, right? It's not about the LGBT, it's not about none of that. But the idea is that one person said something that they believed on Twitter, and the corporation disagreed with it, so they decided to punish that person. So in a perfect society, right, like if Hassan Piker would be elected as president, I think this is how things would operate, right? If you work for Elon Musk, you must have right-wing talking points, right? You must go after scientists that promote vaccines. You must go after Elon Musk's ideological opponents. But the moment you decide to work at Amazon, now you need to have Jeff Bezos' talking points, right? Because you're not a human being anymore. You're just property of the corporation. Is this, the type of society that we need to foster? Because apparently it is. Apparently this is what Hassan Piker and many other people on Twitch are standing for. Because at the end of the day, I don't care about Activision. Like, I already said that the boycott isn't going to work. I already told people, it's like, okay, well, if you want to not buy from them, that's great. But we're talking about the corporation that releases broken products, that releases the same game every year with minor differences, and people still cough up $70.
Sometimes no differences.
Like, if you have, like, that type of consumer market, you're not going to be able to get them to stop. Like, they're addicted. It's like telling the heroin addict, hey, like the drug dealer does bad stuff. Like, you would probably be like, yeah, I know, but I need my heroin. That's the community that you're thinking is going to boycott, right? So they're not going to do that. But it's a matter of principle, right? Like, is this the type of society you want to live in? And apparently, yes. Apparently, like, a good and just moral society should be led by BlackRock, should be led by Blizzard. Like, why even have politicians at this point? It's just who has the most cash. Controls even the communists, like Hassan Piker. Probably, I'm starting to wonder, are his ideas the one he's promoting, or are they Twitch's ideas? Are they Jeff Bezos' ideas? Because at this point, right, like if he's advocating for this, I assume that he lives by the same standard. Maybe he's jealous of Nick Merckx. Maybe Hassan Piker is jealous of Nick Merckx. He's looking at Nick Merckx and he's like, oh my god, like, this little bird managed to get free while I'm still in the cage. I don't like this. And I would also like to show you the absolute state of the Twitch community. The childification of grown-ass adults online. Dr. Disrespect calls Hassan Piker a fat phony. I mean, this is kindergarten level insult. No, actually, you know what? I take it back. Like, this is insulting for kindergartners. Like,
Damn.
kindergartners on the playground use
I should've taken a heel.
harsher words than a fat phony. But of course, people are up in arms. It's like, oh, well, he took it too far. Oh my God, he took it too far. This is the absolute state. Like, this is how grown-ass adults act on the... I wonder, like, how is it when they drive a car and they encounter a road? Like, how do they cope with that? If they can't cope with a streamer calling another streamer a fat phony on the internet. Of course, some people also agree with the doc, saying that he is spitting straight facts. Hassan is just as big, if not bigger than the doc, so why does he think he can intimidate him into not speaking his mind? It's not about size. It's about strength of character. That's the reason why he thinks. It's really about strength of character. And there is this thing that I used to say when, you know, I was a little bit younger. Keyboard warrior. Yes, keyboard warrior. And there is like a certain decorum that people have when they're face-to-face versus when they're on the internet. I mean, that makes sense. You know, like when you don't see the other person, you get to say nasty stuff about them. But when you're actually face-to-face, you try to be a little bit more respectful. So I think, like, this is what Dr. Disrespect was hinting at. I don't think that Hassan Piker would have talked about Nick Merckx and his loyalty to his wife if Nick Merckx was there, right? Because you just don't do that. You don't behave that way. But on the internet, when you have a trusted safety council to defend your ass, yeah, sure. And apparently a community that gets very concerned when another streamer calls you a fat phony. I mean, that's, oh my God. This guy with the name Dr. Disrespect was being, dare I say, very disrespectful. I mean, he's a madman. He needs to be shot down. What if he's going to call someone doo-doo head next time? Poopy head.
BlackRock is a venture capitalist investment company that's swallowing up the nation bit by bit in multiple fucking sectors. So, in my state and in my town, we have two of them. One is a local BlackRock and the other one is BlackRock proper. SEE, their company is called. I forgot what the acronym stands for, but they sell property and insurance to the Spanish indigenous population that lives on Hamilton Road. I know the people who own that tienda and live in those neighborhoods, because it's also where La Nacional is. That buffet and all of those houses that expand from there all the way to Durden, and I forget the name of that elementary school that's down the street from it on the back end. But all of that, Spanish people. Literal slum housing. Never liked it. But that's where they live. And they make good for themselves because they own all of that. All of it. In their names. All of those Spanish-speaking people, usually related to the same family, if not interconnected families that have married amongst each other, own all of it. They own the Stop and Shop, they own the buffet, they own the tienda, they're starting to buy up the property that was burnt out from when it was abandoned, when the Golden Corral burned down. They bought all of it based on the money they made just from that dive bar, and good investments. And their kids going well through college. If that company wanted to, they could snatch it from underneath them by doing fucky shit in the fine print. As Applicable just said, it is a quasi-government front for the Fed. Vanguard! Through Vanguard, through BlackRock, through investment firms from people that would have had been somebody like Martin Shkreli. All of those things are control vectors. It's not good. Not good. I'm trying to find something else on my docket. Maybe I have to force myself to listen to the fucking cringe video. I did skip it the last one. We'll have to watch this. 2 hours of chud logic. We're cutting it in half as one.
Strategically going after Professor Flowers was the first time I sensed good vibes from him. At the moment, he left He
had the punch lasagna take, but softened a bit. I do think Bosch has got some weird thing with women. I genuinely do. Ninetales Cosmic Fox, you're an absolute failure of a content creator.
I am going to be leaking DMs.
If there's one group of people in society that don't have it hard enough, it's Indigenous Americans. I'll talk about Indigenous issues as much as I want to, okay? There's literally nothing anyone can do to stop me. Shark dipping into the IQ memes. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey everyone, I'm Elon Musk.
Anyway. Right, let's watch this shark video. Apparently he goes into it all.
In an era of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Thank you, George Orwell. You're a good guy, Jack.
With the glass ceiling broken, all the oppressed groups shall prosper, especially the most oppressed group of all, gamers.
Hey guys, hope you all are doing well. Welcome back to another video. This is gonna be a little bit
Man's calling himself a gamer. Man is calling himself a gamer. Because remember, gamers are when you insult people for things that you don't understand, and then call a minority who's also a part of the group that you think you're speaking on behalf of, somebody who uses them as a cudgel. Let's hear about what group he uses as a cudgel to defend himself from this shit.
different than normal videos that we do here on the channel, mostly because what we have to talk about is a little different than what we normally do on the channel, but that's just kind of how things are. For the last 2 weeks, basically, there's been a concerted effort to destroy my reputation, and that's just what I've been dealing with for about the last 10 days.
Nah, you've been dealing with that your entire career, and you started that by deciding you were wanting to listen to Ian Kaczynski.
Over it. I talked about this a little bit on stream, but I thought it'd be pretty good to talk about it here on the channel and make it its own segment so I don't have to bring it back to the stream, and you guys are filled in on everything.
I've got to say,
I don't want to talk about it on the stream because I know that if I talk about it on the stream, that I will be held accountable when I say shit on a live stream that I can't be able to censor and clip chimp so that I can make myself look better in post.
I think Shark is like a kind of Voshite type of guy, right? I think that's kind of where his politics land. I gotta say though, he is probably one of the people that, because I think we started making content at maybe a similar time. I don't really know, but nonetheless, he's done really well. Like I think you've got to credit him for his success. Tons of viewers. He had a really successful video that was talking about the furry guy who said racism is based or something. But yeah, no, he's done well, and I think it's a credit to him that he's managed to put the effort in and carve out a really successful career in making content. So obviously, it does kind of suck, even though he can be a bit soy, I'm sure. It does suck that like he's getting attacked on the basis of his race because he disagrees and he's getting called all these words. Anyway, I'm sure he's going to go into it.
Some people talk about how they've heard little inklings about hearing they've been listening to the grapevine, and it's been spewing whispers about a possible drama concerning me on the Bird app. Now, some of you may be worried. I know a lot of these videos are typically set up as a sort of
Shark is a retard. Glad he's getting attacked. Well, that's certainly another way to look at it. Sure.
Like apology response video, but I am going to break some of that and let you know that don't worry. I know for a fact I don't have anything to be sorry for. So this is going to be a video explaining everything. Enjoy my side of the story, since I know they don't care. So this is for you and not them. I think they're bad people and don't deserve any clout or recognition or an apology from me at all. And so that's just what
It's your people. Be upset at your people doing what you were willing to do to other people when you thought you didn't have the ability to get criticized for it. We do not care. We do not care. And I certainly do not care.
Into it because I don't want this video to be too long. There's some really interesting things.
Yeah, that's true. I think, well, the problem is Vosh will rail against woke scolds, but then feed them the content they desire, like that response to the exposing Karen video, and his community is absolutely chock full of them as well. There are some good ones, certainly, but there's a ton of people who just engage in exactly the kind of behavior that he has often regularly publicly criticized.
Things in here that I think probably need like a little bit of an explanation, not necessarily because they need an explanation to begin with, but because of after their basically 2 weeks of unfettered misinformation campaign that they're trying to do on me as a person. I think the lies that they've been trying to push need a little bit of an explanation, a little bit more context, since they're incredibly deceitful in the way that they're trying to go about things. That being said, I think they're pretty dumb, and I don't think a very smart person is going to be fooled by it, but somebody who doesn't know anything about me and may trust these people may believe them off the face. I just want to make these couple arguments here on this issue because I do think
again, you're talking about your own people and being criticized by your own people. This is how you know you picked the wrong side.
At least a little bit important. So where did this all start? Basically, this all started when a creator, I'm not going to be saying their name, the creator released a video on LeftTube and were very angry about me. They didn't like me and how I engaged in the space and for who and to.
Okay, I can understand not wanting to give them clout, but this just confuses things. Like, I just want to know who you're talking about. Does anyone know who he's talking about? Is it FD Signifier? Because FD Signifier did do a video, but it wasn't about him. Oh, the bunny person. But okay, well, okay, I get it now.
See, this is the same thing that happened when you tried to make your hit piece about me. It's not a smart idea, because first off, when you don't tell people who it is you're talking about, and the only reference they could have is the shit that you were talking in your DMs, in your VOD, in your audience, in your Discord, and in private DMs that you had between people that you tried to send to go watch people, the people who are going to come across your video don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So when they don't know who the hell you're talking about, what the context is, they are now begging what the context is supposed to be. When they don't have the context to go off of, they are going to look at you and be like, well, bro, I need to, well, who am I supposed to be lynching? Like, I don't know who my target is. Like, bro, you got to give me something.
Yeah, the video did reference him a couple of times, but never was about him, but sure, okay, right, yeah. The video we watched, right, yeah, she was referring to that. Okay, got it.
Who I talked to. I'm not mentioned very much in this video, but it's just for a split second. I want to go over it a little bit.
Not to these important next clip.
Okay, fair enough. Pause, Andy. Just watch the video. Look, okay, listen, yes, I did a pause, Andy. My bad. Okay, I can't predict the future, and I don't rewatch things. All right, deal with it.
It's real bad. You guys saying that she leaked the sex, which, by the way, I saw large content creators repeating the fact that she leaked the sex.
Oh yeah, I commented on this watching the video. I don't think Shark claimed that they leaked sex at all, did he? Someone else did, but I think Shark was just commenting on what she did. Actually, not the leaked sex thing.
Which never happened. That did not ever happen. No sex were ever leaked by anyone. All that Cat Black ever did was say that...
Wait, hang on a sec. Well, I don't think Demon Mum is referring to Shark. I think this person juxtaposed the tweets. I don't know what Demon Mum is talking about. This isn't Demon Mum's video. It's just juxtaposed her words over these tweets. But this is the only person, Claudia Brown, I think, talked about the leaked sex.
The greatest extent that they ever engaged was to sex a few years ago. You guys have been spreading that lie all the fuck over the place.
Yeah, that makes so
and
much
honestly, that's fucking shit. Just fucking misinfo. And it is, I'm seeing it now, by the way. People perpetuating this, and this is how you start to build up a cancellation profile for someone who didn't even do the things you're accusing of them.
First of all, F you, Shark, for being another black man complicit in some racist transphobic bull against a black trans woman. You're really giving leftist Candace Owens vibes. You were so masked off with your bad faith attacks on Cat Black. Shark was the first content creator to push this misinformation that debate for still this day still latch onto. The hordes of racist white queer people that ran with this to attempt to silence Cat and anyone calling out the bold trans misogynoir. Shark gained a lot of clout and profited off of the attacks. Black trans people don't have to.
If somebody wanted to have some really fun content, you should get this and this and this and this of me, and whenever she's dropping that shit, go back to the video that I covered when we watched Sold Money's recap of that, and just splice in Carl laughing ignorantly in the background as like a fucking ghost sliding across the screen. Within you there are two Carls. There's the Carl who is sensible. There's the Carl who is the jackass. They both fucking hate you.
Some contradictory allyship from cis black men, throwing black trans people to the wolves that are debate bros. Cat wasn't the first or the last trans person he's gone after. The clout and access he gained after strategically going after Professor Flowers was the first time I sensed vibes from him. At the moment, he lacks any contrition for the hate he push. I don't have time to deal with Uncle Ruckus Jr., who my black and brown trans siblings are lacking resources, support, dying, and being murdered.
Okay, super interesting, right? Let's go.
Anyway, I'm sure he's gonna cover it, but all I want to say is this. I am never, ever again gonna feel, and not that I would anyway, but why the fuck should you care what some fucking retard that calls, you know, black person these words? Why should you have any care about what they think about racism? You know, it's like fucking some Nazi trying to lecture on moral. Like, you're fucking, you know, and that's not the only similarity between the Nazi they've got, but nonetheless, it's like, what fucking ground have you got to stand on to say this? This is madness.
Go into it. Now, I don't remember literally everything from the debacle with Cat Black. I made a little video recording my personal feelings on the issue when it happened because I was in chat when it was like kind of all going down. I don't remember all of the details on the timeline. It's a little important for some things, not important for what I think I'm going to be talking about here, and not important for what I talked about, little tweet thread that I made talking about some of the issues, and I want to go over that and read it now. Because this person didn't read it, I'm not sure if it was she, but they definitely showed it. I said, in the video they posted, as Demon Mom was talking about how people were lying about Cat Black leaking sex, they showed my tweet thread where I said, no matter what you think of Vosh, what Cat did the other day was 100% sexual harassment, and I think it's plain gross. But we speak highly of Cat, especially in her talks about sex and consent, which makes this even more sad. Revealing intimate conversations and publicly trying to demean and humiliate someone about their genitals is so nasty and manipulative, it genuinely shocks me someone took it with such nonchalance. If I had a falling out with a female streamer and I talked about how we sent lewd texts and she had weird tits just apropos of nothing, I hope you all would tear me apart for that.
Hang on. He had the punch lasagna take, but softened a bit. That's basically what I said, didn't I? Like, remember the punch lasagna thing? Okay. Was that in his tweet?
So childish, weird, and sexual harassment. And I'm going to tell you now, I stand by this tweet 100%. This is a very good tweet thread, and I'm actually pretty shocked that I was so poignant and careful with my language here, because it actually does matter. Kat and Vosh were having like a back and forth. I think Kat was in the wrong in the situation, just off the cuff, because what I remember, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I remember is that they were having a bit of a falling out. Kat said that they were talking a lot in DMs, and she said that Vosh wasn't open to listening to her at all. I feel like if they were having this conversation in private, and Vosh going to her and talking to her about the issues that he was having with some things in the space, some issues related to identity, and they were having that discussion in private, I don't think Kat was really caring to listen to him at all, which is fine and completely within her right to not do. She doesn't have to.
Why do you not like Shark? I don't really have a massive opinion on him either way. Although, I think I vaguely remember this. I vaguely remember this. I'm pretty sure we used to be mutual on Twitter, and that sadly came to an end. I remember one thing that, look, I don't really care about like the Twitter follows or whatever, right? One thing I find annoying is if someone follows you and you follow them, like they unfollow you, which is fine, who cares, you can follow them, but then they still keep it where you're following them. That's a bit cheeky, isn't it? That's a bit cheeky. You know, they're still retaining that follow for their account, right? But without a recognition that they've unfollowed you. I think what you need to do is select the thing where you go, make them unfollow me. I think that should be a thing. I think if you unfollow someone, then it should make it so automatically that is also reversed. Okay? That'd be a good change that Elon Musk would make. But in any case, I don't really have a strong opinion on this guy. I think that some people won't like him because they maybe heard his takes and disagree with him. But also, he's aligned with like Vosh on stuff, right? So he's like kind of like a, you know, people are gonna consider that and looking at it too.
Which doesn't owe him any conversation at all. I just think that it's weird to like proposition yourself as somebody who wasn't listened to at all or not respected, when in the conversation itself it showed that you were not caring about what he had to say at all and didn't care to provide any information or work with him at all in this conversation. I just don't know what the point of talking to each other would be at all. And it seemed like he trusted her because they shared some intimacy together. After this, I'm pretty sure what happened is that somebody in Vosh's chat said that you may not be her type because they were having like a little bit of back and forth. I think there's a little bit of misogyny in there. If I remember correctly, Vosh was like, I'm pretty sure she's into white guys. I do believe that what Vosh said was wrong, and I think a reasonable person could categorize it as sexual harassment as well. I believe what he said almost verbatim was that he thinks that she fetishizes white guys. And I think that's wrong. I won't add any more qualification there. Obviously, what he said made her feel a certain type of way, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong if he didn't want her to come back at him.
Listen, look, okay. I think that especially after watching that recent video where he had a massive go at that woman, I do think that it stops being memes at some point. I do think Vosh has got some weird thing with women. I genuinely do. I do think that he's got some sort of, you know... But the fact he went for that woman's throat so hard on the back of nothing just makes me think that... Like, he was going on about how nurses, which is... I mean, first of all, I don't think she was actually a nurse. I think she was a physician's assistant. But he was talking about nurses are like similar... It's like the woman's version of a cop. You know, like, I'm just like... You know, if that was a joke, that might be a funny joke if you were to land it as a joke. But it seemed like he was making, like, a serious point at that time. Or, like, at least a point. You know... And yeah, most nurses, it tends to be a role that's predominantly held by women. He was going for that woman super hard, and just immediately came to conclusions about it, doing all the white women shtick, yeah. So yeah, I think it's probably reasonable to say. And then like the kind of like optically bad misogyny jokes about J.K. Rowling and trying to argue more of a position of it being a tactical thing or something. I don't know, man. I think there's probably a criticism in there somewhere. I just don't really care because I don't care about women. Oh lol, misogyny, let's go.
Obviously, he shouldn't have said anything. Kat then went on to talk about how they sexted before in the past years ago or something. How they sent sexual text messages, how they were like sexting or trying to get each other to fucking nut or something. I don't know necessarily in DMs. I don't use Twitter necessarily as a dating app, or at least I try not to. But as far as I remember, that's what happened. And then after that, she then went on.
This man stepped off to the side after trying to make a joke and had to readjust something there, and made it very clear that he did not want to have this as a live, because he knew that he'd have to be held accountable to the shit that he just fucking said. Who wants to be the one? Who's gonna be the one who's gonna come forward to me and be like, hey, Carl, I have the sexts. I have the sexts. They have been acquired, Carl. I have the sexts. Who's gonna be the guy? Who's gonna be the guy?
To talk to some people in her community or whatever about how Vosh is weird and he has like an ugly, weird small dick or something along those lines. And that's the part that I really had a massive issue with. Having somebody reveal something to you privately, like their genitals or something that is supposed to be a confidential situation, and then you just use it specifically to body shame them in that moment. I think that's pretty crazy. And I still stand by my hypothetical at the end of the tweet thread to kind of like bring home to people who may not be on the same page as me, that if I were to have a falling out with like a female content creator and they were talking and somebody in their chat said, maybe you two are not getting along because you're not his type, and then she was like, I'm pretty sure she's into, insert an identity girl here, and then I came back with talking about how we used to sex, and she sent me titty pics, and then I said that she had weird tits. I would hope that you all would tear me out for that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Is it not? Am I just am I an insane person here for thinking that's crazy? Because I think that's
So the reasonable point here, between that interaction between the two of them, is that Kat Black was in a position of trying to insult the man. Specifically because, how could you be against me on this? You should agree with me. That's why you had a tiny dick. Any person who sees that should be able to look at that and see that Vosh was not in the fucking wrong. You sucking his dick and trying to hold to that is less about, this is a reasonable thing that should be said and done, and more, this is me sucking the guy who made my career possible, and me defending him because he made my career possible. You're not saying it because you know and understand and honestly believe it to be a truthful thing that you should be on the side of saying and doing. You're doing it and saying it because it directly rewards you if he rewards you for being next to him after all it's said and done.
crazy. And I never said that she leaked.
I mean, obviously, I hope you guys will call me out for that, it's cringe, but overall, yeah, this is basically my position on it as well. Like, there's this weird inconsistency where a woman can make weird comments about a man and talk about his dick and stuff like that, but if it's done in reverse, it would be seen with more outrage from the same people that would support or laugh at it the other way. It's like the classic Squad W shit, right? It's basically just true.
I never said that she leaked text. That's a very clear thing. That's a very specific thing, and I didn't say that she did.
Maybe stick to white issues. Ninetales Cosmic Fox, you're an absolute failure of a content creator. Why would I take any advice from you about anything, okay? You're a fucking failure and a joke. Most people don't even know the fuck you are, okay? Like, just give up. Why are you even here, right? You've got nothing. You've got no viewers, you've got no platform, you're nothing. You're literally nothing. And that's what I'm going to say to you.
Did that. I very clearly said that she revealed that they had intimate conversations, which she did. I could say she talked about how they had intimate conversations. I still respect and I like Kat. I'm still subscribed to her and I still watch her content. I don't think that she's a bad person. I think good people can make bad decisions and I think good people can do some incorrect things. I think Vosh has done bad things and we'll talk about that here in a moment. But I think Kat has done bad things here and I think it very clearly is sexual harassment. I consider like other content creators and everything coworkers here to some degree, and I think doing something like that is sexual harassment. I think it is pretty fucked up.
Why would you consider content creators to be fucking... Oh. Let's get past that. Back the fuck up 2 steps. Back the fuck up 2 steps.
Don't even know the fuck you are, okay? Like, just give up. Why are you even here, right? You've got nothing. You've got no viewers, you've got no platform, you're nothing. You're literally nothing. And that's what I'm going to say to you.
Carl, if you fart on Taroni, the chat will be mad. I'm gonna make sure to get something with beans from the kitchen and I'm gonna eat it for dinner today. I'm gonna make sure you can hear it. I'm gonna make sure you can hear it. I did. This is the cringe watch. We are physically in pain because of you. You caused this, Jade. I don't want to have to fucking put this person on my fucking channel, but we're doing it because of you. Pain. Pain. Let's try 1.5. Applicable doesn't understand what's being said.
I very clearly said that she revealed that they had intimate conversations, which she did. I could say she talked about how they had intimate conversations. I still respect and I like Kat. I'm still subscribed to her and I still watch her content. I don't think that she's a bad person. I think good people can make bad decisions and I think good people can do some incorrect things. I think Vosh has done bad things and we'll talk about that here in a moment. But I think Kat has done bad things here and I think it very clearly is sexual harassment. I consider like other content creators and everything coworkers here to some degree, and I think doing something like that is sexual harassment. I think it is.
You shouldn't consider content creators coworkers because you all don't work, for one. You work in the tangential sense of, here's a person who does the same thing that I do, but you really don't. You all really fucking don't. Nice.
pretty fucked up. If I said once again, if I did something like that to a woman content creator or a man content creator, like gender doesn't even necessarily matter here, but like showing me other fight, swap the roles type thing. People typically respond better to that. I don't think it's good, but
I feel like he's making a good point here, but he's doing it in a kind of soft way, and it's like, no, that is correct. He's saying it like it's a joke to say it, but no, it's true. Reversing roles is an absolutely valid thing to point out a lot of the time.
Happens. But yeah, if I did this to a man, I still think it'd be pretty messed up. Bro showed me his taint and it's like dimpled like chicken skin. He's so gross. Lamau, what an idiot, dumbass. I think it'd be pretty messed up. I don't think that
I mean, yeah, I don't know enough about this guy's content. Like, he could be saying all of this and then at other times be super inconsistent. I don't know. If you know of him being inconsistent in this, I guess. I just don't really care to like dig into this guy and oh, well, look at this thing he said. I'm just watching this video because it kind of wraps up the race war that has been, endlessly happening all over Twitter recently.
To do that. And I don't think I'm in the wrong here.
I definitely take critical thinking.
I'm pretty sure I even also, she didn't play me talking about Vosh, but which is also really interesting. And all these sorts of things, what you're going to see is that they play me talking about black people or some other types of people or some other groups, but they never play me criticizing the people who they say I'm always peddling for. I also really want to put this idea of my mistreatment of Professor Flowers.
You've recorded a video for so long that it's daytime!
Hours to rest, because in my original video that I released about her discussion with Vosh, I really feel like I was incredibly fair and kind to her in that discussion. I'm not going to be rehashing and relitigating everything that I said in that video, because I think that video stands by itself, and I really think that I made all the points that I needed to. That on top of the fact that like I don't remember every single detail of those discussions because it just happened so long ago now. But I want to talk about this because I think like normal rational people could possibly be lied to about my possible treatment of Professor Flowers, and I just think that's unfortunate because I really think I was pretty good in my analysis. So since I'm blocked by Professor Flowers now, and I'm pretty sure we block each other, I'm going to do something that I don't typically do, but I feel like it's going to be important in this situation because all of these people keep wanting to lie about this, and I just feel like at this point I don't have any other reason not to show this. So I'm going to be, unlike what I said to Cat Black, I am going to be leaking DMs, my DMs with Professor Flowers, because we did actually talk a little bit. And this is why I think that I treated her pretty well, because I believe that she thought that I treated her so well, in fact, that she believed that I was worth having even a little bit of a correspondence with. So here is my correspondence with Professor Flowers. On September 25th, 2021, holy crap, it's been so long. But she reached out to me after my video and said, "Hi, I saw your video about my debate with Vosh. I just wanted you to know that Vosh and I agreed on an entirely different topic than in anti-capitalist violence and separatism. I was completely unprepared for this topic."
Wait, no, okay. This is anti-colonialist, but I'm nitpicking. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Professor Flowers drama is still getting brought up in 2023. That's wild, man.
And I think debating colonialism is wrong. And this is a subject that...
No, that's Soul Bunny. Professor Flowers is the person that had a debate with Vosh, and when pressed, seemed unwilling to say that black people, if taking control of the country, ought not commit a genocide against the whites or settlers or whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, I think that the charitable read is that she was trying to make a point about sovereignty. Sure. But, like, why not just say, yeah, well, I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think they should do that. Why not just say that? Like, why leave any room for doubt? Just, like, she seemed totally unwilling and able to just go, yeah, I wouldn't support a genocide. That would be bad, even if the people were seemingly deserving or whatever. I don't know. Oh. So, yeah. Because, obviously, like, if you were to ask the same question about Nazi Germany's sovereign right to commit a genocide, I'm fairly certain that they would probably be very quick to say how bad it is, you know? But if you take it away from the Professor Flowers discussion or something like that, it is true that in order for a nation to be sovereign, like, they would need to be able to do whatever they wanted. But then we live in a world now where we accept that if sovereignty means they can commit a genocide, well, we don't want genocides happening. So we need to find some way to mediate and measure that and stop that from happening. And the current thing we've come up with is obviously the the NATO shit and geopolitical links and ties and whatever that shit is. But fundamentally, a sovereign nation would need the ability to do whatever the fuck it wanted. It'd be fully sovereign. But does that then mean that maybe we don't want sovereign nations because we don't want them to be able to do fucked up shit if they feel like it? But, she just danced around it and evaded it and made it look like she was, not against genocide. She basically just needed to say genocide bad, and that would have been it. Just on the soy nod. That would have been perfectly adequate.
To be listened to and understood, not argued. It's really frustrating that people are critiquing me as if I was ready to have these conversations at all. I'm making a follow-up video that you can keep an eye out for.
If you can't be prepared to defend your positions on any medium for whatever the fuck it is you're discussing, you shouldn't be discussing those ideas, period. You shouldn't be doing that whatsoever. Mucho texto, my dude. Mucho texto.
Find me insufferable then. At least it's for what I actually believe and intended to say. And I think this is genuinely a pretty good response by Professor Flowers, and I thought it was incredibly kind. And I really appreciate it. I appreciate it so much in the moment I heard it, because I didn't have any ill will toward Professor Flowers, and I still really don't. And so here was my response. So here's my response about a day later. I'm always up for what people have to say. My honesty in these situations is why I have the platform to begin with. So if you make it, I will watch it. This was my promise to Professor Flowers, that after I watched her debate with Vosh, that I would watch her follow-up video to make sure that I understood exactly what she had to say, because I did care about what she had to say. I've heard what she has to say now. But before, I was very open to it, and I let her know that. And I did actually watch that video. I didn't really like it, but once again, I knew what she actually thought, and we could just have that disagreement there, and I thought that was a good thing. Later, I also came back and said, also, your talk with President Sunday gave me more insight into how you thought, and I think it was great to hear you expand on some of your ideas. While I don't agree with all of them, it's hard to hate someone who, at the very least, shares my goals in bettering the world. And that was the last thing I said to Professor Flowers before she blocked me. I don't think
Can John make a genocide tier list? Yes. However, there's obviously going to be a color gradient. F at the bottom is going to have a certain tone, and then as it goes up, it's going to get a different tone, with one notable exception in the S tier. Okay, let's put it that way. Let's put it that way.
I ever really talked about Professor Flowers after this, or in a way that like expanded on my opinions of her or her ideals than this. This was basically it. I didn't have any other things to say about Professor Flowers. I still don't really have anything more to say about Professor Flowers. I just don't. It just doesn't seem. I just feel like it's very strange to say that I was like incredibly uncharitable to her when this is the type of charity that I was giving to her. I didn't make any promises about anything. All I said that I will listen to what you have to say. I will internalize it. I'll think about it. I hope that we come to an understanding. That's basically it. That's all you really can do in these situations. I'm not just going to believe whatever she says. I'm not just going to turn my brain off and let just random people put like whatever they want in my head. Not every black person is good on black issues. Not every black person is great on indigenous issues.
Yeah, that includes you.
Every trans person is great on trans issues. Not every woman is great on woman issues. Just because you're of a certain identity does not mean that you're worth listening to on those issues for making the world a better place for that group of people. It's just not true. If that was the case, then I would listen to Candace Owens on black issues, and we all know that's something you shouldn't do. To wrap up this like Professor Flowers thing, and I hope this is the last time.
It is. The race stuff. It's infested every single aspect. One thing that the progressives, particularly like black hardcore left progressive types, have been able to do is they've created this wonderful dynamic for themselves where they can just declare that they can't be racist. I can't be racist. What about systemic power? That's it. They declare that, and it gives them free reign to do whatever the fuck they want, even to call another minority that disagrees with them a slur. And that is considered acceptable because of the colour of their skin. It's fucking brilliant. I wish I could do that. I wish I could say, hey guys, because of I've got a very complicated social analysis here, and because of that, I can't be racist. Euro X, Y, and Z. It's just nuts, man. But, you know, I'll be honest with you, this is a pattern we've seen developing. And I think the trouble for me is I think some of it, there's something in there that's rooted in a worthwhile view, which is this idea that there is a systemic racism that exists. And that's worth talking about and bearing in mind and considering as we move forward. But it's become this all-encompassing analysis that I would say a lot of the time just serves to cover or be an excuse for bad behavior from minorities. Right? Because they can just point to some systemic issue and use that as a catch-all excuse as to why things are the way they are or why they are allowed to behave badly. And it also creates a dynamic where we do this materialist analysis of, you know, why it's the woke Thatcherism shit where it's like, right, this black criminal, well, you see, they're the way they are because of these different social complicated issues that bring their circumstances to this position and da-da-da-da. But then, and they're out there committing crimes and shit, but we you know, apologize for it using this systemic analysis. But then a white person has got the wrong political views, all that goes out the window. They are fundamentally a bad person for holding that view, and the only solution is to commit physical violence upon them. But the black criminal, well, it's a carceral prison system in America. We can't possibly do that to them. That's going to be terrible. Da, 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 da. Right? Da, da, da. That is the analysis. But a person has got the wrong political views. Physical violence is essential to the point of killing them. It's fucking nuts. It's wacky. It's wacky. But this has become like such a predominant prevailing narrative amongst a certain type of progressive lefty. It's just crazy, man. And this is why I think that, this is why I've always tried to recognize it as this, it's exactly the same way that conservatives would look at the world in terms of an individual responsibility, but like with the coin flip situation, right? It's exactly the same type of thinking that they're doing that's leading them to those conclusions.
Ever talk about it. I just find it so weird that all of these people come for like me and other people in the space that disagreed with Professor Flowers when even in this DM, she told me she wasn't ready. She wasn't ready. She just wasn't ready for it.
It makes it acceptable what I chose to say and do because listen, they said themselves that they couldn't do it. Why am I? What is they fuck me for?
Couldn't defend her argument clearly and succinctly, and I think that's why she felt like the debate was bad. She literally said that almost verbatim. So I don't know why you're coming at me by saying that I think that she poorly articulated her points when she very clearly believes that she poorly articulated her points in her debate with Vosh and in this DM that she sent to me that she thought she wanted me to read because she thought that she like respected my opinion in some way or wanted me to think differently of her in some way, and I just think that
she sent it to you because you're Vosh light, dumbass.
Weird that you're going to come for me now when this is actually genuinely what she believed about her own debate performance. This isn't me. I didn't do anything. I'm just literally stating exactly what she believes about her own arguments. But on that note, onto the indigenous thing, because a lot of these people are trying to use this to try and say that like me and other people in this space are like anti-indigenous or land back or something, when actual indigenous people...
I actually am now. I've decided. I am anti-land back at least. No, listen. I just think that these people have got way too comfortable. If there's one group of people in society that don't have it hard enough, it's Indigenous Americans, okay? It's Indigenous Americans. We need to turn the pressure up a little bit, okay? Those reservations, right? Shave off a little bit. That's all I'm saying, all right? Just shave off a little. Just a little shred here, a little shred there, okay? But no. Again, it's this obnoxiousness where, look, they had a tough time. Yes, they have had a very tough time. There's no denying that, okay? But there's this toxicity to the discourse. And again, it's this, this is why it's just fun to talk about and make content on. But the reality is, they're never going to have any meaningful, significant political power. So it is very kind of like, the kind of angry expressions you see them make on social media are just that. There's never going to be anything meaningful or significant behind it. But there's this kind of toxicity that they engage in, and they've concocted this fantasy to cope with the, endless crushing of their people, that one day they're going to get power and send the Europeans back to Europe. And it's just like, it's just delusional. It's not going to happen. Have you seen your weapons? I mean, I don't know if you've looked recently, but, well, let's just say that I wouldn't put much stock. Okay, I need to be careful here, man. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble for racist shit. Jesus. Okay, you know what I'm getting at though, don't you? Right? You know where I'm coming from. Yeah?
Who came out against Professor Flowers' arguments and said that they were harmful, wrong, and she shouldn't be talking about them in this way. And
I mean, to be honest with you, like I said, I went to the British Museum. the other day, and there's loads of fucking Native American shit. It's brilliant. Like, you must have just been like, oh, tomahawk, yes please. Oh, full headdress. Oh, yeah, we'll trade that. Here, we'll take your headdress. Here's a couple of blankets to keep you warm. Yeah, get those wrapped around your kids and you'll be golden. Right, see you later. Fucking riding off on horseback. Oh. Anyway, very interesting to look at.
if that's not more of an indictment on her arguments, then I don't know what else is than the actual people coming out and saying that those arguments were bad and harmful. Aren't those supposed to be the people who you said that you should be listening to? Isn't Professor Flowers here the person who should be like sitting down and listening to the indigenous people? But instead of that, all of these people just keep harping on about how we're the bad guys and we're the bad ones, when I'm agreeing with almost every single indigenous person I've heard chime in on this issue, period. I have indigenous people in my audience, and I actually consulted them before I made my video about Professor Flowers. It's just, the problem that you have is not with me and what I said about Professor Flowers. If you think I gave coon vibes by disagreeing with Professor Flowers, then congratulations, you think indigenous people give off coon vibes by disagreeing with Professor Flowers. And I think that's very stupid. Sad.
If you disagree with me, you disagree with these other people who are a protected class. And if you call those people a part of the protected class, this thing that I am, because I'm being this thing that you've called me, well, you've done a transphobia. You've done an indigenous wrong. You've made a social faux pas slight, and now I'm innocent. Fucking Christ. Fucking Christ. I need to go make Mother's dinner. Fucking Christ. It never changes! The rhetoric literally never changes! It's the same shit every time! Replace this man's filter! He needs new lines! He needs new memes! He needs new insults! He needs new arguments!
How do I unlock this?
Sad. I do also want to say
I literally, you know, in all seriousness, who cares? Like, I don't give a shit what racial makeup my community is, okay? I don't need I need no one's permission, right, to give my opinion about something, right? If I want to talk about indigenous issues, I'll fucking talk about indigenous issues as much as I fucking want to, okay? There's literally nothing anyone can do to stop me, okay? Your best bet is that I say something out of pocket that's racist, and then you might get me banned on Twitch, right? Because what does it matter? What does it fucking matter what an indigenous person thinks? Also, I'm pretty sure Shark was just saying, like, you know, oh, well, you know, don't base it on the identity or whatever, but then he's appealing to the indigenous people in his audience. It just seems a bit inconsistent to me. Just say your piece and what your fucking point of view is. And if you're right, you're right. And if you've got something to back it up, you've got something to back it up. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. I don't know, I just don't really see the point of, like, worrying about the makeup of your audience and what they do and don't think about it. This is what I mean, where I feel like this race stuff has just infested our brains to, like, insane levels. And a lot of it is just pointless and bullshit. We don't need to worry about it, you know? But yeah. Just say your piece.
That it's super funny that they are going on and on about how they don't want to go back and forth with any of these bigots. I'm a bigot, apparently. I get all the notifications when you reply back to them. Seems like I want the harassment to die down as they're actively pushing harassment against me. Listen, calmness for me, but not for thee. You deserve all the harassment. You deserve the threats and everything, but not me. Not me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but yeah, I think the point of this is more so to go, well, look, by your own standards, you're calling these people who you wouldn't want to support. Sure, maybe that's more the point.
Good. I'm the good boy here. Another example of her pushing people to literally harass me, but whatever, I guess. Shark 300! They didn't even put the dot in front, so it wouldn't end up as a reply, so basically nobody saw this tweet, which is super funny. But anyways, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I don't simply not like you. I don't like the way you move. She hates the way I move. I don't know what that means, and I don't really care either. Using some of the same tactics as Candace Owens to uphold the...
I'm gonna keep it 100% with you. I don't simply just not like you. Well, first off, this is Soul Bunny. He's trying to cover up the chat of. This is Soul Bunny's tweet. Am I shocked? Am I shocked that he's trying desperately hard to run away? Nah. I'm not shocked. I'm not fucking shocked at all. I'm gonna keep it 100% with you. I don't simply just not like you. I don't like the way you move, meaning she doesn't like the way that you behave and how you associate with other people. You know what the fuck that means. Stop being fucking retarded. I don't like the way that you move, using some of the same tactics as Candace Owens up to uphold the white status quo, pushing lies and misinformation on a cat black just isn't drama. It's strategic trans misogynoir for your own content / clout profit gain. I also want to mention that those two content creators who talk to you aren't black trans people who have more reason to be angered with your coonery versus black trans figures. Cope or whatever you need, blood. Are you going to say that you don't know what blood means now? What cope will you come up with next, good son? What cope will you come up with next?
White status quo. Pushing lies and misinformation on Cats Black isn't drama. It's strategic trans misogynoir for your own cloud profit gain. I also want to mention that whoever those two content creators who talk to you aren't black trans people who have more sorry, wait, what? This is my first time reading the second tweet. I read the first tweet and I didn't give a shit. I haven't read the second tweet yet. I also want to mention that whoever those two content creators
I do feel like this community, okay? I feel like...
You know what I find that's cute? You chose, desperately, as you could, to cover up Soul Bunny's name. But you didn't cover up the name of anybody else here associated to the tweets on the screen, and you also were lazy enough to not cover up the fucking tab that has their name on it. But you decided to leave the profile picture there, thus making it easier if somebody were to go back and find where this tweet is for them to locate it. It's almost like you don't know how to do your fucking job. What a shock. What a fucking shock.
I feel like we got in on the trans misogynoir memes very early. We were on that shit during the Will Smith drama. We were all over that, okay? Now everyone else is playing catch up to the cringe. They're literally creating brand new concepts to be upset and offended about. Well, it's not enough to be upset about transphobia. It's not enough to be upset about racism. It's not enough to be upset about misogyny. We need to fuse them all together to create a brand new thing to be even more angry about. Fuck me, man. Well, the thing is, when I spoke about it during the Will Smith stuff, there was some commentary on it, and there were people that were talking about it. But it has become, it's gone way beyond it. It's very popular now.
Cycle 15 times in one turn. I guess it's just.
Thank you for the bits. I think this is also this weird kind of fusion that's happened where we've taken like maybe a reasonable conversation about certain bigotries that exist, but we've like academicized it, right? We've
academicized 10 minutes is definitely
a great example
Kingsley.
of that is the racism conversation, where we've taken a pretty reasonable concept that to be the victim of systemic racism, there needs to be certain things in place. Like, it's unlikely that as a white person in Texas, you're going to be the victim of systemic racism from the Texas government, right? But then that's been transformed and academicized into, well, actually, if you're black, you can't possibly be racist under any circumstances because racism equals power plus prejudice. And this is kind of typical of a lot of the race conversations. where it's just been academicized, and then people quote this and talk about this. The racism equals power plus privilege thing isn't, my understanding is, it's not widely accepted either. This is like very much a Twitter thing that people talk about, or your weird race hucksters that write articles for those weird black magazines. But you know, it's kind of caught on as a saying, and again, it's just used. But the thing is, if you read about it, and I'm not an expert on this, bear in mind, and also I'm white, so what do I know? But this isn't like, if you ask an academic that looks at racism from a proper academic in like a school or something that talks about this, I don't think they're going to turn around and say that. They're going to talk about, well, under systemic racism, that's how we'd look at it. But often they will recognize there's different types of racism. So you've got like your systemic racism, but you do have interpersonal racism, which is a separate issue. But that can go any way. That can go any way, right? But they wouldn't just go, oh, if you're black, you can't be racist. Because that's what these people online claim. That's what they say. There was a video the other day we watched, it was only a short clip. But this person said, I cannot be racist because I'm black, and racism is power plus privilege. Plus prejudice, whatever it is. Yeah. Retarded shit, what can you do? This is the thing as well. Do you know what the other thing about this is that annoys me a bit? None of this is going to change. It's just, if anything online, it's going to get worse. I'm kind of a bit like, well, you know. All you can do is just laugh at the people and mock the people that talk about it and make funny content out of it. But you literally cannot change these people's minds. I don't think it's possible to.
Agree. Hard agree. 100% correct. Can't change the mind of people who don't want to be changed. You can use them as examples.
Yeah, well, actually, I've been meaning to get around to watch like Sitch's. I think Adam does it, but I want, because they've actually done some interesting content about critical race theory that I wanted to get into. But yeah, you don't think our race will fall flat eventually? Well, these particular people you won't be able to convince, but I think that the trend is going against that now. The trend is going against this kind of analysis. I think that's generally what's happening. And I think that if you, I mean, the UK obviously is a different kettle of fish, but look at the way Labour are going in the direction they're taking it. I think that, particularly if you look at some of the industrial action that's happened recently, a lot of that and the narrative around it has pivoted quite hard away from LGBT shit, race stuff, and it's more about worker shit, work class shit, which is to me, you know, a good thing. Not to say that Labour's perfect, but I think they've recognised, particularly if they want to recapture votes from the Red Wall, for example, they can't go on about LGBT shit. Some plumber in Manchester does not give two fucks about the plight of the blacks or the plight of Israel or the plight of fucking trans people, right? They just are concerned with their own fucking lookout and making sure that them and their families are okay. And that is what you need to focus on. And in America, I don't know what the reality is. It's probably different state to state. It's probably different state to state. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Democrats. The Democrats are probably socially more to the left than Labour are now, I'd say, in terms of the stuff they're talking about and the stuff they're pushing. But yeah, I mean, Labour's approach has paid dividends. Conservatives have fucked that too, but their approach has paid dividends at the recent local elections. And I think the polling shows that if there was to be an election now, I think Labour would win if they were to make a joint government with the Liberal Democrats. But yeah, it seems like America is super far left social. Can I say the M word now because an Indian man is because an Indian man's prime minister? It's free reign on the P words.
Who talk to you aren't black trans people who have some reason to be angered with your coonery against black trans figures, cope or whatever you need blood. So here's the thing. I think I talked to just one person on stream and he wasn't black. He called in to ask if I was okay, actually, because he saw all the harassment that I was getting. I'm fine. Just so you know. You don't need to reach out to me and ask if I'm okay. I am okay. I'm fine. I promise. This is the first time that I've been engaged in this type of stuff. But this isn't the first time that I've dealt with any of these types of creatures, insects, as I would like to call them, by the way that they act. So it didn't really necessarily have anything to do with having them come on to prove that I'm right. They asked to come on to ask if I was okay because they're good people and they saw that I was being harassed. And I'm a pretty quiet person and I don't even talk necessarily about how everything makes me feel. And I haven't talked about how everything makes me feel. And I may not even necessarily in this video talk about how everything makes me feel. We'll see by the time we get to the end, right? Whenever that will be, because I don't know necessarily how long this video will be, but I'll try and cover everything that I can as concisely as I possibly can. Calling me something like Candace Owens is just simply ridiculous and low IQ. I'm nothing like Candace Owens, and I even think that is a
ooh, shark dipping into the low IQ memes. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
That is disrespectful to black people who have come under fire from people like Candace Owens or people like Dave Rubin, because the way in which they act and how they uphold white supremacy is far different than my insults to certain people. It is just far different in every way, shape, or form. I actually think about how some things that I say could possibly be used against some black people. We'll talk about that in a moment, but you guys don't.
No, the fuck you don't. Oh! Tell that lie again.
And you don't care. Never have, never will. And I find it hard to care about what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously, I'm not sure if we're the audience for this video, okay? Let's put it that way. The Chud Nation, you know, most racist situation going, I don't know. Well, maybe you'll get into it now. But I'm enjoying watching it and talking about it and fucking around with you guys, okay? But I'm just saying that I don't think this is like meant for us. Some of this is a bit like, oh, okay. Candace Owens. A lot of this stuff, I think people need to realise you can solve by just saying, literally don't give a shit about your opinion. Fuck off. I don't know. Yeah, I think Atari's right. This brand of politics is boring and played out. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of bread tube flavour of politics that I think that people are a bit kind of sick of on the whole. Like, the reason people are watching this is not because it's talking about that. It's because of the drama, right? I mean, this has probably got a bunch of views. It's 70,000 views. People interested in the drama aspect of this and the race war that's been brewing. Well, I mean, I think that I've said this a lot. I say a lot of things all the time. Obviously, I think the problem is we've got to a point where plainly expressing progressive sentiments are just boring, right? And people just don't really care about it anymore in the same way they used to. You know, that's where the whole point of the soy knob thing is to mock these kind of trite expressions of obvious progressive sentiment, you know? And I think that also the failure of the breadtube side of things is to really meaningfully connect with the politics of the real world. And I think that across the board, people have realised that how difficult it truly is to actually connect this in a meaningful way to the real world to bring about actual meaningful change. And you've seen so many creators fall by the wayside that present themselves as some sort of radical thing that you can fund to bring about socialism. But you've got the incentive structures that push people in certain directions, the fact that it genuinely is difficult to turn people from content consumers online to some action, you know? DJ Mule, I mean, another person that pops to my head is, who remembers the name of the person who wore the balaclava and did pro-China, you know, shit? Bay Area something. Remember that guy? No, not Corantos, no. Bay Area 415, yeah. What was funny about that guy is he talked a big talk about revolutionary politics, but then freaked out when he got doxxed. And I think he ended up just getting rid of all of his stuff because of how much it freaked him out. It's like, bro, you're talking about being a revolutionary and you're crying about getting doxxed. Like, imagine fucking Lenin. Oh, the fucking, oh no, they're coming, the fucking Russian police are coming for me. Oh no, I can't do this anymore. Like, what the fuck? You're supposed to push through that if you're some revolutionary kind of guy, right? Like, you're supposed to be at the forefront, pushing the most revolutionary, destructive politics to the state you could imagine. And you're going to cry about getting doxxed. Like, give me a fucking...
Not if it personally affects your life and your money's made from the shit that you do off camera, not on camera.
Fucking break. It just exposed, like, how, and the same for a lot of people, despite espousing very radical politics, it's about the money and it's about the content and, you know, that sort of thing.
It's always about the money and the content. That's how they do things. Oh, that Carl's gone. How are we doing, chat? Trying to rally the chat against me, Spoof? If that's what's happening? You gotta find something to do that doesn't consume your life the way your job does. What do you do for work again? Not applicable. I feel like you might have told me at one point in time, but I forgot. How did you lose an entire loaf of bread? I actually shouldn't talk shit. There have been plenty of times where I can forget where I placed something. Carry on, as you were.
So yeah, obviously I am Giga Blackpilled on this stuff. But if you disagree, I would ask you to point me to the numerous meaningful political, you know, things that are happening off the back of any of this content. If anything, I would argue the political things that have been achieved are in spite of this whole space and in spite of the content. And it just so happens that at times it's come together where people have been able to, well, mainly Destiny with the organising shit, but you know, it's in spite of this, and it's as a result of investment of a lot of resources and money too, you know. And there's even times where the whole online shtick has been a negative detriment to that, in some cases too. So I just, you know, it's just all for fun. I don't know how else to say it. Just enjoy yourself. Just enjoy yourself, guys. Have a good time while you can. Okay, consume the content. And if you actually want to bring about political change, go out and do it in the real world, but isn't involved in this hyper-autistic, stupid online shit. It really is as simple as that. And that could be anything. That could be voting or canvassing. It could be something more extreme, like setting up some sort of tenants union or some other lefty stuff. Whatever you want, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter what you do. If you want to see positive change, though, do some political shit. Go out there and do it. And that's as simple as that.
But when you don't keep yourself up to the same exact standards as you would try to hold me to. I'm not like Uncle Ruckus. I've never watched Boondocks, mostly because I hate black people. No, I don't really watch TV. So I don't really know necessarily about Uncle Ruckus. I don't watch slave movies either. Those are for white people. Once again, we'll talk about that in a moment. So I'm not like 100% privy to literally every reference they're trying to call me, but I just think it's ridiculous. When the Candace Owens one, I'm very sure of. I'm nothing like Candace Owens. I'm not even using the same tactics as Candace Owens. Candace Owens is very clear and very hateful and very bigoted. I'm nothing like Candace Owens. Sorry. And if I am, that says more about how you don't understand who Candace Owens is or who any of these anti-black people are.
RedTube was a response to people like Sargon, but those Sargon types aren't the big bad anymore. It was cathartic listening to Sean videos back in the day. Yeah, of course. I think that for a lot of people it was just like a nice, oh, there's someone that's speaking a bit differently about this and speaking some sense at the time about some of these issues or whatever. But then if you look at but the thing is, the weak fell by the wayside. Yes, Sargon did call me out for cyberbullying. The weak fell by the wayside from the skeptic community. But the people that were left, right? Do you know what they did? Yeah, the Davis Arini stuff was gold, mocking those types of people. But the people that survived up to their game, got studios, started producing high-level quality content, the stuff that actually has got far more of a meaningful impact. Like if you look at something like Tim Pool, it's not just that. It's not just having the studio and doing the content out of a professional angle that people listen to. It's having a genuine pathway with which to bring stuff to the attention of like the Tucker Carlson thing is wild. The fact that you could have something happening on Twitter, some leftoid says some dumb shit, and then within a few hours Tucker Carlson's talking about it because that team was plugged into what was going on. Hey, thanks for the bits. Oh yeah, the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is another example of like upping their game. bear in mind, you know, Ben Shapiro, I think, has worked in media for a while, but he, like, went out of his way to build this essentially media empire. And yeah, what was Mr. Merrick? Great point.
Oh, whoa.
PragerU, which even though people don't talk about it as much anymore, right?
Break out the slurs voice.
It's still like
break out those slurs voice. Thank you again. And yes, their content style is ideologically money and content. Money and content over literally everything and everyone around them.
A kind of powerhouse of conservative thought. They've got like a kids division and shit. Weird what? The fucking, what is it? You just named it. The fucking, the Gravel Institute. We had the Gravel Institute. What happened to that? Something and nothing. Made a big fucking song and dance about how it was going to be a response to PragerU. They released content for, what, a year? And then fell by the wayside and it's gone now. And the thing is, yeah, sure, the writer's got more money or whatever, but it's just fucking excuses. Yeah. Lefties are likely going to be outpaced and outmatched on content and budgets and stuff because people on the right have got more interest and willingness to fund content that supports their ideas, which is going to make them more money through tax breaks. Like, obviously, that's going to be the case. What the fuck are you supposed to do about that, though? Go to George Soros, or failing that, make something happen. I don't know. Oh, yeah. And, you know, unfortunately, what's happened on the progressive BreadTube side is these creators have just consolidated their wealth around themselves and pumped money into their own productions because they want to jump themselves off or wear Contra's fucking flesh like a skin suit. Right? Like, they've not actually contributed to the ecosphere of content like someone like the Daily Wire's done. They've just consolidated wealth around themselves to make their production and their content better and better and better, which is fine.
Yeah.
Fine, that's up to them if they want to do that. But it's like the people that do actually have the ability to pump money into a project that is going to, you know, allow at least something comparable to what the right are able to do, are not doing it. And then they're probably never going to do it. They're never going to do it. So, yeah. Obviously, I don't really care. I'm not looking to do progressive politics. I don't care about political change. I'm just here to make content. I'm just here to make money. But I'm just saying, if someone did want to do a lefty project where they did have something like that, there's ample opportunity and resources somewhere to do it. But, you know, someone's got to take the impetus and actually do it, you know? But the thing is like, I'll you know, I'll go and vote Labour at the election, right? I'll do stuff like that. And if I ever got to a position where I was absolutely minted, who knows what I might do? You know, I don't want to promise anything because who fucking knows. But the point I'm making is that there are people out there who profess this, and this is just again looping. People want to profess this political change, but aren't really interested in doing anything beyond just making content. I mean, what was fucking philosophy? You know, philosophy tube was going, oh, we're not paying our landlord, and we send this letter if you don't want to pay your landlord, making a big deal out of this fucking bullshit revolutionary stuff. What was the last video about? Stoicism. On the thumbnail, looking like a fucking cheap knockoff ContraPoint. It's like, it's just pointless, isn't it?
Are more than it says anything about me. All of this says more about you than ever will about me, ever. Sorry. And I also find it super interesting. Every single one of these types of people who like to say that they hate that they hate drama, they don't want to be in drama. Literally every single last one of them only engage in drama, or like.
Nah, Cap, you can't say that while having your face. People don't want to be involved in drama. They don't want to be the start of drama. They enjoy eating popcorn to drama. The very people who then say the statement, you guys say that you don't like drama, but you're always in the middle of drama, are always in the middle of drama! Because that's your content. What was it you were doing when you decided to put my face on a thumbnail and lie about my opinions? I can lie about my positions, and lie about my opinion, and lie about my facts, while me being somebody with the background that you never have because you're not the thing you call yourself, tried to put yourself in front of an audience of an assorted amount of people. On Twitch, it was 300. On YouTube, less than that. And in terms of your content, that is really fucking poor for you. What was it you were trying to do? Well, that was right. You were calling yourself a dub relativist while trying to antagonize somebody you thought that you could lie about. And then you tried to say, well, this person's account got banned because, you see, he was harassing women. Meanwhile, what the fuck do you do on a regular case basis? What are you doing right now? What were you clocked doing? That's right. Talking shit about women. Black women. Insulting people in general. Calling them things that you say, well, you see, I actually think they're this thing, but through their actions, knowing that that's what you have to say, because if you were actually held accountable to the same standard you used, you would get banned for it. Because you know that that standard that was put in because of people like Ethan Klein would definitely be used on you. Because you're not Ethan Klein. You're not any of these people that you want to associate yourself with, even though you know for a fact that they would hold your ass accountable. You know that. You know it for a certainty. You know it for a 100% case certainty. You know it. Signifier knows it. Everybody next to him knows it. Khadijah knows it. All the people know it. Even fucking Noralities knows it. And yet, you still try to tell that lie like it's gonna save you. And it didn't! And it didn't! And people are enjoying watching it because people love watching individuals like you get your comeuppance. If you don't want people to make fun of you, and if you don't want people to hold you accountable to that, stop acting the way you do and change your behavior. Are you gonna do it? No? You're gonna keep doing the same shit? Alright then.
Mostly drama, or love drama. They love drama, and then they go on, and so they drop a drama video after a drama video after a drama video after a drama video, and then they'll see how well the drama video does, and then they'll take a screenshot and then upload how well this video did compared to their last videos that weren't about drama, and then they'll be like, I can't believe the world is so cruel like this, and then they'll drop another drama video. I drop some drama videos every now and again. I'm not going to lie to you. I would hope that we could learn something from it, but I don't go here and do so much drama when all these people do is make drama. This person who's like been criticizing me this whole time, this specific person, their entire channel is simply drama. It's only drama. That's it. That's it. Their whole channel is simply just trying to attack other creators. And I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to attack other creators who deserve it. I'm just saying that I just think...
No, there's a problem with attacking people who deserve it, and you claim, well, this person doesn't deserve it, because you see, in our viewpoint, the correct standards means that they're allowed to do it. No, either it's, I don't attack people, period. I don't comment on things, period. Even when people bring harassment to me, I don't comment on it, period. Until they start to endure my character, then the lions woke. Then the giants woke. It's one or the fucking other. It's not both at the same fucking time. Gotta pick one. If you can't pick one, don't worry. One will be picked for you. I'm pretty sure it's grind first. But creative fire goes from 3 to 2.
Really ridiculous how they're really up into the I hate drama crowd, drama bad crowd, when at the end of the day, they love drama. They enjoy drama. They vibe.
Danny's in danger. There is not ample money on the left. Oil billionaires have ample money to fund the right. There's nothing similar on the left. Well, I guess we'll just give up then and not do anything, right? Just forget about it. What sort of attitude is that? What sort of attitude is that? It's just like, okay, well then, fuck it. Let the Daily Wire have cultural dominance and you know, do movies and shit. Like, what the fuck are you... Do you know what I mean? Just give up then. Why bother? Just embrace the fucking black pillars I have then, you know?
They imbibe in it. That's all they ever talk about or do. That's kind of how it is. Sorry. This person holds themselves up as...
But the thing is, okay, it's your first chat. I'm not... Listen, all I'm highlighting to you is there's this endless defeatist attitude. And it's always, oh, but the right have got this and the right have got that. Yeah, of course they do. I mean, I don't know what to say to that. Good luck.
Some sort of steward, some bulwark, some sort of...
What's the point of criticising Philosophy Tube for not doing what the Daily Wire does? Because the behaviour of people like Philosophy Tube and ContraPoints, despite their professed politics, is the most capitalistic shit you could imagine. Right? And it's not even capitalistic to the goal of furthering their goals, which would be good. It's just, I'm going to improve and make my content better and enrich myself. The right are out there making careers happen for people. There's people that are nobodies that are getting pulled in off Daily Wire contracts and getting given fucking juicy shows, and then they become famous off the back of it. And they're creating right-wing commentators out of nothing. So stupid. They've got some money to do something with, and they're putting it all in their pockets or in their fucking stupid-ass 40-minute video about some bullshit philosophy no one cares about.
True!
Go and look at Philosophy Tube's old video before they transitioned. It was all just like plainly speaking to a camera about ideas. Whether you agree or disagree, you cannot deny that there's been an ever-increasing focus on budgets and costumes and stuff like that, which is self-serving drama kid shit, right? So their politics are worthless then, aren't they?
Incredible person who's here to change things, who's beating the heck out of the racist white queer community. When...
And also, that's the other point too, these people barely release content. You look at the right, and there's a fucking billion videos about, you know, what is it? The fucking Cleopatra show. With tons of views. And that is something that connects with people, and there's a cultural relevance there. And people get enraged by that. Because they're like, oh, they're not even doing history properly now. And where's the response to that? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, this is something I've always said, is, you know, you need to pump the fucking content out if you want to have any chance of asserting any sort of cultural discourse of dominance. And BreadTube had it for a while. BreadTube had sway and hold over the discourse online about stuff that I think probably had some sort of impact. But
to the detriment of everybody. Don't forget that part.
It's fallen by the wayside because people are lazy, or, you know, they only want to do one well-produced video a month. I don't know, man. Do you know, I remember with Sean, he did 4 videos about one transphobic BBC article. And each subsequent video, he used the same thumbnail and put the number 1, 2, and 3 over it. Absolute lazy shit, man. Can we be real? Who fucking cares about a transphobic BBC article? Maybe for one video, but to make 4 individual videos about it, some of those videos being pointing out where you can complain. Money for old rope shit, man. Seriously. It's mental. And it's fine if, like, that's what he wants to do, but to profess to have these politics and then do shit like that is just wild to me. And that's why I am Giga Blackpilled and probably never going to change anytime soon. But yeah.
they're just harassing people at the end of the day, honestly. But hey, listen, it's whatever. And if they're going to come at me for my connections, I feel like that it would be a great opportunity to highlight connections. I think connections are interesting, so interesting. Everybody has so many connections with so many curious types of people.
Ooh,
and I think this person has some very curious connections indeed, from what I've seen. I want to say my connection with Vosh is like the big problem with why they dislike me. I'm not very connected with Vosh at all. We have some overlap in our communities. I have a lot of people who don't like.
Fuck, I can't do it. I can't pause this at the same time. Because what he just said was a bunch of horse shit.
Vosh in my community. If I mention him, I get a lot of people who are like, don't end up like him, don't be like him. I like you because you're pretty different from him. There's reasons to dislike everybody, so it's just whatever. At the end of the day, I think this whole thing with connections is going to be very curious because I don't think this person has very good connections themselves. So
what I was going to show you is the fact that he was actively fucking happy to post his video about how he was getting highlighted by his favorite content creator. But suppose that's old hat. It's much easier to explain that he has everything he has because he went from attaching himself to the cock of Ian Kaczynski to attaching himself to the cock of FD Signifier. How many videos have we watched on this channel, and how many times have we watched content on Versus Chat where we have seen his fucking ugly mug being featured by FD Signifier, especially after that I want to be a kingmaker bullshit of his. I can't imagine a better way to create a new fucking portly prince. Mint this motherfucker the Duke is goddamn the street because you think the smartest thing you could do is highlight somebody who will actively call their people out of their fucking names and doesn't think that he'll ever be held accountable to it, and hoping that because he told a lie on a broadcast and then tried to retell that lie in a video that he won't be held accountable for his clip shimping. Not to what he does to one person, not to what he does to another person, and that when he gets held accountable to the same actions and standards and behaviors that he does to his own audience, unto his own group of people he would normally be standing side by side with, he now is upset to the fact that he has to do the same shit he did to everybody fucking else, thus being the reason why other people do not like him and the shit that he's done to everybody fucking else.
Fact that I think a lot of you all may actually find the connections that they have to be very worrisome, curious, and also questionable, especially with some of the things.
I'm going to get called transphobic with this, I'm sure. Whether you agree or disagree with this person, okay? It used to be like stuff like this.
In the last few years, the right wing has gained ground across America and Europe, but despite that...
You know, simple, straightforward, bookcase, saying your thoughts. I don't know the regularity of the content exactly, but, you know, anyway. And now it's this.
Once upon a time, I went through a very nasty breakup, and my mental health really suffered. I was in a bad place, until I went to see a therapist who knew a lot about Stoic philosophy. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy, and it's having a bit of a moment. The Daily Stoic has over 2 million followers on Instagram. There's an international Stoic convention called...
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Things that these people are engaged in. Do you guys remember Eden? The video that I made on Eden? The Saudi Arabian trans woman who was kidnapped from America, human trafficked back to Saudi Arabia, and forced to detransition, which ultimately led to her end. Do you all remember that? Well, something that I haven't talked about too much, because I didn't want the video in which we talked about her to be consumed by them and their debauchery. Was the... Get this freaking chair out of here, man. Get the heckin' chair out of here, man. I'm talking. One thing that I didn't talk about is how there's not only a group of people who loved and respected and was cherishing her life and respecting it. There's also a group of...
Yeah, that was... I don't know if anyone followed that. That was like crazy. Obviously, there was a lot of... it even got... I think that the people that knew that person even managed to get, like... I think it was an independent article about it, which is kind of insane. That's like one of the main newspapers over here.
People who are very loud and very gross, who spend their time trying to attack people who are her friends, and who do remember her fondly. And it is wildly disgusting to see. And these people who are coming after me are connected with. Specifically, I thought it was very curious how she was found palling around with this person in particular. Let's just call them SG for now.
Okay, and there's some Jai person that they always talk about who's got some... They're fucking insane from the sound of it. The biggest criticism I've got this video is just name people. I know that you're trying to do a no free clout thing, but it makes it so difficult. Like who?
Nah, no free clout means that you take the air away from the person, and you also demonstrate that no, you're not going to attack me without having the ability to do it. What he's doing is he's hoping that by having his eyelight on him, he keeps the spotlight specifically centered on him. This was very clear when he made his hit piece on me. He didn't say my name on the article, didn't put my name in the fucking thumbnail, yet my face was in the excuse me, he didn't put my name on the thumbnail, yet my face was on the thumbnail. He made up bullshit that I never said by taking satire and presenting it as though it was real, and then when held accountable to the actual real world evidence and proof shoved in his face, then tried to back the fuck away from it because he realized that standing behind me was other people, and all of those people knew who the fuck he was, and were more than ready and prepared to hold him the same way that he was held accountable by actual Justice Warrior. Because when actual Justice Warrior dealt with him, he did the exact same shit and tried the help, I'm being harassed, a bigger content creator has his eyes on me, help me! And Sean recognized it for what it was and called him out on the spot, instantaneously. That's what no free clout means. And granted, Sean did the same thing there, but everybody knows who you fucking are because you feel the need to constantly make yourself known. Difference. Just a little bit of a difference. Just a little bit. Just a tad smidgen of a difference there, bud.
What are you talking about? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, it makes it very difficult to know who is it. Like, just say it. It doesn't matter, does it?
This SG person engaging with this on this platform.
SG, does anyone know who it is?
I don't understand how Parker could let Eden get taken like this. This tweet is in response to the SG saying that Parker, which is Eden's partner, or ex-partner now, the person who was romantically involved with Eden, they're spending their time harassing this person, whose trans partner
Slime Girl Boss, yeah, I think that is.
Was killed by the brutal anti-trans government of Saudi Arabia. This is just genuinely sick, and it makes me sick. And they're connected to even another person who's kind of the big cheerleader in this. This person who I'm not even going to show you on stream, but if you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about.
Is it Jai?
Jay. You know who
Yes, it is! Fucking do it! Okay, I got that bit right. I am enough plugged into the Twitter shit that I knew that was, okay.
You know who I'm talking about. Name starts with J. These
like
people
Jai,
who are connected to this person. They're following, they're having a good time with, they have connections with.
Basically, okay. God, I need to unplug sometimes, more so from Twitter, I'm telling you. Even on my days off, I'll scroll it. I've got the fucking, just scrolling through, even on when I'm not streaming, I'm like, Jai is some weirdo race huckster fuckhead on Twitter, and they were like extremely harsh over this this person that committed suicide, this Eden person, and they were like just posting unhinged shit on Twitter about it, right? Like for example, one of the things, because I think Eden used to go by Solaris on Twitter, so you know the little sun emoji, that they used that as part of their kind of image or whatever, right? So when it happened, a lot of people were using the sun emoji as like a, you know, pay your respects, sun emoji in the name, you know what I mean? But this Jai person was claiming, and they claimed before it was like some white supremacy thing, and then they continued to claim that even after this kind of thing happened. And obviously it's like the idea that people are using the sun emoji as a kind of tribute to someone who, I mean, I don't know the exact details of what happened, but certainly was sent back, I believe, to Saudi Arabia. The parents that didn't support the transition ended up killing themselves. The idea that like someone's using the sun emoji as like a way to show, you know, rest in peace type stuff. And then this person was going around going, oh, it's a white supremacist symbol, right? That's why people were like so mad with this Jai person, because they were just saying unhinged shit like that. Does that make sense? I appreciate a lot of this is very deep Twitter stuff that maybe you don't understand, but just to give you an idea of why people were like angry with this Jai person. And basically the point that's being made here is this Jai person is a total piece of shit, okay? And these people that are coming after Shark are friendly with these types of people, despite the fact of how horrendous they were being in that situation. Hopefully that makes sense.
They talk to these people have the sun emoji that I talked about in the video that we made about Eden, as well as a cigarette. If you know what that means, you'll know how gross that is.
Oh, it's smoking a pack. Yeah.
I'll explain it for you. Basically, what it means is it means to smoke one new pack in the air. It means someone died. Your opposition, someone who you don't like died. New op pack in the air is a way to say it, typically with a cigar. Also can be known as smoke a British cigarette, but here in the States, that F word.
Oh, you went there.
And that's the whole point. Another big content creator does this, actually. It's his calling card, an account 100% dedicated to celebrating when trans people die, whether it be by suicide or murder or anything. That's his calling card. He loves to do that too, where anytime a trans person suffers, is abused, assaulted, harassed, killed, they love to post that, especially when they don't like them. I don't like any of these people, but you won't catch me ever celebrating or being friends with people who celebrate murder of brown trans women. Here's another person they're connected with.
Why does it stop at trans women? Why, Christopher? Why does it only stop at trans women? You can't realize that you shouldn't be celebrating anybody's deaths? Because there's a difference between the indifference and the apathy of AO fam, I don't give a fuck that he died, and the constant pack smoking. You know that, right? You know that you can be able to say, hey, yo, that murderer that killed people, but then called themselves trans so that they'd be given like proper treatment and fairer treatment and better treatment before they were then summarily executed in Florida. See, I'm grinning because I have you dead to rights on that. it couldn't possibly be like that, bro. No. That's different. Respect her pronouns as they defiled and violated a corpse. Pain. It is pain. We feel nothing but pain. Spare pain, ma'am.
With tweeting Solera back when she was around. Okay, so post your selfies on the Kiwi site. What they're talking about is Kiwi Farms, a forum dedicated to harassing people.
That is a lie, and you know that it is. They talk about people. It's a drama website. They are pretty much the website forums that you do the behavior of IRL. The only difference is that over the years they've gotten wilder, which then leads to people having that problem. And you can't even access it usually on the main fucking clear.net because the majority of you have demonstrated your inability of knowing that this site exists and not having the ability to control what's on it. So you've tried to constantly get them banned. You supported somebody who tried to get the website taken down because they wanted to cover up their fucking bad behavior. And you stood by them, didn't you, Christopher?
Unless one of our 20 mutuals can talk you down from gleefully using your cis reppy guys to harass other trans people through a block. How about that? I know this community isn't so small that someone can't start a conversation, or maybe the Kiwi site can help me start one. This is them actively saying that they would like to use Kiwi Farms, a place dedicated to harassing and tap dancing on.
I think
also, by them asking that, Kiwi Farms would actively not fucking help them. They don't like when people tell them they should do something. They're not fucking stupid, my guy. They're not fucking stupid.
Just need to remind everyone as well, because I'm sure that there's people here that are not too phased by the Kiwi Farms thing. I mean, I think at the moment the ClearNet site, is it ClearNet? Is that the right way to use it? On the normal internet site is down. I think the Tor version is up, but I think the actual main one is down. So it's, you know. But the point is, you've got to think about who we're talking about here. We're not talking about, you know, we're not talking about edgelords who like looking at Kiwi Farms. We're talking about people who themselves profess to be very progressive and woke and shit, and they're associating with people who are like alluding to Kiwi Farm stuff. That's what the issue is, okay?
On the graves of trans people to attack a trans person that they don't like, that they have a disagreement with. That, everyone, is insane. Kira Chats. Now, a lot of you may not know who this Kira Chats person is.
Because she changed her name to get away from Bad Bunny. Yes, Christopher, stop it.
They were formerly known as Bad Bunny, but they rebranded due to old issues that they don't want to bring back up. But we'll talk about it here.
They called people the N-word constantly on the fucking platform. They were constantly using that shit on the platform.
Because it's important. Because if she wants to get mad, because if this person wants to get mad at me for my connection, then let's talk about some of theirs. This Kira Chat person, they used to go by Bad Bunny, specifically. And Bad Bunny was known as a pretty bad person, actually. Something that happened to them before. You may remember them as the $5 a month girl.
Yes.
I know Moist Critical, Charlie made a video about her. Like, I think it's called The Greatest Streamer Ever. It went popular. It went super mega viral of her going, $5 a month, right? That thing. I thought that it was just like a joke within the community. I didn't think that she deserved all that like hate thrown at her for that, but it happens. And just if you
I thought that somebody demanding people's money and saying that you have $5, you ain't got $5, you broke bitch. I said that shit was a joke. I didn't think it was serious. Who thinks that shit's serious, bro? Like, what's the problem? I mean, everybody does that.
You get contributed to the decision. But there is a very famous rapper called Bad Bunny. So I think the problem is for like SEO stuff, if you look up Bad Bunny, it brings up this rapper guy. And I think, look, if you want to criticize her on that basis, right, why not focus on the fact that she probably did that because she wanted to start doing sex work and needed to engage in SEO for that. Go down the misogynistic angle. Try that instead, all right?
You've probably seen that. That's who this person is. Something that's a little lesser known about her, though, is what she was engaged in a couple years ago. Actually, in some cases, not even a couple years ago. Sometimes about a year ago.
I, for one, would never be involved with a guy who's bisexual. Well, wait, Jack, shut the fuck up! I can do it.
Okay, look. Oh, I'm going to defend Bad Bunny. I'm going to defend Bad Bunny for this specific tape. Well, Atari, you're actually alluding to something, that point I'm going to make. I've seen this clip so many times. I think that, you know, the criticism is how obnoxious Bad Bunny is, or Kira Chats is now, because she's got a very checkered past herself. But I don't know if you can judge someone for associating with Bad Bunny for something she said 5 years ago. That is, you know, that's not something I'm really interested in. getting on board with. But certainly, it is acceptable to criticize Bad Bone on the basis that she is very obnoxious now about the woke shit, despite the fact she has got an insanely checkered past. But you know, I just get, you know, I get. It's like you say, you've seen this clip so many times. It's like, is there anyone in this arena that hasn't seen it at this point?
There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted, obviously if it's like, obviously there could be exceptions, all you super little nerds out there, but like.
And yet again, that's a good point as well. It's about holding them to their own standards. Because imagine if there was someone that was close to Shark or Vosh that had said something like this, you bet your bottom dollar they'd bring it up fucking all the time, right?
I don't like, the guys just like having sex with other guys, and he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you. I'm like, even black people, if you found me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth. You can't hate gay people anymore? Why not? I'm gonna hate whoever the fuck I wanna hate. I hate a person because they're wearing Crocs. Why can't I hate a person because of whatever else trivial? If that reason is trivial, why can't I hate a person for wearing Crocs? That's an incredibly trivial reason, and then people can harp on me about how stupid it is for me to hate an entire person because of the Crocs they wear. But you see me, I will hate the fuck out of that Croc wearing.
She then went on to have a whole conversation and to defend literally all of her points and said she refuses to date a black person, period, with Destiny. Even Kenneth Destiny Bennell II. It was so bad, in fact, that like even in that discussion, no matter, like I know a lot of these people think Destiny is crazy racist, and if she came out of this discussion,
if a person thinks that Destiny is crazy racist for literally nothing, you have a fucking mental issue.
With Destiny looking that bad.
Wait, what?
What does that make her? Right? My dogs. My dogs. And another person who this person's coming after me follows, enjoys, likes, and is always around them in their comment section. Here's what they had to say about Eden as well. Once again, let me remind you, a trans woman who was forcefully detransitioned, taken from her home, kidnapped, lied to, human trafficked, and killed by the Saudi Arabian government. Here's what they had to say about her. White trans faces claim to have adopted the sun emoji to mourn the death of Eden Knight, who took her own life due to the persistent bigotry of her own parents. But this is not why these folks have adopted the sun emoji for this. They adopted the emoji as a subtle way to launder their hatred for a single black trans woman for the crime of criticizing her for her racist behavior. Being called out for being racist has nothing to do with Eden's transphobic, hateful parents bullying her to death. This is what the sun emoji here actually symbolizes. An attempt to use one trans suicide.
Honestly, I just, this fighting over an emoji shit is just, go outside, okay? Like, why? This is fucking madness to me.
For a very large, many, and try to turn the entire LGBTQIA+ against one black trans woman. One who was in no way responsible for her death. Not one iota. The person who they're talking about is this person whose name begins with J.
Yeah, it's the say a name shit all over again, yeah. It's just, honestly, I don't like. It's just the dumbest shit, man. I just don't understand. It's people who are so invested in some of this stuff that they think there's going to be meaningful change in the world. It's just so pathetic, man.
This person who bullied, harassed, and is laughing, tap dancing on the grave of this dead woman. Wild. I personally wouldn't have connections like this personally, but you know, maybe some people have different values. Here's these two interacting with each other, and if you go back through any of
this person's got to be an op, haven't they? Surely.
Here's these like this personally, but you know, maybe some people.
It would really suck to be a black guy with a small penis. What would be the point? Do you ever talk to people who don't use the internet about this stuff? Hey, Tony, thanks for the sub. Yeah, I've had conversations about the online shit with people. Progressives as well, like people that are like very left progressives, you know.
Come on.
Very
want a double hit.
Social democrat,
Give me
socialist
a double
types,
hit.
and they think it's madness.
Certainly
The
can't
gender
hold
stuff,
master
crazy,
stroke.
The extremities of the racist.
Or should I? That's right.
People just, in some cases, they don't really understand the you know, the trappings.
What will you replace?
It's just for amusement. They're like, what? Like, just don't
I'm not gonna need mediate.
Oh. So yeah, fear not. Fear not.
People have different values. Here's these two interacting with each other, and if you go back through any of these tweets, they love interacting with each other. They follow each other. They talk all the time, and this is what they have to say about dead trans women. But hey, listen, I'm the one who's transphobic. Here's them again confiding with somebody who personally laughed at the death of Eden. Maybe it's a me thing. Maybe it's all at the end of the day still just a me thing. Who knows? Who can tell? Anyway. Now, in response to this video, in response to this clip that was posted on Twitter, I tweeted, why do these people want to call me a house N-word hard R for disagreeing with them on like 2 drama cycles? They went full,
you tripping, bro. You tripping.
Off of this one. They didn't like this one, not one bit. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you that, and let me show you exactly what happened. In response to this is what happened. This Tyrb person replied to me and said this, quote tweeted me, which is the most aggressive move that you can make on Twitter, mind you. Dog, I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt, but when the majority of black creators are calling out bigotry and you consistently side with the white ones, trying to be holier than thou in our spaces, there's a pattern. And you—
Yeah, I've seen this Turbs guy. Didn't I cover one of his videos and it was absolute tosh and garbage? Or maybe I went to— I can't remember, man. I remember it being very bad. But yeah, there's this group of like— how long is the video? We're about halfway through. We're halfway through, guy.
It doesn't feel like we're halfway through, bro. It doesn't feel like we're halfway through, Chad. The emojis are supposed to represent pack smoking, and they're upset because, oh my god, you can't do that thing where you insult people for these things that we would insult people for. That's wrong and horrible. You're making fun of our culture, of ourselves. That's what they're doing. You know how they would always love to say that we're smoking the Carl pack if they thought that they did something to somebody like me? That's what they're doing. That's what they're mad about. That's what they're upset about. You're still not dead. Now he's dead.
Haven't I? Hopefully. Yeah, I don't know. This is good content. I'm enjoying talking about it. I just feel like with this stuff, it's just the same shit again. New shit, different day. Oh, guess what, guys? The black lefties are being racist again. It's just like, how many times? Appreciate for Shark, this is personal shit, so he's going to go over it, but I'm going to keep watching it. New Avon Preach video. I'll be watching one about Ethan Klein.
You don't really feel good.
Guys, content is so dry at the moment.
Let's replace it with Smooth.
If there's something happening, I am slurping up like
Thorn?
a straw. Okay, I am slurping it up. No, I think Shark knew them somewhat. I know that there's some people who were like obviously very close to them and stuff.
Easy, mad scientist.
Yeah.
You got to do some introspection.
And
I'm not trying to be holier than thou. This is just who I am. I'm just this type of person. If I'm holier than thou to you, then you must be quite unholy. That's just a you problem.
There's nothing holy about you. And you act holier than thou the way that you're acting right now because you believe that being smug on the internet as a clip chipper is going to save you. And it doesn't. And it won't. Not in a live debate. Not in a live debate that you don't have the ability to then take into a video and then chimp clip the fuck out of. And especially not when you have people actually putting a spotlight on you and making you have to tap dance at their tune.
Nothing to do with me. That being said, I'm not sure if I can say like the majority of black creators. You don't know the majority of black creators. I don't know the majority of black creators. You don't know the majority of black creators. Tyrub. And I don't know what he's even. Like,
majority of creators. Period. It shouldn't matter about them being black either, because you know that you mean politically black, not racially and not culturally black.
Like trying to
and black doesn't mean shit. You mean African American, and African American is shit because you being my skin color means absolutely nothing. We have different fucking values and cultures.
Refer to here. Because for me personally, and I'm not even sure what this person is trying to say here because he also sides with white people. Like white people are on both sides of the argument. I don't know what he's talking about. I've never said that there isn't racism in the community that I'm in. I'm not in his community. His community is Cornbread Tube. That's the community that he's in. I'm not in that community. I don't have.
What is Cornbread Tube? What's that? Is that for... I don't want to say. I don't want to speak out of turn. Can I say that, or is that racist? Is it Black Bread Tube? Okay. I'm not going to say it. It sounds bad. But anyway, they call themselves that. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? Take a community that's floundering and split off into another one and base it on race. That sounds like an amazing idea. Good call.
Have anything to do with that community. I don't want anything to do with that community. I don't like it. I don't like the people that are in it. They just seem like horrible human beings. So I'm not engaged in that community.
They're basically creating an ethno state, but for BreadTube videos. I love it. Good call.
I'm in many different communities. That's just one that I'm not really in. The people who...
Also, since you're giving me the great opportunity by constantly saying that fucking word, there is no such thing as a community. There is a space, and there are the people who occupy that space. People do not like the majority of you all because the way that you occupy the space that you choose to find yourselves in and put yourselves in. You put yourselves in situations and places that, quite frankly, nobody wants to be near because nobody wants to be near you and how you choose to behave in them. You do the most, and you say the most, but mean nothing but you say them.
Subscribe to that community just seem like mostly bad human beings who I don't want anything to do with, and I hope never try to speak to me again. I have most of them blocked, and I would like to keep that a thing. And then he went on to get on me about like criticizing his video, which is super strange because I didn't believe that I criticized his video. If you remember, I shouted out Tyre when he made his video. He mentioned me in it, and I wanted to talk about tokenization because I felt like that'd be a great discussion. I listened to it back, and for some reason he thought that I was just like completely destroying his video when I very clearly said, I'm not taking down this video. I think everybody here makes good content. I think you should watch the video, and I think he touched on really good points, and I agreed with a lot of the points that he made.
Did you have any thoughts on the fake Pentagon explosion tweets this morning using an AI-generated explosion photo? I don't know anything about that, but I think stuff like that is just more evidence that the government is going to have to step in and start to dish out some regulation. Because stuff like that's pretty troubling, isn't it? I mean, it's happened over history. There's been some new technology. That comes about, and the government has had to go, well, hold your horses, we need to be cautious with this and put in place certain regulations so it doesn't go insane mode. I don't know. Something like that. That's my rough take. But yeah, it sounds crazy. It's a balance between letting technology push us forward whilst limiting it in ways that don't cause, insane shit to happen, right? It's happened before, right? I can't think of any examples off my head, but I'm fairly certain that there's some new technology that comes about, and there is, you know, some regulation that occurs to prevent bad outcomes from it. Cars, sure, cars, yeah, cars. You can't do whatever the fuck you want, build whatever you want, and drive as fast as you want, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's going to be the best solution. I don't know how else we can deal with it.
He thinks that I was criticizing his video because I didn't agree with every single point, down to every single word that he said. That's why he thinks that I criticized the video. That's why he thinks that I didn't like him. That's why he thinks that I tried to insult him or something. Not because that I'm like, not because that we had some like core huge disagreement. It was because I had a slightly different disagreement, and pun not intended. If you're not whipped into line with these people, they will try to destroy you. They don't.
He just can't stop lying.
Like you. They don't want you. They want you dead. Sometimes. They'll laugh at you if you die. We just saw that. They're friends with people who laugh at trans women when they die. And I'm supposed to take these people seriously when they're sitting here telling me that I'm the bad guy here? Here's the thing. Almost none of them brought up any real points for why they dislike me. Or they didn't articulate it well at all. They would have gone through and...
Oh, I can lovely do that for you, Christopher. I dislike people who feel the need to lie to people in the public and hide information from those people in the public, and in private are willing to admit to truth that they are not willing to repeat in front of a camera, in front of a microphone, or in front of a digital audio recording software, and then be willing to stand 10 toes behind and take the consequences of their actions in public or private for things that they speak and say that they know that they would be called out on if they were to be said by any other person, or that they would call out if it was said by any other person of the in and out group. I dislike people who do what you do, who will act as though they are a victim when they are 100% an instigator and a perpetrator, and then act as though they did nothing wrong and they said nothing wrong when they tried desperately to reach a bit of clout. I dislike people who are willing to destroy somebody else's reputation to try to improve their own, and then when they are held accountable for doing such an action, will say, I didn't do anything wrong. What do you say fuck me for? While in the background they are pumping the loudest pack smoking music they possibly fucking can. Nobody likes those kinds of people. Nobody likes Hassan when he does it. Nobody likes Philosophy Tube when they do it. Nobody likes BreadTube in general when they do it. But most especially, and most inslightly, when it's done by motherfuckers like you. I don't like you when you do it. I wouldn't like it in general if you were doing it as a person or as a content creator. But you personally, Christopher, trying desperately to insult other people and use them for your content, actively use them for their content. Use their face, use their name, use their iconography, use their arguments, use their opinions, use their ideas, use everything about them, like you are sucking the juicy bits out of a fucking chicken that you didn't skin yourself, that you didn't hunt yourself, but you pretended you hunted yourself. Makes people not fucking like you. Doesn't matter, as a political opposition, I'd beat the shit out of you in public if I caught you in the street and you tried that shit in front of me with a wide studio audience around. I didn't care, wouldn't care who would be watching. You would need to have that happen to you, because you cannot speak the way that you spoke about me in private and you spoke about me in public while also using people in public, and then act like a little pussy here. Accountability comes for everybody. Accountability comes for everybody. You can block as many people as you want on Twitter, but let me hear and see you try the shit at a MAG event where we are at. I will be in your fucking bumper, and I will be laughing the entire time it happens, waiting for you to swing first. There's nothing unhinged about that, because you know what you said and you know what you did. That's why you fucking ran away the second you saw that Jay was standing behind me. Because Lord forbid you start having the people in my circle start looking at you, because you would start looking real fucking cringe. Was that succinct enough for you, baby?
Read everything and showed everything and said everything.
Was my lips juicy enough and muesli enough for you?
They thought that I was really that bad of a guy. They would have a lot of information to show, but they don't. I wonder why. That video that I made, it's a great video.
So thank you, Spoof.
Fantastic video, actually. I was very succinct. I was very clear. And I was very nice in that video. But that's not good enough for them. They don't want niceness. They don't want discussions. They don't want to cross the aisle. They want
Oh, I'd love for somebody to cross the aisle and discuss shit with me, but I wasn't given that opportunity by you, now was I? No. You went all the fuck in for a white woman. A white woman who did not regard you, whose means of coping and capping to the world was to make shit up about what happened to her personally and then make skits about that because that's how she copes.
Total destruction with them, or you're dead to them. That's how it is. After this occurred, this Tayyib person then went on to try to attack me in my own chat while I was streaming. Yes, really. I didn't see the message, because the message was so vile that it got caught by Automod and then they got banned by Mod. That's how bad the message was. And then they got mad at me because I didn't look at their message. But I'm going to save the message that they said for a moment at the very end. I feel like it'll hit more then. Anyways, they tweeted effing sad, right? After they commented something incredibly vile, full of slurs, into my Twitch chat, and then they got removed by the mods, and then he got banned by the mods. Somebody in the comment section then said, donate it, lol, and then said, did it go through? As he was trying to donate to me. As he was trying to donate to me, I saw that what they were trying to do, somebody sent me it, and I said, and I didn't want him to donate to me. I don't want his money. I don't want any of their money. I don't want any of them to know anything about me.
That's a lie. You want the money. You want to take their money, but you don't want to have the ability to need to acknowledge them when they send you the money. Don't lie.
I wish they were all gone. Vanished from planet Earth. So I then responded, do not donate to me. I don't want your money. I didn't see your message in chat. I don't know if you want to talk, but if you do, we can. That's all I said. In response to my very normal tweet, he then went on to say, set donations for the Cop City, for the stop.
What is it with... Okay, this was also the organization that FD Signify was trying to get Destiny to donate to, right? What is this? Is this some sort... Is there some sort of weird fucking financial thing happening? All these fuckers wanted to donate to this one specific thing. And they always have this donation thing as the thing for if they're going to do a debate.
Cop City campaign in Atlanta and guarantee $1,000 out of pocket, and maybe I'd give you the time of day, which is so strange. This is him trying to take something out of FD's playbook.
Hello,
FD recently said that Destiny needs to donate $25,000 to stop Cop City Atlanta.
Oh, okay,
that campaign in order for them to like have a discussion on stream. I don't know. I don't really have a huge opinion on like.
Has Destiny decided not to do the donation?
You don't have a huge opinion on a person who actively platforms you on a regular basis? Are you sure about that, Christopher? Say that lie again.
Destiny, I think because basically FD Signify, despite having had Destiny blocked for ages and acting like he's never going to talk to him, as soon as the money was on the line, he was like very fucking, you know, beggy about it. So Destiny got pissed off with it and ended up donating it to, I believe, the Atlanta Crime Stoppers instead.
That's not the order it happened in, Chud. Signifier decided that there was a time limit on it, and when he didn't do it on his demand, when he demanded that it be done, he then sent the money to a rival place, which then pissed him off even more. To which I would say, cope about it. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, who, fucking who.
And then, ABBA jumped on board and donated money directly to the Atlanta police. But then it transpired that he had...
It wasn't that he jumped on, it was that Signifier actively talked shit about him and called him an Uncle Tom for not doing that. They even had a discussion that we've actually watched here, where they discussed the fact that no matter what he does, no matter what Destiny does, Steven does, no matter what ABBA does, people like him, and people like the majority of them in their circle who think differently on different topics but think lockstep on everything else will always call people Uncle Toms whenever they speak, quote, out of turn, when they think they're not allowed to. Especially if they choose to do so with other people. Yes! Work, work, baby. Let's go. Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. We found the item. They will speak out of turn and try to hold them out of turn whenever they speak because they want desperately to call them things that they should not fucking call them, but will call them because they hate them badly. They hate them badly.
Actually done that, and he faked it, and just to piss people off, which was golden. I'll be honest, when it was the police thing, I thought that's actually kind of cringe to give money to the police as like a meme. But when it turned out it was fake, it was just funny again. Funnier. It was funnier. It was funny in the first place, but it's funnier when it was fake. And you realise that he just done it to piss off a bunch of broke skull fucks on the internet. Because basically, I think he, what was it? Photoshopped it. He photoshopped the image. But all in all, I mean, you know, people were like super invested in it. It was just kind of a funny spite type meme situation. But people got super invested in it. There were some people that were like super angry about it. Do you know what I mean funnier? Donating it to the American Nazi Party. That would have been a brilliant meme. If I'm ever in a position where I need to do a $10,000 spite-based donation, I'm going straight to the top, okay? Full of Sam Hyde. That's a DNC.
Like, yeah, you donate money here to me or something, and then maybe we'll talk. It just seems, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah.
I would just say.
Listen, right now in chat, if you've got any spite-based dollars you want to dish out, I'll happily accept them. Okay. I'll happily accept it. All right. How about that? I'll take any spite-based monies.
You know, but if it gets donations to good places, then who really cares? I'm not going to be doing this. I don't want to talk to this person. I don't care about this person. I never will, and I never have, and never will. They said something to me, so I said if you want to talk, we can. I wasn't even saying talk on stream, but he just took that as a huge insult for me saying if you wanted to talk, we could, and take it into private because I didn't have.
No, you don't get to have the kind of disrespect that you do in public, whether or not they agree with you or not, and act as though no, we can talk in private. That's where we'll speak. No. The disrespect was done publicly, the message was done publicly, the action was done publicly, so the discussion will be public. And if you cannot handle that discussion being public, and you cannot handle it happening on a matter where you don't have full control over the context, over the hearing, and over everything else, it means that you never really wanted to have this discussion in the first place. Anybody, everybody, fucking knows that.
Like a big hate boner for him at the moment, and I still honestly don't. I don't have many feelings for him. He just seems like a shitty, stupid person, actually, at the end of the day. And that's just kind of how it is. But on the $1,000 thing, I don't know how rich these people think I am. I'm not very rich. I'm not a very rich streamer.
Stop lying. You're slightly mid-class wealth. If you wanted to drop $1,000 on something, you could. And you've been getting enough money to and enough clout from SinglePlayer 2, if you could. Stop lying.
My channel doesn't make a crazy amount of money. My stream doesn't also doesn't make a crazy amount of money. I'm not a crazy rich person. I give every single dollar of my I give every single dollar of my YouTube money to my editors so they can keep editing full time for me. And
why? How do you need editors? Carl said, as he has editors of his own. Oh, the context there is that it took me a while to work towards them. And even with one of them paid out, I still have the other one to pay out. You're making enough money that you're paying them consistently while also using other people for your content?
The channel. I don't know if they see like the huge, beautiful, mind you, manga collection that I have back here and think that I'm filthy rich, but it's something that maybe in their homes they never grew up with. It's called responsible financial planning. I set aside some money a week on things that I want to buy, and then after those couple of weeks, when I have the money...
Yeah, I don't really understand why he's got multiple editors. Anyway.
However, as I brought it up, I will say that it was probably a mistake hiring 2 editors at once. I should have probably aimed for either none or 1. That I will say. That was probably a miscalculation on my part. Not a might. Was a miscalculation on my part. However, I chose them because they demonstrated that they had the style that I was looking for. I had one that could do my editing for serious shit. I had one that could do my editing for the goofy shit. Works for me. But how do you need 2 editors when you have only 1 fucking tone? You need an editor to help you defend yourself against allegations you should have easy enough receipts for? Sus.
It sounds like a bleeding heart situation. Be a bit more capitalist.
All saved up, that's when I buy the thing. It's just called budgeting. You may not know anything about it, but you can buy things, and nice things, just not instantly. Maybe you should look into it sometime. Could be helpful. After that, I responded in saying, I don't really want to talk to you. You reached out to me, so if you want to talk, we can. But I'm not itching to speak to you in any way. I was just being nice by responding to your message, partner. He then tried to say, I didn't reach out. I criticized you for taking anti-black positions against black femmes constantly. I don't know what he means, but we'll try and get into it. I never have reached out to you. If you want to reach out to me, I stated my terms, Uncle Ruckus. So strange. So strange. But then I said...
Okay, I keep seeing the Uncle Ruckus thing chucked about, okay? How serious is that as like a... Like there's obviously, I don't think I can even say it, the C word, which I've got a more clear understanding of exactly what that is a reference to what it means. The Uncle Ruckus thing. But like, how bad is it? Like, how much of a bad person is Uncle Ruckus? Right? I know it's Boondocks. He's notoriously anti-black. It's like saying, okay, it's like saying that other one, right? Who only loves white people. He would kill someone for being black and walk in near a white person. Okay. So it's quite a severe kind of insult, right? Okay.
I've listened to your black ass talk all day about how much you can't stand black folks. Ain't two of them in the history of the world that's worth a scroll for.
Said, you sent a message in my stream that you wanted me to read. That is the definition of reaching out, but okay, partner. So here's the screenshot, and here's the message that he said to me. This is the message that he tweeted out after he sent it to me. He said, this is Tyrb. The fact that you hide behind your platform to deter from the point of your massage noir that he misspelled.
The music is to try and deflate the seriousness of the tone, because you know that if it was supposed to be him saying something serious, there would be no dramatic music in the background to insult the person.
Same. Stay in your circle jerk of white leftists. You're pitiful. I hope you're happy with your coon-ass self. FR, period. The fact that you can't show a shred of sympathy for any black women, yet critique my video with some form of self-extrapolation is wild. Also, at that point in time when he was sending that message, I was working, unlike him, apparently. I wasn't hiding. I was working.
On what? Where? Because if you call streaming working, that's cap. Carl, aren't you both streamers? Streaming is not working. It is a hobby that we chose to make into a culture. You do not stream full-time, so unless you were doing something that had to entail work at another place, I am going to be hard-pressed to believe that. So, what were you doing? What was the work? What does it entail? I don't care otherwise. Stop fucking capping.
I was doing work. I was at my job. I was making segments and interacting with my community. I'm sorry, whenever random internet users...
So, streaming. You were streaming. Stop it. Fucking stop it.
or 445 has a problem with me, I don't stop literally everything that I do on planet Earth to go deal with it until it is completely done. I am working, and so no, I didn't respond to you. I was at my job. Maybe you should try and get one someday. Now, I just don't get how he's getting the idea that I critiqued his video. In my video, I literally just said that I think that I want more black people to be in the space, and I want more black people to do things that I'm doing as well. And I think that these people make good content. I just think that we get pigeonholed into talking about black issues when we don't necessarily always want to. And people compartmentalize normal creators and learning creators, and they just take a detour at, like I said, Negro Land to go hear what like black people, women...
Negro Land. What's that, buddy?
Trans people, minorities, all these types of people want to say, gay people, queer people, you know, anything along these lines. They stop by to see what we have to say, but we're not the destination. We're just here to be the black voice, so they can say that, oh, I have like a black creator who does black things, and I listen to them, and they're my learning creators, not my fun creators, not my normal creators. They're not in the normal community. They're different. They're otherized. They're not just a creator. They're an insert identity creator. That's what I was saying in the video. I guess he just didn't care. And you can watch the video yourself. I think it was a very good video. Just none of them cared. They just don't care when I have good things to say. They only latch on to they just latch on to whenever I just slightly disagree with them, but they never want to say that I've done anything good or even agreed with them at any point in time.
Present an example of something good that you have done in your career that was not specifically holstered on you trying to either, one, talk shit about a person, or do something rude to somebody. Present an example that you have actually done something meaningfully good for someone else's benefit that you did not benefit from in turn. More than likely, it doesn't exist. More than likely, it doesn't exist, Christopher.
Because they don't care. I don't agree 100% on literally every issue that's in their mind and kowtow and bend the knee to everything that they have to say unquestioningly, without thinking, without putting my own thoughts into it, without coming to my own conclusion, without anything. They don't care. They don't want it. They don't like it. Thinking is bad for them. And so for the people who do it, they hate. And I don't want to say this as a sort of, I'm a free thinker. I'm the only free thinker. I think I'm not sure what a free thinker really is. Everybody's influenced by somebody. Everybody's influenced by somebody. And we all have boundaries for who we talk to and what they believe.
I'm influenced by a particular politician, a favourite of mine. Hails from Austria originally, became prominent in Germany, fought in World War One, painted beautiful images. There you go.
Oh. I'm just saying that it seems like these people don't really care about how big our differences are. If we have differences, you're the enemy, period. No matter what they are, no matter how big or small they really are. And that's just what I've been dealing with. After this, my correspondence with all these people basically ended. I blocked near all of them, or just about near all of them,
I'm still listening.
as I thought. I blocked about 1,400 people, and I'm going to be blocking a couple hundred more people as this goes on. I don't really want to talk about this outside of this video, but I'm going to be blocking a large portion.
I don't want to talk about outside of this video because I don't want them to have the ability to hold me accountable to anything that I did, because I want to try to ignore it. I want to try to ignore it if I can, because that's who I am. That's who I am.
Portion of people. At the end, I may add an extra 4,000 people. They're just horrible human beings, and I don't want anything to do with any of them ever again. I hope they...
Ooh, say it.
Now, with this being said, I want to move on to some other...
I hope they... See, I was being edgy. I didn't say the word.
Either say it or don't. Stop pussing the fuck out. That's the reason why you wanted it on fucking tape. So that you could be able to do this.
Yeah, look at... I could have said it. I could have said it.
Okay, Joe Lewis.
Well, listen, I don't like drama. I don't like drama, but I'm gonna tell people to KYS.
Lewis, I used to follow
never change. Please never change. I love having whipping boys. I love having whipping boys. Please.
I've seen a couple of memes about that. I don't know what the business about it is.
He was pretty alright. We have some disagreements, but that's fine. I don't really care that much. Apparently he cares a lot.
That's creative
on some
fire.
disagreements that we have. And he said specifically that I'm anti-black and I hate black people and everything, and I'm a bad person, and I'm bad for black people, and I'm a shitty person, and everything. The reason for why he said this is because...
I don't know if these memes are before or after this video. I guess after, right? Well, probably edited and uploaded. I was wondering if they might be included, but I don't think they're going to be. Tragically.
Mr. Anti-Race Mixing himself, Mr. Anti-Miscegenation himself, Mr. You shouldn't have babies with white people because that is diluting the dark-skinned black race and will be propping up white supremacy or whatever. But don't take my word for it. Take his word for it. I know I have a lot of frogs who haven't seen this debate or discussion before, but I want to make it known that it is very important to me that we all know about this, because this is a pretty bad guy that a lot of these people are connected with again. And so here's what they said. They tweeted out, it's been almost a year since my conversation with Shark300.
Oh, is he talking about Endless? Okay.
Added me correctly this time. They're getting smarter. And I still can't believe that this is something that actually happened. So let's go into what he thinks actually happened. Before we go too far, two questions, okay? And then I'll answer all your questions.
Sure.
If I were to make a tweet, okay? Because I grew up in New York, I grew in Missouri, in St. Louis, I grew up in Kentucky. Not exactly, I don't have to dox myself. But with that being said, in a lot of areas I've been in, I've been around a lot of white...
Explaining where you used to live is not doxing yourself. My god, this discourse that you all do about that is so fucking gay.
people. And when I go to like Atlanta, Georgia or something, or I go to like North Carolina, we visit some family and they live in, well, I can only describe, here's how I'll describe it. It's like when I go to see them, it's like what's his name? I was gonna say Kevin Samuels, that's not right. Kendrick Lamar is like the Pimp a Butterfly sort of like album cover, but in real life, okay? There's like a church's chicken, and then there's like a lot of like poor infrastructure.
Yeah, the album covers. It's me and my homeboys from the White House. It's really taking, people in my neighborhood and taking them around the world and let them see things that I've experienced. And
then there's like kids riding on beat up BMX bikes, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to walk the streets after the street lights come on, okay? And that's why I go visit some family every now and again. If I were to make a tweet and it was like, let's take a picture, okay? I'm just describing to you the picture. These are not words that I'm saying. It's a picture of like stereotypical. Everyone's dressed as like early 2000s Soulja Boy. So okay, sure. They look like they're in saggy pants. They bump in Daylo Rider, and I go, man, I'm so glad I didn't grow up like these people, and I want to make sure that my family never ends up like my bloodline never ends up like this. This is insane. Would you feel the same exact way you feel about that tweet as you would if I made that hypothetical tweet?
No.
Originally listening back to this, I'm going to tell you, I genuinely couldn't figure out what the problem was. I genuinely couldn't. I just couldn't figure it out.
I mean, look, I'll be honest. I was like, come on, Shark. Come on, wrap it up. Come on, let's get to the point. It was a long description. But fundamentally, what he's arguing, I believe, is that in like rundown areas that are predominantly black, because of socio-economic circumstances, would you want your white family to go up there? I think most people would just no. Why would you? But these race hucksters, that's what they are. Don't get it mistaken. They are the biggest fucking race hucksters going. Fortunately, they're all absolute failures at what they do and are never going to amount to anything, so it doesn't matter. But they absolutely 100% like race hucksters. But they will act like that's like a bad thing to say. I grew up in a council estate. It was predominantly white, obviously, where I lived. There was a gypsy that lived down the road, but that's neither here nor there. But that's where I'm from. That's my roots, okay? That is my background. Like working class, council estate, whatever, right? But I don't want my kids to grow up there. How could that be a negative? Like, that's good. You want more for your kids. You want more than you got. You want better for them. So why is it so controversial to look at that environment and go, I'm glad my kids aren't going to grow up here? That's mental.
I had no clue what problem people had in this. I still, to this very day, I'm not necessarily sure. But what I think is that these people genuinely believe that I hate black people and I hate hood people, and I think that they should be like wiped off the face of the earth or killed or something along these lines. Right? Which is just super weird and dumb. Even in that clip, I said specifically, if I were to tweet and if I said, and this is a picture that I'm showing you hypothetically, but not words that I'm saying. And they ran with that and just thought that was, and this is what kind of proved to me that these people are either stupid or just don't care about what I have to say. And they're just going to hear whatever they want to hear, is when they ran with this and said that I hate black people. Even in this comment section of when he posted this, they all were like, you hate black people? I didn't know Shark hates black. I didn't know Shark hates the niggas, which is just so weird. It's just so strange. But I made a very clear point about how these two tweets, mind you, and this whole discussion was about whether or not it's okay for black people to tell other happy black people that are in interracial marriages, whether it's okay or not okay to laugh at, demean, harass, and say that this person is a race traitor and diluting the black bloodline by being married to somebody who's a couple shades lighter than him. That's what this whole discussion revolves around. As you can even see in the video where he has my tweet up, I never want my bloodline to end up like this. That's insane. And then I say these black people grow up in broken homes to parents that never wanted them, then unfortunately make it to an age old enough to tweet just to hate on.
I mean, I never want my bloodline to end up like this. That is word for word. That is word for word what a far-right person would say. I know these race huckster freaks do this. Oh, whoa, hang on a sec. What? Fuck your historical analysis, okay? I don't give a shit about your bullshit historical analysis. It's worthless and meaningless to me, okay? Your opinion is worth less than nothing to me. I don't give a shit about any of that, okay? You are arguing over the particulars of what your bloodline is going to end up like because of race mixing. That is easily close enough to what a fucking Nazi would say that it's fair to make that comparison, okay? It is as simple as that, right? Any further analysis you're trying to do is brain-dead bullshit.
People being in a happy family that they never experienced. This is
Carl
fatherless
Let's
and
go.
jealousy, which I 100% stand by. True and real. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, then you're probably one of those kids. I will say, people could possibly use this for racist things. Yeah, 100%. I believe that this could possibly touch on some harmful traits.
What do I mean by huckster? I mean pushing and selling a racialized narrative at every possible opportunity, when it's sometimes even maybe not even appropriate to do so, and injecting your racial analysis into every possible angle that you can, whilst being very fucking racist towards black people that disagree or white people. That to me is what like a race huckster is. But the thing is, they're very fucking bad at it. If you look at all these people's numbers, they're literal fucking who-make-a-lols in the grand scheme of things. I only have the displeasure of knowing these disgusting freaks because of my prior connections to some of these communities. But yeah, they're all just fucking retarded. Like, it literally is that simple. And their ideas are of such little merit and worth that you can just deride, mock, and make content out of them because they're never going to get any substantive political power. Ever. Ever.
ideas. I think anytime you insult somebody for anything, they can. We're talking about black people here, and I just think it is wild. I don't want my bloodline to end up like this tweeter. I don't want my bloodline to end up like this 30-year-old man who spends his time getting arguments with like 17-year-olds on the bird app. Okay, that's how.
I don't want my argument and my bloodlines to end up like this man who believes that it's justified for him to do to other people what he claims he doesn't want done for himself, but then socially preens in front of a camera because he desperately wants to try and hold up and change the narrative to his benefit. I would horribly dislike that. That'd make me feel like I was a insert word here.
Oh, I don't want my bloodline to end up. I very clearly stated how those aren't words that I was saying specifically, but he still just didn't care. I just think it's bad and wrong to say that it's bad and wrong to harass, demean, say these things about people who are in a relationship with people who are lighter than them. Just as I think it's bad and wrong to say I don't want my bloodline to end up like this when we're talking about people from like the hood or something, right? I just think it's super fucked up. I think it's super duper fucked up on both regards and equally as well. This dude literally unironically went on to say that like hood and black were completely inseparable and hood culture is black culture or something. And black people actually love the hood, which I just don't know what to do with. I just don't.
It's simple. You would explain that black culture is not hood culture. The same way that you could in a normal situation and not try to train in front of a camera in private or in public. Like, no, black culture is not hood culture. African American culture, whatever you claim is ethnically, culturally, politically black, does not mean living in the projects. Realistically, it'd be much more intelligent to say that to live as an African American in America is to understand what it's like to live in the lower, upper. Yeah. What's opal? What's opal class, Carl? It's where they all wear jewelry, Carl. To where in the upper, lower, middle, and poverty line class, while having people tell you what you should have as a perception, and seeing people who you would claim, quote, are skin folk and kinfolk living differently to you and having different opinions to you and different mindsets to you that then reflect on how you interpret your life in the context of that hodgepodge and that melting pot. So, that'd be like being Biggie Smalls living in New York City and having a particular viewpoint that then becomes the inspiration for people living on the East Coast, the way that Tupac Shakur could have been for the West Coast. That means like being Andre 3000 and Big Boy, inspiring the dirty of the South. Because they meet in the fucking middle. And everybody who comes from Detroit looking at Dr. Dre and worst of all, Marshall Mathers III, aka Eminem, demonstrating what it's like to be somebody living in the cold fucking north. And those interconnected positions, all from the directions of the compass, creating the mixture that then becomes solidified in the culture of hip-hop and R&B. No matter how they do mashups, no matter how they do collaborations, no matter how they do productions, and no matter how they make music. That would be the best information and the best description I could give. And you can't give it shorter than that sentence. Or rather, paragraph. If you had to shorten it further than that, it'd be 2 sentences. African American culture and what it means to be, quote, black, depends on where you're living and how you're living. Period. It'd be depending on where you're living and how you're living. Literally stolen from the phrase, tell me how you're living, baby. Because if I'm living differently to you, across the pond, in a way that you would not be able to recognize, it wouldn't matter what I do or say, if you didn't relate to me in some way that was meaningful. Because quite frankly, some of you don't relate to each other in any way that's meaningful. You don't want to. Why would you? I'd haul for you to do that.
Don't know what to do with it.
Isn't there like a massive component of the black community that stands in opposition to the shit that happens in the hood and they want to like move forward to a better world? Like, I mean, some of them might be conservative or whatever, but my understanding is there's people who don't like it, and there's people that live in those communities that hate it because of like issues with crime, issues with like certain types of black honor culture that leads to like really shitty behavior, and so on and so on and so on, right? The gang violence, and this isn't Pepe posted. This is genuine issues that exist in these communities, right?
These people. I don't know what to do with these people. What do I do? With that being said, I want to touch on one last thing in regards to this guy, Mr. Anti-Miscegenation guy, and this is why I call him.
That's my community. Fuck the hood, bulldoze it. I mean, hold your horses. The problem, well, I think. What about the gentrification angle? That's the thing that I'm a bit like. I think there's some critiques that exist that's reasonable, but I feel there's a catch-all thing where it's like anything is gentrification, even stuff that might actually be beneficial for that community in the long run. I actually learned about this a long time ago. Who's seen the movie Candyman? You know the original Candyman, right? It's actually genuinely a like an interesting view or discussion on like projects and shit like that if you actually watch it. Like it sounds crazy, but honestly, it is good. You should give it a watch. The original. They obviously went a bit overboard with some of the sequel. The recent sequel really laid it on thick in that respect. But the original was actually quite subtle because obviously you had to be back then. You couldn't do the woke shit back in the 80s or 90s or whatever, right? It was just for the normal viewer, some dude with a hook hand comes and slices people up. But there was actually a deeper subtext that you can look at there. But anyway, learned about it a long time ago. Cabrini Green. Yeah, that's it, I think, yeah. Why we pause for this? Because I want to pause. You're now banned. I hope it was worth it. If anyone ever complains about pause or anything, I'm going to help you out and ban you, and you can go and watch the original. I'm fucking sick of it, okay? Fuck me. I'm pausing because I want to. That's how the content works. I don't understand this. Go and watch the original video if you want to watch it without commentary. Simple. Okay, that probably is a bit excessive, you're right. I'm on a short fuse today. I'm on a short fuse. Just time out will suffice. I'm on a short fuse today. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm so angry today. I don't really understand it.
The anti-miscegenation guy, okay? Because he came at me and said all of this stuff about me, so I'm going to come back at him and show him exactly what he said in our discussion. And I just think it's just super curious. Just listen to this. For the frogs who didn't see the discussion, I think this is going to be super enlightening for you. Let me ask this question. I want to switch around. Do you think that if you specifically have dark-skinned children, are you fighting back against white supremacy?
Thanks for the 10 gifted.
Yes, because you're procreating more dark-skinned people.
So
you're doing the opposite of
when you make more dark-skinned people, you're
fighting back against white supremacy by having black kids. What the actual fuck?
fighting against white supremacy. But when you make more light-skinned people, you're not helping white supremacy.
Because those kids are still black.
But you said, well, dark skin is what was the important part for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this question here, I wanted to highlight just for a moment. I specifically said dark skin is what you actually care about, and he agreed, right? Because earlier in the discussion, I talked about how even though your kids are lighter, they're still black. He corrected me and said, I don't care about them being black. What I care about is them being dark skinned. And so he was flip-flopping back and forth on whether or not black is what really mattered or whether or not dark skin was what really mattered. And so that's how to dodge this point that he was making, to dodge this point that I was making and trying to reveal in him, he tried to jump out of the way and say, oh, but they're still black, but black is not what he cared about. It was dark skin. And that's why he agreed. Okay, so they're not dark skin, would they? Would they be? The likelihood would be low.
Between a black person and a white person?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, but the kid would still be black at the end of the day.
Okay, so
the one drop rule, baby.
You're telling me you would be fighting against white supremacy to have dark-skinned children, but you would not be helping white supremacy when you have light-skinned children.
Black people having children at all is fighting against white supremacy.
Are you not helping as much? Are you helping less, or are you hurting more than somebody having dark-skinned children?
You are okay. So in terms of black people, you're not really. It's like neutral because if you're a black person, your kids are going to be black. That's what blackness is.
We're talking
right?
about dark skin here.
Okay, so if we're talking about dark-skinned people,
no. Somebody get this man upon it square. If what you mean is they are genetically with the recessive gene that gives them darker melanin in their skin and genetically connected to the physiognomy of their parents, would that person be black if one of their parents is culturally, ethnically, biologically black? We don't want to use a shorthand of anything else, but we're going to use black in this case because when we think of black, we think of the Americanized formation of the heritage youth. I think it's the word that was properly used when I was in that one poli-sci class. Heritage youth. The African American black is indigenous to this continent, and therefore, that would be the thing you have. If one of those parents is that thing, no matter what the fuck you want to define it as, that would make them black, yes. However,
on an individual basis, it's kind of inconsequential. But yeah, if you, as a whole, as a group, if the majority of dark-skinned people decided that they wanted to have kids with lighter-skinned people for whatever reason, then that would be the completion of the goal of white supremacy, whether they were conscious of it or not.
If the goal of white supremacy was we want to exterminate them, eventually what happens is everybody will then be the same skin tone. If given enough time, enough white women, enough black men, and absolutely all the Viagra possible, eventually everybody would end up with the same skin tone. And then you would start fighting along different divisional lines. Because even white supremacy is intersectional. So your entire point is just meaningless. If you're saying, listen to this guy's takes and look at how he thinks about the people who look like me. Okay, yes, Christopher. Wonderful. Gold star. You fought against one bigot while still being a bigot yourself. Congratulations. Congratulations, baby. Congratulations. Yes, it is recessive. This is not dominant. It's recessive.
Dark-skinned black people.
Yo! What the fuck? This, oh, I tell you what, I'll be glad we don't talk about this race shit anymore. I mean, the great thing for me is because I'm white in the UK, I genuinely don't give a shit about anything outside of talking about it and this shit. It's so great. I can just walk. You know what? After this, I could just, I'm not going to. I don't know what I'm going to do after this, to be honest with you. But, I can just go outside and bask in my whiteness. Never get a single comment or bad thing or anything. Never a weird look. Leeson moment. Wait, what? No, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, come on. I don't know. Listen, let's go through this video.
Had children with white people. And so in the future, all black people were just a couple shades lighter than what they are now.
True, fair point.
That would be the completion of the goal of white supremacy for whatever reason. In this discussion, I was trying to actually be nice to him. I was trying to give him an out by saying that, hey, you don't even necessarily have to be completely peel off this point, because I gave him the out of saying, well, it matters why things happen. As well. And sometimes he can matter more why things happen more than if things happen at all. Because I was saying, I made another hypothetical that he just couldn't possibly understand, which was that we were talking about whether or not like it would be okay or would it matter if there were more or less dark-skinned people in the future. My position is that it doesn't matter if it happens for a natural, normal, and okay reason, which would just be that black people just happen, all of the black people just happen to fall in love with people who are lighter than them, and then they had lighter-skinned children. Just end of story. I don't really think it matters. He disagreed. He thought it mattered a lot. He thought it mattered a bunch. He thought it was everything. Actually, he thought it mattered so much that if you were married to a light-skinned person as a dark-skinned person, and you were about to have a child, and your mom or grandma or aunt or something was racist against mixed children or lighter-skinned children, and would harass, bully, be bigoted towards that child, he said that the only ethical thing to do would be to break up with divorce your partner, and then not have that kid, because you shouldn't bring them into a world where their family's going to be racist towards them. I said cut the racist person out of their family. He said that's disgusting and wrong and unfair to the kid, so just don't have them. And for my performance in this discussion, I'm racist against black people. For that belief that he's wrong in this discussion, I'm anti-black people. Out of all of that, there was another person as well who tried to come at me. He was like, there was another person, I think the last person that we're going to be talking about today. He tried to come at me and say that I'm a horrible person.
Whoa.
Boy, calling me, wow, calling a black person boy. Curious, is it not? Boy, that hard R definitely was a choice. And then
when an African American calls another African American boy, is it racism or is it just a short asphyxiation that other people end up doing? Because one, we know that it's meant to be disrespectful, but also two, that's just how they speak. Are we doing that thing where we pretend again, Christopher? I think it is.
So that's literally what they're saying about me.
I mean, hang on a sec. Are we really criticizing Shark, a black guy, when he's getting called the C word, saying basically these people are referring to me as house N word? Is that really a problem? I don't understand that at all. What's the problem with that? Like, he's black. He can say, fucking, if we were calling him that, and he said, hey, people are calling me this. We're now quibbling of the context of a black person saying the N word hard. It's getting out of hand.
Then he said, nigga, you've been spending too much time around vouch and them because you wouldn't know there's a big difference between nigga and hard R. Ain't nobody call you N-word hard R. Probably them debate homies of yours. Stop the...
I mean, Uncle Ruckus, that character is a house N-word, right? Am I misunderstanding? That's my understanding of what the character's supposed to be. House N-word being, historically, a slave that worked in the master's house and was close to the master and helped keep the other slaves in line. Am I missing something here? Like, that's what it's supposed to be, right? That's exactly what they're calling him.
This cap and come home. We miss you. I never want to be anywhere near you people. You all are horrible human beings. I never want to be anything like you. And the more deviation that you perceive that's between me and you, the better I think I am as a human being fundamentally. And apparently the hard R, apparently I don't have the hard R pass. I can't use the hard R, even though that's literally exactly what they're all calling me. What he called me specifically, he literally called me that. And proof of it is right here. I think probably one of the last big, just like interpersonal things that have happened over the last 2 weeks. And it's this. Jesse Earl, or Jesse Gender, a transgendered YouTuber, white, mind you, responded with this to say, debate Twitter right now, and then posted a movie of, I've been informed, is the Django with a house slave or something.
You know what Django Unchained is. Stop it.
clutching onto a presumably slave owner. And I'm supposed to be the slave, and Vosh is supposed to be the slave owner. This is Jesse specifically liking a picture of me depicted as a slave because I disagreed with some of the people who she thinks are cool. The white sheep feeding shark to the wolves after this person called them out on they shit, who these people are, I guess. Now, for me personally, I deleted some tweets before, going after some people, you know, sniping back at people who are insane, because I actually care about some of the things that I say. The reason why is because...
No, you don't.
Even if I didn't want to delete that tweet, I deleted the tweet mostly because I didn't want to give the white people in my audience basically a free card to call a black person like a slur or something. That's the main reason why I didn't do it. Actually, for this reason specifically.
I took it. I took the card.
Some of the tweets that they didn't like, that I all stand by, mind you. One of the big tweets that they're really upset about, was me calling this girl a negress. This is one of these people who are once again attacking Eden and her friends and making fun of them and using the opportunity of a dead trans woman from the Middle East, using her death as a cudgel.
If you say it enough times, and also he said the bonus word! If you say it enough times, clearly we'll still give a shit about it. And damn, isn't it wild how you did that? Isn't it wild how your ideology hasn't changed and your rhetoric hasn't changed?
People who they don't like. Honestly, I was in between calling her negress and a negrita. I really wanted to go with...
Lord knows if I get banned on Twitch for his mouth.
With Niggerita. It was really good, but I went with Negress at the end of the day. I think next time I'm in a couple with these people, I think I'll pull out the Niggerita. It's pretty funny, actually. But yeah, sorry. It's just a funny word, and I'm going to keep saying it. Fuck
it is
you.
funny.
How about that? You want to call me a coon? You want to call me Uncle Ruckus? You want to call me...
Yeah,
this
imagine the people that are calling this guy these words, moaning, complaining to him about using a word like that. That is insane, man. That is unreal.
And the third, you want to call me a house N-word. There are many people who came out of the woodwork to sit here and agree with all of these people who are incredibly disgusting towards me.
Hey!
FD included. Only stick his neck out.
Name! Thank you for $20. Appreciate that. That's very generous of you.
For Jessie Gender when I said that she's literally using this as an opportunity to call me a house N-word, but they all thought not only was it okay, but it was also funny. In FD's words specifically, he thought that it was hilarious. And so if I'm going to be...
Yes, only praise. Thanks for the bits.
I guess to wrap things up, mostly, if they want to act funny, I'm gonna act hilarious. If she wanna act funny, I'm finna act hilarious. I don't like any of these people. I think they're horrible human beings, and I want literally nothing to do with them. Even in the Innuendo Studios, the channel themselves even came out to try and to co-sign calling me a house N-word because he just thought it would be funny. Because Jessie Gender can do no wrong, so if he calls me a house N-word, then I must be a house N-word because them and their clique can do no wrong, and they're just not wrong. And so if I'm a house N-word to one of them, I'm a house N-word to all of them, and that's just how they operate. And I don't want anything to do with any of these people. I'm going to use this now to cut off all of these people. I've blocked the vast majority of them. I'm going to continue blocking them moving into the future. I think they're terrible. I want nothing to do with them. I don't want to speak to them. I want nothing with them. This is not an apology video. This is an explanation about how you don't deserve your money, your clout, your platform, your viewers, who you are. You don't deserve any of this, and you don't deserve any respect from me.
Yeah, I've got to say, the last half of the video is improved. I think at the start there was a little bit too much soy for my taste, but the latter half, especially about calling that black person slurs, that was my favorite bit.
And so that's why you won't be getting it. I'm sick and tired of you people, and I've been way nicer to all of these people than any single last one of them deserve. I've been nicer, kinder, more patient with every single last one of them, more than they ever deserve. And so with that, I'm done. I'm relatively quiet on a lot of this, and even days after it was released, I didn't release. After all of this stuff was coming out, I didn't say anything. I'm not wildly on Twitter like a lot of these people, like sycophant, posting 17 times an hour all day. I've got things to do in my day. I've got segments to make. They release videos like once every 10 months or something, so obviously their schedules are pretty empty. You know, that's just kind of easy.
I mean, it's unlikely they've got jobs, right? Not nothing to do with race, obviously. Nothing to do with race. I do wonder how many of these people are like want to be content creators that like don't have any substantive income and are just desperately trying to make it work, so they spend all the time on Twitter wasting time basically.
It is, and I just want to let you all know what's been going on with me kind of behind the scenes. Like I said,
good videos can't be rushed. Lisa, I agree with you. That's why your content is so top notch, isn't it? What is it going to a fucking
another win?
I don't fucking know. That's the
burn, bitches, burn. Disco Inferno.
I'll be okay. I just wanted to get this out there because they're going to continue lying about me. They're going to continue using slurs against me. They're going to continue saying this or that against me. They're going to be doing all of this type of stuff. So I just wanted to let this out here and let this sit here as like a form of me being like, here's my opinion on all of this stuff.
No, it's the video that says, well, these people called me these words, but here's the behavior they said, so you shouldn't listen to them because I said so. And if I do it in the future and I do it to them frequently, just remember that this is what they did to me. Kind of like when you made the video on me and you claimed, well, this is what this person believes, and then when you were confronted with what my actual opinion was, you bitched the fuck up and ran away to a second account. Because that's not your original account you used to post from. You made another account because the shit you used to say on your first account got you banned on the platform. Both platforms. Twice. But it's okay, Christopher.
Because I'm a pretty quiet person, and the problem with being a quiet person is that there are a lot of people who and there's a lot of people who've been trying to stand up for me, and I really respect that, and I really appreciate that. The problem is you're not me, and some of them were trying to speak for me before.
I see. Yes. For the purposes of creating a permanent underclass, I will always vote for the revolution. Correct. And yes, it's assuming that society is divided along the lines of slavers and former slaves. Bronze-skinned girls are indeed gorgeous. So the only thing that can be done applicable is you need to get enough of them in the room together and just continue creating them. Don't worry, I have the technology for it.
I spoke myself, and I want to say that I don't want to have them do that and then have my words be twisted to ways that that I may not agree with or something. So I just want to let this out now, and I'm just sick of them. I'm sick and tired of them. They're terrible human beings. I've been nicer than they deserve, and I would say that I don't want anything to do with any of these people for the rest of time.
Does that include yourself?
And with that being said, shout out to Soul King, at Soul King Lives. This is where I got this sick My Hero Macadamia Nut shirt with Tomura Shigaraki on it, if you were wondering where it came from. A sick black streetwear and anime-based artist and clothes designer who puts together some really cool stuff. So if you're a big anime fan, go check him out. He's a cool guy. Thank you so much to my artists on the channel.
Why are there so many fucking clips in this? Do you really need somebody to help you clip the shit the fuck together, girl?
Sad Lil Gothy on the Bird app. That's her at. Go check her out, Black Trans Women. Porn. A good art as well. So yeah, I appreciate you all for watching. That's it for me. Check out the channel. I should be back live again. At the moment, I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, so if I've been feeling a bit off, it's because I've basically been getting no sleep. That's just kind of how it is. So thank you all for watching. Take care. I hope to
If all you do is stream, and what you say is you stream, you work, and you make segments. So video editing, broadcasting, and more broadcasting with video editing on the side. How the fuck is your sleep schedule fucked up if you're not an insomniac? Do you have a regular job? Are you doing work on the side? Because it sounds like that's not what you do. Because if you have a job, you should probably say you have a job. But you have clearly said that broadcasting is your job. So I don't believe you. You control the setting that you make. You control the schedule that you broadcast on.
Another sick video. Thanks for letting me be your streamer. No burnout. Take care.
Okay, so we started this off. There we go. I've said my piece on the video.
An entire 2 hours. And it feels fucking longer. A Bronze Girl Reserve. A Bronze Girl Reserve. Where we can live off the radar. Surrounded by the women. Engorged in the women. Indeed. Yes, we should make this shit happen. You bring yourself, and I'll bring the women. Don't ask how they got there. Don't ask how they got there. You don't want to know. Don't ask. That would be bad. You don't want to have... I don't want you to have to lie for me. Now, let's find the Selena song so I can figure out what the fuck is stuck in my head. Because I know I've heard these goddamn lyrics before. However, I am going to turn the stream off before I do so. Because I forgot. This is a... artist that they will actively fucking stretch me for. I will see y'all in Casual College Memes. And then I'll be back again live in an hour. Playing more Vigi games. Oh, my bones! No! There's one thing this chair does not have, and it does not have a divider for crushing the boys.